The main character came across the entrance to the dungeon boss monster's room. This boss's room is not without reason called the Graveyard of Newbies. Of course, for newbies, this is a terrifying way to learn. A recoil module was discovered. Sentence, salvation. The warrior said he was ready to do it and take down the boss. Here, his abilities were practically limitless. Hidden enemies, unexpected attack methods. Nothing could stop the player from achieving his goal. The hero took into account the slightest weakness of the enemy and used it to his advantage. The player's divine energy dominated the battlefield. The monster had no chance of winning. The player said he could see absolutely everything. That's why his strikes were always accurate and dealt maximum damage to the enemy. The hero was a game streamer obsessed with God. The player warned the viewers that he was already done. The viewers discussed his behavior in the cave. Could he really have defeated the boss so quickly? He was definitely not a beginner. A few months ago, Mr. Kim asked the young man if he often noticed that Mr. Kim made mistakes in contracts. The young man replied that Mr. Kim was very attentive. Kyungbok said that if Mr. Kim was ready to sign, he had a special pen for that purpose. Lee Kyungbok was a 28-year-old salesman facing difficulties. Mr. Kim said that Kyungbok should learn from the best. How could he stress out on such an important day? Mr. Kim picked up a glass of alcohol. He said that this was how business had been done for a long time. They should at least have a drink. Kyungbok said he would remember that. At the same time, the young man's head began to ache badly. Kyungbok caught himself thinking that this could be a sign, an ominous warning. For some time now, the young man had always been attentive to the moments when his head began to ache. Kyungbok thought that Mr. Kim had not been very lucky lately. Kyungbok thought that he wouldn't be able to do much here, but he could at least try. The young man suggested playing Go. Kim was surprised. Why such a sudden suggestion? Kyungbok began to throw white chips onto the board. Kim was surprised. What was the young man doing? This wasn't funny. Kyungbok said that signing the contract would bring great misfortune to the company. The tiles turned over to the other side meant bad luck. The young man got up from his seat and thought that he would have problems anyway. He said that he would not be able to entertain Mr. Kim properly. Kyungbok apologized and said he had to go. Kim shouted angrily, "Does this young man treat everyone with such disrespect? This contract is canceled and Kyungbok must prepare for the consequences." The young man's nose started bleeding. He thought, "Here we go again." Kyungbok was born with divine energy. The child could sense the spirits and auras of other people. He knew it was best not to get close to evil spirits. His grandmother would scold him if she found out. His grandmother told him not to even think about becoming a shaman. He had received an amount of divine energy that the human body could not handle. In other words, Kyungbok could become possessed by a god. His grandmother said that if her grandson saw something strange again and felt bad, he shouldn't talk about it. He should just live a normal life. The young man's grandmother was a shaman and repeated these words constantly when her grandson was in pain. Kyungbok began to get used to this a little. Today, the young man's head was about to explode. Kyungbok didn't understand. Why so suddenly? Someone shouted that there had been an accident at the intersection. Kyungbok was distracted and looked in that direction. At the intersection, a passenger car had indeed crashed into a truck and caught fire. Kyungbok saw a prayer book with a protective cover lying on the road. The young man remembered that he had made one just like it with his grandmother. Kyungbok's parents had died prematurely. It was a very long day filled with pain for the boy. The other driver was drunk. The child was left an orphan. Kyungbok had to realize that the accident had also affected him. Why hadn't he paid attention to it? Kyungbok missed his parents very much. The young man felt a warm light enveloping his body. He didn't know where he was. The flowers around him were very bright. Ahead, on the other side of the river, Kyungbok saw his parents standing there. His parents turned around and walked away. Kyungbok shouted for them to wait and not leave. The young man begged them to take him with them. Someone put a hand on the young man's shoulder and asked if he was really leaving. The stranger asked Kyungbok if he wanted to cross to the other side. The man said he was willing to grant him any wish. Kyungbok asked the stranger who he was. The stranger said he was a deity. Kyungbok must not violate the laws of heaven. Kyungbok woke up and opened his eyes abruptly. The young man found himself lying on the floor of a room. In front of him was his grandmother. The old woman said that he was a worthless brat. Was he really going to cross the 3 rivers of death? When Kyungbok woke up, he was told that he had had a seizure. From that day on, his strength only grew. Although Kyungbok had grown accustomed to it, the backlash became much worse. It was unfair. Strength that he couldn't use because of the damage it caused. At a cafe, a friend asked if Kyung-bok had been fired after a year of hard work. The young man confirmed this. His friend said it was unfair. The company would have gone bankrupt if it had signed that contract. He should have said something. Kyung-bok said that in that case, they would think he was crazy. That way, he wouldn't achieve anything. Kyung-bok asked his friend if he had been fired too. The answer was yes, without a moment's hesitation. His friend said angrily that he was the founder of the whole thing. 70% of that scoundrel's subscribers came thanks to him. That guy couldn't even play properly. Betrayal always infuriates. He couldn't be trusted. Our hero's friend was Choi Byung-hoon, a 28-year-old unemployed video editor. Byung-hoon said that since they had lost their jobs, why not stream together? Kyung-bok replied that he loved games. Byung-hoon remembered that Kyung-bok had even been invited to join a professional team in high school. Kyung-bok thought those were the happiest moments of his life. Kyung-bok forgot why he had stopped playing. Byung-hoon reminded him that his friend had felt sick while playing. Kyung-bok remembered that was exactly how it had been. Byung-hoon asked if Kyung-bok had ever tried a capsule. Kyung-bok was surprised and asked what it was. Byung-hoon said that everyone was playing them now. You have to use your head, not your body, in a capsule. There won't be any problems. A capsule is an access device that immerses you in virtual reality. It's a great way to escape the daily grind. The spread of capsules was a turning point in the gaming world. Kyung-bok said he needed to make some money, so he was willing to give it a try. The next day arrived. At the computer club, Kyung-bok entered the capsule and asked his friend if he was doing everything right. Byung-hoon said that everything was fine and added that he would monitor the readings. Kyung-bok said he was ready and fell asleep. The young man felt himself entering a different reality. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. The body synchronization was complete. Kyung-bok looked at himself and the default settings for his body. The system suggested that he undergo training and start with a physical test. He had to avoid obstacles and reach the goal. Kyung-bok thought that these were difficult conditions for a basic test. Kyung-bok was surprised. Why were there no obstacles? Was this some kind of bug? Byung-hoon, sitting in front of the monitor, didn't understand. Why wasn't Kyung-bok running? Was he feeling unwell? Finally, Kyung-bok began to move quickly around the room. Byung-hoon thought that wasn't bad for a first try. Byung-hoon noted that Kyung-bok was running well, but he was also doing a great job of dodging all the traps that appeared randomly. Not a single mistake. Kyung-bok seemed to know where the attack would come from. Kyung-bok overcame all obstacles and reached the finish line. Byung-hoon shouted that it was amazing. Kyung-bok took third place in the overall rankings. Was he a professional runner? The list of world records was updated. Third place in the world. Byung-hoon thought it couldn't be true. His instinct as an editor screamed, "This must be used somehow. After all, this guy is a genius." Byung-hoon thought they were guaranteed success. The test was repeated again. Kyung-bok was surprised again. Where were the obstacles? Was this a bug? Kyung-bok looked at the obstacle course and wondered why he could see traps. Kyung-bok decided to try again and got ready to start. Reaching the finish line was once again no problem for our hero. Kyung-bok could easily control every part of his body. The young man also noticed that his strength was increasing. But why didn't he feel any impact? Kyung-bok decided to give it his all this time. Kyung-bok thought, could the attack have come from both sides? There was a crack in the block. The young man worked out the best route and moved there. Kyung-bok somehow found himself at the finish line. Was this the end of his training? Kyung-bok asked how to exit the system. Byung-hoon said that Kyung-bok had come in third place in the overall rankings. Was he a professional runner? Byung-hoon couldn't believe that his friend was in a capsule for the first time. There are even ranks in training. He should have recorded it all. It would have gotten millions of views. Kyung-bok grabbed his head. His friend asked if he was okay. Maybe he should take him to the hospital. The protagonist said he was fine. Everything was normal. The young man wondered why there was no recoil in the capsule. Now our hero understood the sensations that came from releasing all his strength. In reality, it wasn't that vivid. Kyung-bok continued to hold his head. The protagonist clenched his fist and said it was a lot of fun. Byung-hoon said goodbye, saying that his friend's skills hadn't rusted. If nothing hurt, then they had found something worthwhile. It would be a crime to waste such talent. In games, Kyung-bok's strength is more apparent. Because of this, his performance deteriorates, so he gave up. However, things are different in the capsule. Could this be a way to bypass recoil? Our hero felt a sharp pain in his head. It was a bad feeling. What was it this time? Kyung-bok looked ahead and saw a little girl slip on the steps. She was shorter than her parents, and no one would have been able to reach her in time. There was no time to think. Kyungbok lunged forward and caught the falling child. The girl was saved. The woman thanked Kyungbok for saving her daughter. Someone nearby managed to capture the moment on video. People speculated that it must have been some kind of athlete who made such a quick move. Kyungbok thought that he would be able to avoid recoil in the future. Our hero still couldn't come to terms with what had happened, even after going through all that. Kyungbok crouched down and couldn't move. The headache was unbearable. The young man decided not to delude himself. This pain would be with him for the rest of his life. His grandmother had said earlier that her grandson needed a healthy body and mind. Only then would he be able to cope with strength. There was no choice. Kyungbok decided that he had to at least start exercising. It was more like survival. Byung-hun appeared nearby and said that he had finally found a friend. Why wasn't he answering his calls? Kyungbok wondered where Byung-hun, who was always sleeping in the mornings, had come from. His friends said that it was impossible to sleep in a situation like this. The young man showed a video on his smartphone screen and asked what had happened. Kyungbok asked what he was interested in. Byung-hun pointed to the man on the screen and asked if it was him. After all, he was wearing the same clothes he had worn yesterday. Kyungbok thought that recordings from city cameras often ended up on the internet. Could someone have hacked it? Byung-hun admitted that the image on the screen was blurry, but anyone could tell it was Kyungbok. Our hero said that you couldn't see his face anyway. What difference did it make? Kyungbok said that the video had spread all over YouTube. Our hero thought that this time, thanks to the power that had always held him back, he had gained the support of the people. Kyungbok had already forgotten that feeling. The protagonist said he was going to take a risk, so Byung-hun would become his accomplice. His friends said that crime was too much. What was he talking about? Kyungbok said he would put everything on the line for one last attempt and suggested doing a good game stream. The next day arrived. The young men met at Kyungbok's house. Our hero saw the capsule and asked when his friend had managed to buy it. Byung-hun replied that it was an investment. It was time to test it out. All that remained was to choose which game to play. Byung-hun said he had chosen something for beginners. A rainy night, a city hospital, 3 emergency patients, and no communication. Biocrisis, also known as BARC, is a masterpiece known for its complexity and zombie apocalypse world. The game was recently adapted for virtual reality, and interest in it has grown. The game is loading, the character is registered. The hero is lying on a hospital bed with an IV in his arm. The young man opened his eyes and looked around. He realized he was in a hospital ward. The player appreciated the unreal immersion in the game. Kyungbok even smells blood. The developers were able to add that too. The atmosphere in the ward was such that it was better not to make any noise. Information about the player was displayed above his head. During the stream, viewers wondered why a newcomer had chosen this particular game. Our hero had an ominous feeling. As expected, his power manifested itself. Kyungbok heard sounds outside that sounded like gunshots and decided to check the hallway. In the hallway, the protagonist saw an armed police officer. The officer heard a rustling sound and thought, "Is there someone behind me?" The police officer turned around sharply and, seeing the zombie, opened fire to kill it. The officer told the patient, who appeared to run away immediately. Our hero thought that the policeman was his ally. With a firearm, he would feel much safer. Kyungbok decided to ask the police officer if he had a spare gun. However, there were zombies in the way, which the patient decided to deal with. Kyungbok began to strike everything that came to hand. One of the spectators thought, "It doesn't matter how genius this guy is. Bark only reveals his true colors after the player dies." But what is this player doing? He's already destroyed 6 zombies. Kyungbok looked around and thought there were 3 left. Our hero continued to destroy the zombies in the hospital. "Let's deliver the final blow," said the young man. It was the 10th and last one. 10 zombies had been destroyed by him alone. Our hero thought that this was the end. His premonition had subsided. The audience couldn't believe it. Was he really a beginner? The hidden quest was completed. In the next task, the player had to save a police officer by destroying the zombies in 1 minute. The quest was completed in 35 seconds. The audience said they were witnessing the birth of a gaming genius. Our hero decided that the training had been easier than easy. The audience was amazed. Did he really think that was training? The police officer said he wanted to talk to this patient. Kyungbok asked if the officer was okay. The police officer thanked the young man for his help and handed him a gun. Along with the gun, the officer handed him a key card to the police storage room in the basement. He said that the way there was a little confusing, but he would try to get the young man as far as possible. The audience was surprised. They had never seen anything like this before. This player had found a new direct route. Kyungbok said that the hidden path led to the basement and told the officer that he was ready to follow him. The officer said that people had suddenly started losing consciousness and their bodies were rising up. There was complete chaos all around. The officer had a blood-stained handkerchief in his hand. He said that his time had come. Kyungbok was surprised. Why didn't the police officer say he had been bitten? The officer told the young man to point the gun at him and hold it firmly with both hands. The officer took a few steps back, raised his hands, and said that they were going to try it out. The young man was not to close his eyes and had to pull the trigger. The officer added that after that, the guy should go down to the emergency exit behind him. Our hero did not expect to receive a gun in this manner. A shot rang out. Kyungbok said he felt sorry for him. The audience said that the player should avenge the officer and destroy the villains. The protagonist decided to check the basement, as the police officer had recommended. Viewers advised him to change the settings and enable donations. Kyungbok followed the advice and thanked them for the first donation. The viewers said that this guy was no longer a beginner. Someone said it was time to stop bullying the streamer. Kyungbok said he was going to continue down the established route. Bwong-hoon was happy that his friend had discovered a hidden route on his first broadcast. The video editor, sitting at his laptop, decided to cut a few clips. Everything was going great so far. Bwong-hoon said that if they started doing this, they would make Kyungbok famous. In the streaming community, which people usually access from their phones, all you need to do is upload a short action video to attract attention. The guy went to the game community and uploaded a complete walkthrough of the hidden path. Bwong-hoon told Kyungbok to be grateful that he had such a friend. Now they had to wait for the reaction. The reaction came quickly. There were many comments. Viewers discussed finding the hidden path. Bwong-hoon said that the world won't leave geniuses alone. The game continued. Kyungbok was about to go straight to the basement, but the stairs were blocked. He would have to go through the first floor. A message came in saying that over 100 viewers were watching the stream. Our hero was surprised by the number and greeted everyone. Kyungbok thought that his place in the rankings was not just luck. One of the viewers asked if the player was ready to take on a mission. The mission was to reach the vault in the basement without taking any damage. Kyungbok thought that he had never completed a mission before, but he was ready to accept. The reward was 1 million. Bwong-hoon had previously said that there was one thing new streamers should be wary of. That thing was trolls, viewers who challenge newcomers. For example, they give a task with a large reward and lure a newcomer into it. However, no one will watch a boring mission. Therefore, the difficulty increases significantly, and the new streamer may end up embarrassing themselves. Bwong-hoon said that if a newcomer falls into the trap, they may end up having to quit streaming. Kyungbok said that in that case, it would be enough to simply complete the task. Bwong-hoon replied that it's not that simple. After all, in that case, there would be a lot of new streamers. Kyungbok, upon hearing about the mission, thought, is it really that difficult? Kyungbok accepted the challenge and said he would try to entertain the viewers. The system announced that audience assistance would be disabled for the duration of the mission. The player would be able to see the chat once it was over. Kyungbok entered the room on the first floor and saw many bodies lying on the floor. No one was moving. Our hero, with a gun in his hand, decided to make his way to the elevator. Suddenly, the bodies began to rise, and the protagonist realized what was happening. They were zombies. He understood the difficulty of the mission. Kyungbok said he was determined to finish quickly and fired a warning shot into the air. The audience was surprised. Why did he do that? The zombies rushed at our hero, and the young man responded with aimed shots. After a while, all the zombies were destroyed by shots to the head. The audience was amazed. Why was this guy so fast? All they saw were flashes. After firing another shot, our hero earned the Bio Crisis achievement for 10 headshots in a row. Spectators were amazed. Had this guy never missed a shot? Was this really his first broadcast? Where had he been hiding all this time? Kyungbok felt something approaching him. He sensed chaotic, rapid movements. It was nothing like what had come before. Monster-like dogs appeared. The viewers said they were the famous zombie dogs called Barca. They weren't very fast, but they were impossible to hit with a gun. Kyungbok turned around and started running away from the dogs, which immediately gave chase. Our hero jumped high into the air, and while in mid-air, began to aim at the zombie dogs. The dogs tried to reach the man, but it was hopeless. After a while, the zombie dogs were destroyed. Our hero said that he loved animals and that he didn't like doing this. Someone in the audience suggested covering the dogs with a blanket. The remaining zombie was also destroyed with a well-aimed shot. The spectators were surprised. Was this really such a difficult mission? In the elevator shaft, our hero saw a rope and decided to climb down into the basement using it. The audience wondered why he didn't jump. Others had done so before. It all looked suspicious. Kyungbok saw a flashlight on the floor that could be useful. The audience's comments continued without interruption, but they regretted that the player couldn't see their messages. Kyungbok shone the lantern on the surrounding area, but nothing appeared. He directed the beam of light at the door. It was a police storage room. The mission was complete. The protagonist received a donation of 1 million. Our hero noticed that he could see the chat again. The viewers acknowledged that this player had fairly defeated the troll. Kyungbok thanked everyone who donated and helped the newbie. Kyungbok smiled and said he would wait for new interesting missions. The viewers were surprised. Did this guy want more? He was definitely not afraid of anything. Was anyone ready to challenge him? Kyungbok approached the door and said he would try to open it. The door was unlocked with a card he had received from the police officer. Our hero sensed something sinister on the other side of the door. Kyungbok grabbed the handle, but the door wouldn't open. Something on the other side was preventing it from opening. The young man thought it best not to make any noise. Our hero pushed the door and quietly slipped inside. The audience saw a huge, disgusting monster. It seemed to have reacted to the sound of the door opening. A zombie swarm was discovered. Everyone was surprised. What was wrong with this player? Had he already encountered the boss? Usually this monster is destroyed at the hospital exit. Kyungbok thought that the monster couldn't see him, but was reacting to the sound. The guy thought, if he tries to go further, the alarm will go off. He had to trick the monster somehow. Kyungbok aimed his pistol at the taut rope. The spectators wondered what the player was going to do. A shot rang out and the rope snapped. The monster rushed toward the sound. Kyungbok crouched down and the creature rushed past him. The young man realized that the boss really did react to noise. Thanks to the card he had received from the police officer, the door was unlocked. The protagonist entered the next room. The young man thought it was difficult, but he made it. Kyungbok took a few steps forward, and the door behind him locked again. The monster remained on the other side. The player thought he had never been so happy to see a message about a lock. The magazine in the pistol was empty. He was out of bullets. He needed to find a new weapon. Kyungbok first thought it was a storage room. However, the room looked more like a locker room. Even the emergency lighting was working. The young man looked around carefully. It was empty. It seemed that someone had already taken everything useful. Our hero's attention was drawn to a covered locker. Kyungbok looked inside and saw that it was a police locker. There were weapons, special equipment, and uniforms. Kyungbok changed his clothes. In addition, our hero now had 2 pistols, 3 magazines with ammunition, and a flashlight. Kyungbok told the audience that he had been involved in sports since childhood. He needed it because of his strength. One of the viewers suggested a new mission: defeat the zombie swarm without using firearms. The reward was 1.5 million coins. Kyungbok, dressed as a police officer, returned to the boss's room. The monster was raging. The audience understood that this boss was difficult to defeat even with normal weapons. If you run out of bullets, it's better to start over. Our hero thought that without a firearm, he had only one option: to engage in hand-to-hand combat and defeat the boss that way. The audience wondered, what is this guy going to do? Doesn't he understand who he's dealing with? However, Kyungbok, despite everything, using only a police baton, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the monster boss. Our hero told his viewers that this mission was much more interesting and thanked them for it. The system reminded them that the audience's help would be disabled during the mission. The player would be able to see the chat once it was over. Kyungbok said that this boss was like a zombie to him. Only there were a lot of these zombies, a whole swarm of them. Our hero accepted the mission, even though he didn't know the conditions for victory. The audience assumed that this newbie was in for hell. It was because of quests like this that newbies ran away. Our hero had only a thirst for victory, and he went for it no matter what. Kyungbok thought he should aim for the head of this zombie Roy. One of the 12 heads would be the main and most vulnerable one. After studying the monster more closely, the young man found the most important face. Now he knew where to direct his attack. The right decision was made and the zombie swarm was destroyed. The task was completed. The mission was complete. Kyungbok looked at himself and thought he had ruined his new clothes. The audience was thrilled. The newbie had destroyed the boss. Was that really possible? This guy was incredibly lucky. Kyungbok said that with such an audience, streaming was much more fun. Our hero declared that he was always happy to take on new missions. Now it was time for him to go upstairs and figure out what to do next. Kyungbok went around the block staircase and went out into the first floor lobby. It's a good thing he already dealt with the monster boss. The young man left the room and went outside. The city was in ruins. Kyungbok said it was amazing. After our hero left the capsule, he met up with his partner. It was amazing. There were over 200 spectators. Byung-hun showed him some interesting information on his laptop. It was about the night community from the platform where he streamed. Kyungbok made it to the top 5 on the main page. Byung-hun said that the game community was going crazy. Subscribers were discussing the appearance of a new hidden path in Bark. Our hero realized where his hundreds of viewers had come from. Byung-hun added that he hadn't been playing games all this time like some people. Bong-hun showed his smartphone screen and said it was really impressive. The young man added that the game's developer had mentioned the newcomer. It turned out that they had been officially recognized. Kyungbok thought that he should come up with a proper nickname. Byung-hun agreed and made a list of candidates for nicknames. Now they had to choose one. Seeing one of the options, our hero said that this nickname would suit him. The player greeted the viewers and said that he was now Purple. Purple thanked everyone who came to the stream. The young man added that the chat was moving very fast and he couldn't read every message. The viewers should be understanding about this. The streamer said that just yesterday he didn't have a name, but today he was greeting everyone officially. The young man declared, "Streamer Purple greets everyone." The streamer noted that the channel name includes the words "perfect game," so they will try not to make any mistakes. The game Biohazard was launched and there were 10 seconds left before the start. Kyungbok said that he didn't pay attention because he ended the stream right away. But now everything feels different outside. A zombie crept up behind our hero. However, the young man reacted in time, grabbed the zombie by the arm, and threw him to the ground. Kyungbok heard someone behind him say that this guy was clearly not a zombie. He turned his head slightly and saw an armed girl standing behind him. She pointed a gun at him. The spectators were surprised. Had Sandra really appeared like this? She was supposed to save the player from the zombie, but Purple had simply thrown the zombie over his shoulder. The guy had no sense of the game. The young people looked into each other's eyes. Sandra said she had been warned that all the local police had been killed. The girl asked our hero his name. The young man introduced himself. Sandra also gave her name, without lowering her gun. She asked if the young man was injured. Had he been bitten by a zombie? Kyungbok raised his hands and said he was fine. Sandra could check for herself. Viewers noted that Sandra was smiling. Definitely a good sign. The girl said that there was a camp with other survivors nearby. Kyungbok's strength would be useful to them. Sandra asked if the young man was ready to join them. The audience was surprised. Would he take another hidden path? Was the newcomer so perfect that Sandra trusted him right away? Kyungbok thought that he was faced with a choice about how the plot would unfold. Our hero replied that he had nowhere else to go and accepted her offer. Sandra said she was glad to hear that, because even one person matters. The girl added that Kyungbok should follow her. A sound was heard nearby. Sandra said that they were back and added that they needed to hide. People in protective suits and gas masks appeared. One of them asked his colleague if he was sure there were no more survivors here. An armed man kicked a zombie's body and said that they were lying everywhere. They needed to find survivors quickly for test samples. Sandra, hiding in a shelter, said that these people were very close. Kyungbok asked who they were. The girl replied that they had an emblem on their shoulders. They were mercenaries from Rajonary Farm. The protagonist was surprised. Were they really people from a pharmaceutical company? The girl noted that they needed people for experiments. They were obviously connected to this incident. Sandra said that, fortunately, they had not been noticed. But why had the mercenaries come here? The girl said they should return to the camp immediately and warn the others. The young people arrived at the camp. The residents were delighted to see Sandra return and that she was unharmed. Was it dangerous outside? Was she hurt? The girl said she had brought medicine that was in short supply. The people asked Sandra who the guy who came with her was. Was he really a police officer? Did that mean there were still police officers alive outside? Sandra replied that she would tell them all the details later. Right now, she needed to meet with Logan. Sandra entered the office. Logan was there, also wearing a police uniform. He was glad that the girl was okay and reported that everything was calm at the camp. Sandra said she wanted to introduce someone. Our hero entered the office. Logan was a little taken aback when he saw the police officer in front of him. Kyungbok thought, could this really be a real officer? Sandra said that Logan was wrong to claim that all the police officers had been killed. Logan didn't know what to do with this guest. However, he said aloud that he was glad to see a police officer. He added that the young man's face looked familiar. Perhaps they had met somewhere before. Our hero realized that this was not an officer, but an imposter. Kyungbok was faced with a question. Did he want to reveal Logan's identity? The audience hoped that the rookie would answer in the affirmative. Kyungbok wanted to choose an option that did not correspond to the main path. He looked at the police badge pinned to Logan's chest. Logan asked what the young man was doing. Our hero replied that something was bothering him. What bothered him most was the badge. Kyungbok added that their badges were different. He took a list out of his inside pocket and said that Sandra should check it herself rather than take his word for it. Kyungbok informed her that Logan Myers was listed as wanted on the list and had been convicted of fraud 8 times. Logan was frightened and told Sandra that it wasn't what she thought. The criminal reached for the gun on the table. Kyungbok was quicker and pressed the gun against Logan's chin. Our hero told him not to move. Sandra called Logan a shameless scoundrel and kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying backward. The girl was aggressive, and the beating of the villain continued. Sandra couldn't calm down. How dare this scoundrel deceive them? She was ready to destroy the traitor herself. Our hero told the audience that it was best not to mess with this girl. The audience noted that the newcomer had even turned pale. The camp residents were also outraged. How dare Logan deceive them? He had been saying all along that he was trying to contact the rescue team, but it was a lie. He had turned the camp into his own personal kingdom. Sandra tied Logan to a chair and dragged him behind her. Logan claimed that he had a working radio that could help them escape. Sandra placed the chair with Logan on the edge of the roof and said that it was because of him that they were isolated. The people demanded justice and said that Logan should be punished to the full extent of the law. Sandra let go of the edge of the rope, and the chair with Logan fell from the roof. The girl restored justice. She added that Logan would become dog food. The zombie dogs were already waiting for their prey below. Kyungbok asked Sandra what her plans were. The girl asked our hero if he was really an officer. Sandra was confused and said she didn't know what to do. Logan, as it turned out, was a real crook and had betrayed them. Could he really have done that? Sandra didn't know what would happen to them. Food was running out. Would the police officer help them? It was too dangerous to stay there, especially after the Rajanri farm had appeared. Sandra decided that they had to leave the city without asking anyone for help, on their own. The girl said she planned to find a safe place and wait for a signal on the police radio. That was her strategic mistake, and now the situation had turned out terribly. Kyungbok said that this was a game story. He thought that Sandra was an important character and that it would be better to treat her gently. Our hero approached the girl and said he would definitely help her. The girl thanked him and turned away embarrassed. She added that they could be in danger if they didn't decide where to go. Sandra said it would be better to ask the military for help. They should do something if they get information about survivors. Kyungbok asked how they would do that. Sandra replied that there was no communication, so they would have to go themselves. The girl added that after the outbreak of zombies, the first and last safe zone had been created in the outlet. Kyungbok agreed that it was a good option. He suggested going through the subway tunnel as it was less risky. The girl admitted that this guy was smarter than he seemed at first glance. Sandra pressed herself against her companion and thanked him. It was important to her that he was there. The young man looked at Sandra in surprise. The girl expressed her hope that these feelings were mutual. The next moment, Sandra pushed our hero onto the bed in the room. Kyungbok was surprised. Why so suddenly? Was this also part of the story? A moment later, Sandra was already on top of him, sitting on the lying Kyungbok. The young man told her not to rush, but it was too late. Sandra kissed him. Kyungbok wondered why he couldn't move. Was this really how it was supposed to be? He thought it was like a sex scene. Was there something like that in this game? Morning came. The young man thought long and hard about whether he should do it. It was good that everything happened in the dark. The guy was still lying in bed. Sandra was already dressed and sitting at the table with a cup of coffee in her hand. The girl said that Kyungbok was very cute when he slept. She got up, headed for the exit, and said she would wait for Kyungbok in the hall. Left alone, our hero checked the chat. Why did everyone write that his equipment was terrible? Viewers suggested he go hunting before moving on. The door to the next room opened, and a child entered the room with a toy in his hands. Kyungbok greeted the child and asked what had happened. He asked what the boy had brought. The child gave the young man a coin. The boy said he didn't know who the coin belonged to, so he decided to give it to the police officer. Kyungbok said the boy was a good kid. Viewers wrote that the actor should have received the coin according to Logan's script. The young man asked if it was a lottery coin. It seems there was a slot machine in the lobby. Byung-hoon, who was watching the stream, was surprised. Why was there a slot machine here? Random box machine is a slot-type gacha that appears in the early stages. The game is difficult, so the chances of winning are terrible. Byung-hoon remembered how he once tried spinning it about 30 times. It was a nightmare. All he got were healing potions. He shouted that this cruel machine was laughing at him. There are about 50 streamers in the gambling community. Among them, Anatomy became a legend. He got a golden shotgun after 40,000 attempts. It's definitely a ridiculous lottery, a waste of time. However, now Kyungbok can play on this machine. Our hero wondered what the best weapon was. After all, it's a golden shotgun, right? He decided to choose it. Kyungbok grabbed the lever of the slot machine and said he was starting. The protagonist experienced a strange sensation. He felt as if he had become more sensitive. However, the sensations kept changing. Soft silk, burning, pain. It all depended on the rotation of the machine. Our hero decided to choose the most pleasant sensation. Kyungbok thought that the time had come and let go of the lever. The machine showed 3 sevens. The prize appeared on the screen. The audience decided that it would be a healing potion. However, what was in the box surprised everyone. The audience said that another legend had been born. Our hero was holding a golden shotgun in his hands. Could this have happened on the first try? He won it right on the air. The protagonist received a legendary item, a golden shotgun. It reduces recoil and has semi-automatic firing. Kyungbok said that the shotgun was even better than he had imagined. The young man said it was time to go to the subway and have some fun. Sandra was already waiting for him in the lobby. On their way to the subway, the young people encountered several monsters. Kyungbok said that they wouldn't need the golden shotgun this time. Pistols would suffice. The monsters were attacked. Thanks to Sandra's support, the mission was completed and Arachne was defeated. The spectators said that these guys were scarier than zombies. How did he manage without a shotgun? The young people continued on their way to their destination. After a while, Kyungbok said they had arrived. In front of them stood a huge building with the word outlet written on it. He was surprised. Shouldn't this place be under military control? Why did their uniforms have Regenry Farm written on them? Why were these mercenaries here? Viewers speculated that the entire plot had taken a hidden turn. After our hero got out of the capsule, his friends said that they needed to upload everything to the channel immediately. Kyungbok was surprised not even a day had passed, and Byung-hoon had already posted all the clips. Byung-hoon admitted that there were many stream viewers, but clips were watched more often. Kyungbok was the first to find the hidden path, but someone else could record and upload the walkthrough to YouTube. In that case, it would be a serious loss. Our hero realized that being first was an impressive achievement. Viewers noted that Purple now has his own YouTube channel. Those who haven't seen the stream can go to his channel and watch the recording. Sometimes internet users are faster than the speed of light. The YouTube channel was instantly flooded with people. The most popular video was the cutscene with Sandra. Rumors spread and comments flooded in from foreigners. The most popular video among foreigners was getting the golden shotgun. The well-known Anatomy commented on the video, which brought even more popularity. The channel already had over 100,000 subscribers. Is such rapid growth even possible? The storm that had begun to brew started to get out of control. Purple thanked his subscribers for their donations. He couldn't believe he had so many fans. Thanks to their support, he would achieve a lot. The young man said he had another announcement. Starting today, a chat management bot would be activated. Freedom of speech is good, but it doesn't hurt to prevent certain problems. According to the rules, 3 complaints and a subscriber would be banned. Now everyone should keep that in mind. Purple said he was ready to start and began to immerse himself in the game. Mercenaries were still combing the area in search of people. Kyungbok suggested that Regenry Farm was deceiving the government. Sandra was surprised. Did they live off food? Was there another way? The girl, peeking out from behind cover, said they had to understand what was going on. The protagonist, with pistols in his hands, said he would have to go through them. Sandra noted that firearms should not be used. If they made noise, they would be in trouble. She said she would deal with them quietly herself. Army knives appeared in her hands. The mercenaries saw a drink can roll out from behind the corner of the building. One of the armed men said that the area was under the jurisdiction of the 5th Squad and unauthorized entry was prohibited. Sandra suddenly jumped out from around the corner and deactivated the mercenaries. She dragged the defeated enemies to the wall and said that this was how she overcame difficulties. 3 more mercenaries appeared ahead in the square. Sandra, daggers in hand, headed toward them. One of the mercenaries saw the unidentified person and tried to send a message to the central pavilion via radio. Kyung-bok crept up behind the mercenary and grabbed him by the head. He asked where the man had gotten the military knife. Our hero moved very quickly and did not allow the villain to open fire or raise the alarm. Kyung-bok decided not to make any noise and to act like Sandra. With a dagger in his hand, he deactivated the armed mercenaries. Sandra provided support and threw a knife at the enemy who was about to attack Kyung-bok from behind. The enemy was neutralized. Kyung-bok looked back and saw the fallen enemy. He realized that it was Sandra's doing. The young man looked at the girl and thanked her with a nod. The young people dealt with the mercenaries and continued on their way. A drone circled above them. The drone descended lower and asked if they were from the Foxtown Police Department. Kyung-bok thought it would be best to pretend to be police officers. He asked aloud what was going on. Those watching through the drone replied that Foxtown was under quarantine. Was the officer really unaware of this? Kyung-bok replied that there were survivors left in the city, so they were conducting a rescue operation. The drone reported that the infected area was not under their control. Control had been handed over to Rejanri Farm. Sandra angrily claimed that the company was kidnapping survivors to use them as test subjects. The drone responded that this was a lie. They were informed that all the city's residents were infected and that the military was doing everything possible to contain the situation. Sandra asked if they were really going to let the infected die. The drone reported that areas with high infection rates were under quarantine and that a vaccine was already being developed by Rejanri Farm. Sandra said that it was all a hoax and that a pharmaceutical corporation was behind it. The drone asked if there was any proof. Given the circumstances, these people couldn't be trusted. They also couldn't be allowed to enter the infected zone. Sandra asked if the military really wanted them to just leave and die. Our hero received a new assignment: to expose Rejanri Farm's illegal activities. Sandra was upset. They had returned empty-handed. What would she tell the others? Kyung-bok said that the girl had done everything she could. They had to try to find another way. The girl came up with an idea and said they needed to hurry. When the young people returned to the camp, there was no one there. Inside the building, Sandra found a stuffed toy that belonged to a child. Nearby, the girl discovered the bodies of her fallen comrades. Sandra burst into tears and repeated that this should not have happened. The audience said it was terrible. There were some noises and the young people looked in that direction. The audience hoped that at least someone had survived. Kyung-bok said he could sense a negative aura. It wasn't a survivor. It was someone more dangerous than any monster. The audience saw a Hulk in the back of the room. It looked like a spectacular fight was about to begin. This giant was the final boss from the original story. He had no weaknesses and regenerated quickly. The monster asked if they liked his gift. The audience wondered, is he intelligent? Sandra asked in fear, is that Logan? The audience wondered where he had come from. The monster wondered why the two were looking at him like that. Was something wrong? The monster said that in exchange for redemption, he had given them the stones that people cherish so much. But these insignificant creatures dared to oppose him, so he had to destroy them. The giant and Logan merged, creating a giant Logan. Kyung-bok said that this was too much. Even though it was just a game, hadn't this monster crossed all boundaries? Logan said he could imagine how they were writhing in pain and wanted to kill them quickly, like little bugs. The villain began to destroy everything around him. Sandra screamed that the ceiling was collapsing and it was too dangerous to stay there. Kyung-bok knew that this boss was quite cruel. Mesty's squad proposed a joint mission to destroy Logan by any means necessary. Purple did not respond to the challenge. During this time, the threat to the cities only grew. The young man thanked the audience for their support. Our hero noted that he had wanted to deal with this villain for a long time. The young man corrected himself and said that this giant Logan deserved revenge. Purple accepted the assignment. Sandra, having moved to a safe place, said that even the truth had collapsed. Everything here was covered with stones, and they couldn't get out now. The girl saw that the wounds on the monster's body were healing. Logan was regenerating. The giant laughed and said that this form of existence was simply incredible. He promised to save Sandra for dessert. The girl should wait for him. Kyung-bok held a dagger and a shotgun in his hands, but said that weapons would most likely be useless against this giant. The audience admired the golden shotgun in the hero's hands. Without letting go of his weapons, our hero rushed at the monster and said that his actions would be his answer. The audience was surprised when they saw Purple stab the monster's muscles with a knife. It seemed that he was aiming for the tendons, as they are the giant's weak spot. However, does this make sense if the monster has rapid regeneration? Kyung-bok thought that the monster's blood would stop flowing quickly, but that it would take longer to fully recover. Our hero decided to test how long Logan could hold out. The young man thought that the giant Logan was a fusion with a human, and the tendon area connecting the muscles was indeed his weak spot. The audience gave our hero advice on how to best attack the monster. Logan was recovering, but his opponent was striking him faster than he could regenerate. Kyung-bok thought he was right. Bullets prevent tendons from healing. The monster told the man not to get cocky. Without a gun, he was nothing. The real fight was just beginning. The villain lunged at the hero. Kyung-bok continued to dodge the monster's attacks, while not forgetting to counterattack with shots and knife strikes. Logan couldn't recover in time. Having lost a lot of strength, he stopped and fell to his knees. Kyung-bok said he wanted to see if the monster could die from excessive blood loss. The young man aimed the golden shotgun at his opponent. A shot rang out. Shots followed one after another. The cartridge cases fell like raindrops. The number of holes in the monster's body increased. The bullets got stuck and remained inside. Logan was furious. He couldn't recover in time. Someone in the audience said that Purple could now earn a living as a taxidermist. The monster screamed that it couldn't end like this. The spectators noticed that Logan had entered the second phase. The monster was preparing to deliver a critical blow. Under the impact of the shockwave, the hero was thrown far back, but he managed to fire a few more decisive shots at the monster. The mission was accomplished. The giant Logan was defeated. Purple thanked the audience for their support. He said that it was thanks to them that he was able to defeat the monster. The audience agreed that it was an incredible battle. Everything around them began to collapse. Kyung-bok remembered Sandra and rushed to her. The girl was sitting on the floor with rocks falling around her. Our hero rushed to Sandra and managed to carry her to safety. Kyung-bok held the girl and helped her get up and out of the half-destroyed building. The hero's hand was bleeding. The protagonist thought that there was something behind the hotel building. Since Logan had conspired with Reganry Farm, they had probably tracked the monster. Sandra's gaze clouded over. Kyung-bok asked the girl what was wrong. Sandra pushed the young man away and asked who he was. Kyung-bok was surprised by her question. What happened? The girl pointed to the wound on his arm. Sandra asked what kind of wound it was. The audience was surprised. Why was it healing so quickly? Why did he have such regeneration abilities? Sandra asked if Kyung-bok was the same kind of monster as Logan. The girl asked, is Kyung-bok even human? Purple thought that maybe this player really wasn't human. It seemed like content that wasn't in the main storyline. The hero hadn't even considered that the protagonist might not be human. Sandra pointed the gun at the young man and said he had to explain himself immediately. The hero received a new task in which he had to convince Sandra. Kyung-bok said he was ready to tell the girl everything he knew and explain without lying. The guy noted that he himself didn't know who he was. The only thing he was sure of was that he felt the same way Sandra did. Kyung-bok approached the girl and pointed the gun she was holding at his head. The audience was shocked. Sandra was confused and even apologized. The girl lowered the gun. The protagonist grabbed her by the neck and pulled her toward him. Our hero asked the girl to trust him one more time. Tears welled up in Sandra's eyes. The system reported that the hero had successfully convinced Sandra. The next chapter began. The audience was surprised. Was it really that simple? The hero was given a choice. Escape with Sandra to Foxtown or eliminate Reganry Farm. The path was chosen. Distrust does not disappear so quickly. Kyung-bok helped the girl and bandaged her wounded leg. To continue their journey together, they would have to overcome what had happened. The mistrust grew even stronger because of one detail. The young man still had the guns in his hands. The reason they must survive this terrible reality is to take down the pharmaceutical company, Reganry Farm. It must pay for all its crimes. Our heroes set off on their bikes to the location of their next mission. The audience wanted them to make the villains regret what they had done. The time for revenge had come. It was high time to tear them to pieces. Helicopters were circling around the building where the pharmaceutical company's headquarters were located. The girl said that they had eyes and ears everywhere. Kyung-bok noted that even the entrance to the building was well guarded. A face-to-face encounter with them did not bode well. Sandra noticed that Purple's radio on his belt had become active. A signal appeared. A woman's voice asked if anyone could hear her. "Do you read me?" Our hero asked who was on the line. The woman said it was a relief to be heard. She was worried and didn't think she would be able to contact anyone. She introduced herself as Jessica, a research assistant at Reganry Farm. She asked if she was speaking to a police officer. Sandra asked what information Jessica had. Jessica said she was going to expose her company. Jessica added that she had been gathering evidence of their crimes and documenting everything carefully. Although the police had lost their power, she continued to send radio signals. She needed help. Jessica still believed that the police could save her. Purple asked what kind of help she needed. Jessica wanted to pass the data on to the military, but she couldn't do it alone. The young man asked how he could get this top-secret information. Purple added that he couldn't get inside the building. Jessica said that the building was connected to the sewer system. The young man thought that was to be expected. The girl added that the place was hidden from outsiders. There would be no one there except special personnel. Will our hero follow his mysterious companion into the building? Purple must make a choice. The audience heard the clapping that always preceded the end of the broadcast. Purple shouldn't have done that to them. The game was paused, movement restricted. Kyung-bok said that today had been fun and that there had been many shocking events. The young man added that the vote would be posted on the main page of his channel. He thanked the viewers for participating and suggested they meet again on the next stream. Viewers noted that it was a typical ending. Why does Purple abandon them like that? However, today's stream was incredibly cool. Purple ended the live broadcast. Delta Naya, the main gaming streamer, greeted his kittens. He asked if it was too hot outside today. The video from the donation started loading. The streamer assumed that it wasn't banned content. Otherwise, he would have condemned it in advance. But Sandra was also in the uploaded video. The streamer said that she was very cool and that he wanted to scream when he saw her. In the video, Sandra was kissing a police officer and hugging him. Deltania was surprised. When did Sandra become like this? What really happened? The streamer looked at the young man who was with Sandra and thought that this guy had the best results of anyone he had ever seen. He decided to check YouTube. Incognito mode was enabled. Deltania watched the video featuring this hero closely. It was incredible. The streamer was particularly impressed by the video preview. The streamer said that this newcomer would still be an easy target for cyberbullies. That's what happens to everyone who rises to the top quickly. Would he be able to handle it? Kyungbok approached Byung-hoon and asked in surprise if he could really sleep at this hour. What was going on so early in the morning? His tired friend replied that he needed more coffee. Byung-hoon drank the refreshing beverage, came to his senses and said he would show him why. He pointed to the laptop screen. Kyungbok looked closely and said, "That's our video." Byung-hoon said that cyber saboteurs were hunting them. Cyber vandals are people who quickly spread information on the internet. They are also content creators who increase views using clips. This is done not only by stealing other people's content, but also by creating clickbait videos with rumors. Byung-hoon said that they should have gotten permission and discussed the details first. There are rules, after all. A compromise must be found. Kyungbok asked if they could report the cyberbullies. Byung-hoon replied that that was exactly what he wanted to do. The copyright for game videos belongs to the developers, so it will be difficult to do anything. Byung-hoon said that someone had decided to contact them. Kyungbok asked who he was talking about. His friend replied that this was the first time something like this had happened in the streaming community. An official offer had been made by the game's developers. Our hero greeted the viewers. Someone noted his trademark smile. Purple said he had an important announcement to make today. The young man announced that Gap would be sponsoring the stream. Purple, as always, thanked the viewers for their support and interest. He said that before starting the game, he wanted to explain something. A few days ago, a business meeting was held at a Gap cafe. One of the young people, although he worked in the sales department, found it a little strange to negotiate details at such a meeting. The girls said that their first key request was multilingual subtitles for all game videos. The young man agreed that this was beneficial for everyone. Foreign viewers would definitely appreciate it. The woman said that the next question was about explaining Easter eggs. They would like the Easter eggs to be revealed as the game progresses. She added that the final gameplay was significantly different from what was in the project. For example, Giant Logan was not supposed to die. During the game, the player was supposed to dodge Logan's attacks and escape by using the collapse of the building to their advantage. Some bosses were designed with the expectation that players would be able to survive by dodging attacks and avoiding direct combat with them. The possibility of defeating them was considered. But according to the results, the probability of players discovering the secret route is 5%. The chance of defeating such bosses is less than 1%, which means it is practically impossible. Byung-hoon said that the main character managed to do it after all. Kyung-bok remarked that it wasn't that difficult. There's no need to overestimate him. The girls said that since there are hidden runes like this, they asked for details to be explained during live streams to prevent any misunderstandings. As for the walkthrough, it was a suggested strategy. Purple said that in the end, following hidden runes is not the only strategy for completing the game. This happens extremely rarely. If you want to complete the game, you have to defeat the bosses. It was also noted that his walkthrough shortened some segments of the game. He added that now you can enjoy the game however you want. The young man added that if viewers try it themselves, they will see that it is not that difficult. The viewers couldn't believe that it was really that easy. Was Purple telling the truth? Would they have to be reborn to find out? Purple added that he had another message. Byung-hoon said during the negotiations that it sounded quite tempting and the terms were attractive, with no unusual conditions in the contract. What did Kyung-bok think about this? Kyung-bok thought that there was nothing wrong with it and that it wasn't worth thinking about for too long. If there were any problems, they would have been obvious right away. Still, something was holding our hero back from making a final decision. Kyung-bok asked if he could request one more condition. The company representatives replied that they were willing to discuss it. The girl said they would add this condition as a special offer. Purple told viewers that he did not approve of the use of excerpts from his streams and other people's videos. From now on, all of his videos would be classified as supported by the developers. Unauthorized use of his video material would result in a fine, so viewers should be careful. It could hurt their wallet and reputation. With that, the streamer's speech was over. Purple said he was starting the game. The young man was curious to see the results of the poll that had been launched last time. Sandra's fans made up 89% of the vote. This means that the heroes will go and deal with Reganry Farm. Our hero said that this way, they would be able to obtain evidence of illegal activity. This decision will affect the outcome of the game. Sandra said that Jessica is also an employee of Reganry Farm. Maybe it's a trap. Purple asked. Then why did Jessica contact them via police radio? He doesn't trust her, but wants to find out more. Our hero said that Jessica might be connected to the company somehow. If they contact her, they'll find out more. Sandra said she agreed and trusted Purple in his decision. Our heroes began to make their way to the building through the sewer system. Viewers assumed that the heroes would not be able to get through unnoticed. The young man admitted that the smell from the sewer wasn't very strong, but it was still unpleasant. The young people became alert. They heard a suspicious noise. What could it be? Purple said that there was something there. The young man said that something was coming toward them and that they needed to run to the left. Viewers noted that it was a quick decision. Something was chasing our heroes. Only red glowing dots were visible in the darkness. The distance was closing, and the young people saw predatory animals approaching. What kind of monsters were they? Were they rats? Purple opened fire with his pistols. The young man was surprised. Had the game's difficulty changed? The audience thought, if the game makes you feel such emotions, then it must have been well designed. Purple continued shooting, and the bullets hit their targets. Many rats were destroyed, but it wasn't over yet. These animals were everywhere. Someone in the audience said that it wasn't worth killing the rats, that they should just run away from them. Our hero had no intention of running away. He said that in that case, the enemies should have been made stronger. Red eyes in the darkness, writhing shadows, quick footsteps, a nauseating stench. All of this could be felt thanks to heightened senses. The spectators assumed that this player would be able to cope and destroy all the rats. In addition to the 5 basic senses, there is a 6th sense that scans everything around you. Viewers assumed that the firing rate had increased and that this player had instant reactions. The next moment, the rats turned and rushed toward Sandra. Purple realized that they had chosen a different target. Our hero rushed to the girl's aid. However, in the original storyline, Sandra died. Purple stood between the girl and the rats and, taking a dagger in one hand, continued to destroy them. Viewers noted that Sandra almost died. Purple was very fast. The girl was frightened. She had a scratch on her arm. How could this have happened? Viewers suggested that one of the rats had gotten close to Sandra. One of the spectators suggested that this would not affect the course of the game. The young man thought that in that case, Sandra would have been infected anyway. The girl suggested that her companions split up. A new task appeared. heal Sandra and convince her to join the hero. Purple said that Regenery Farm would help them and suggested they continue working together. Sandra joined our hero. Purple told the viewers that even though the stream was sponsored, he would still do things his own way. The young man had a dagger in his hands again. Our heroes reached the area Jessica had mentioned. Now they had to climb up and get out of the sewer. Sandra said she would go first. She had nothing to fear now. Sandra said that as soon as her footsteps faded, the others could follow her. After a while, the young man followed her up the stairs. Purple climbed out of the open sewer hatch onto the surface. The audience assumed that it was a trap. Perhaps Jessica had already been captured. Purple saw Sandra knock the girl down, press her knee on her, and put a gun to the back of her head. Sandra asked what Jessica would say about the rat. After all, those rats had attacked them. Jessica had to surrender or face the consequences. Jessica replied that she didn't understand what zombie rats they were talking about. Sandra decided that Jessica was mocking them. After all, they had almost died in the sewers. Viewers noted that this behavior was typical of Sandra. Jessica said she had all the results of the failed experiments. If the radio conversation was fake, why would she have come here? Jessica suggested that the rats might have mutated from improperly disposed of laboratory waste that they had eaten. She didn't know there were such monsters in the sewers. Sandra let Jessica go. It seemed that Jessica couldn't hurt them. Jessica thanked them for their trust. With tears in her eyes, Jessica said that they could have just asked her nicely from the start. Why so much aggression? Purple felt that being here was even more unpleasant than being in the location with Logan. Our hero sensed a huge amount of negative energy in the room. Purple assumed that this was because test subjects were being destroyed here. The girl said she wanted to introduce herself despite the awkward start. Her name was Jessica, and she was a researcher at Regenery Farm. Sandra replied that the situation was urgent, so without going into unnecessary details, she was interested in the documents. Jessica handed over a flash drive and said that it contained documents from an informant that needed to be handed over. The files contained information about illegal experiments conducted by the pharmaceutical company, as well as building layouts and operating plans. There was information about experiments involving zombies. Jessica said that the documents had to be taken to the director's office on the top floor. That was the only way to contact anyone outside. Sandra asked why Jessica couldn't handle it herself. Jessica asked her to listen to her first. The entire building is guarded by armed men around the clock. The director's office is the most heavily guarded room. It's impossible to get in there just like that. Sandra asked why Jessica was so sure they could do it. The girl replied that she could get into the control room and temporarily disable the security system. She had an idea how to deal with the mercenaries. She would keep in touch via the radio. Jessica said that to get to the top floor, they had to take a separate staircase, where there was a hidden passageway leading to the top floor. Our hero pulled out a knife. Jessica was frightened and asked what the policeman was going to do. Purple said he had 2 questions for the girl and showed her his hand. Jessica said that the wound was healing quickly, but she had never seen such a bright light. When did this start happening? Could a human really regenerate that quickly? Had he taken any restorative medication? Maybe he had been bitten by a zombie? Sandra told Jessica not to get so close to the police officer. Jessica waved her hand and said she was talking. Purple asked Sandra not to get worked up. Everything was fine. Jessica told the cop to freeze. The girl asked what was wrong with the young man's memory. Were his memories vague? Purple confirmed that he had no memory of what happened before he woke up. How did Jessica know that? Jessica said she had finally found him and immediately apologized. When she was absorbed in something, she didn't notice what was going on around her. The young man asked Jessica what she knew about it and what had been done to him. Jessica replied that it was about elixir, a treatment method being researched by Regenery Farm. This treatment strengthens the body and maximizes regeneration. It can cure any injury and even grant eternal life. The pharmaceutical company believes that this is the ideal means of creating the perfect human being. Jessica said that the young man had been the subject of clinical trials for elixir, but he was experiencing side effects. But even so, he should be happy. The situation has changed dramatically. Jessica said they needed to go up to the top floor to the research and development lab. Thanks to this guy, they would be able to improve the elixir and fix everything, which meant that the crisis could be ended right now. Sandra said she wouldn't let this man become part of a crazy experiment. She told Purple not to get involved with this girl. Their job was to transfer the data. Jessica said that everything happening in the world would stop as soon as the elixir was developed. After all, it was the vaccine. Suddenly, the alarm went off. An emergency had been declared. The test subject had escaped, and all personnel in the building had to evacuate immediately. The research wing was quarantined. Purple said he had a bad feeling about this. Overlord has escaped. How could this happen? Our hero said that this monster looks very cool. Could it be some kind of popular character? Information about a hidden quest has appeared. You must defeat Overlord. Purple saw that the reward for completing this task would be unlocking a hidden ending. Jessica urged the officer to trust her. It's better to escape with the vaccine than to file a report. Sandra said that the escape test subject came here. Is this part of Jessica's plan? Purple said that they had already gone too far, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of this opportunity. Purple suggested that the girls use a secret passage to get to the surface, where they would be safe. Sandra said she wouldn't leave him alone. She asked him to listen to her. It was the best possible solution. Purple said she would deal with the monster and come back, and then they would decide what to do next. The protagonist began to carry out the hidden task. Purple declared that it was time to get the hidden final reward. Before the capsules appeared in the console version of Biohazard, there was a character who was the final boss for many generations of the game. This boss was Overlord. Overlord is a perfect biological weapon created through countless experiments. He is the main villain who, according to the story, opposes the main character, Ryan Kim. He is also the king of zombies. Throughout the series, he appears in various forms, earning the respect of experienced players and becoming a historically popular boss. Viewers decided that this was the final boss after the upgrade. The return of the Overlord. Previous bosses didn't even come close to him. Purple entered the fray. Viewers recognized that this boss's power was growing and that it would be impossible to defeat him with just a pistol. A huge sword appeared in the Overlord's hand, which he swung through the air, trying to reach his opponent. However, our hero's reaction was lightning fast. The audience hoped that Purple would be able to win. The policeman took out his pistol and fired a targeted shot, hitting his opponent in the head. The bullet went right through. However, this did not help the protagonist. Despite the fact that he was facing a zombie, its head regenerated very quickly. The Overlord was very fast, so Purple was forced to dodge his opponent's attacks all the time. This left him with little room to maneuver. It was necessary to find the Overlord's weak spot. The audience said that the final boss wouldn't be called that if he could be defeated with a pistol and a shotgun. Purple thought that this time his opponent had figured out the bullet's trajectory and let it pass through. It was incredible. He used his transformation in such a way. This monster was going to be a tough nut to crack. Our hero decided that the only way to defeat this monster was to exploit its weak points. The problem was that the weak spot was hidden under the straps. To deal with the Overlord, he needed a special item. The monster reached forward and was about to grab his annoying opponent. The audience noted that the main character's physical abilities were impressive, but his mind was even better. Our hero jumped aside and thought that he had to deal with the straps on the monster's body first. Purple continued to dodge his opponent's attacks. The audience was puzzled. How would he deal with the straps? He needed another weapon. The protagonist chose his target and prepared to fire. A targeted shot from the pistol was fired at the same spot. The Overlord was unharmed, but the target was hit. The audience noted that Purple had hit the monster's weak spot. He had broken the buckle holding the belt on its shoulder. The audience emphasized that it was a well-aimed shot. The belts fell to the monster's feet, exposing its most vulnerable spot. Purple said that there was no need for items to increase speed or damage. This boss wasn't that tough. Purple fired several shots from his pistol at the part of the monster's chest that was exposed after the strap fell off. Our hero thought that this monster was only getting stronger and that it was impossible to destroy it. Was the second phase beginning? Strange transformations began, changing the monster's appearance. The Overlord rose to his feet with newfound strength, now much larger in size. Our hero thought that he was in for a rough time, but continued firing his shotgun. Spectators couldn't understand how the hero would be able to defeat this boss. Bullets weren't working on him. Our hero continued to dodge his opponent's attacks and fire continuously at his weak spot. Purple thought he had shot his opponent in the arm, but the damage didn't register. He needed to aim more carefully at the chest. The young man responded to the viewers' comments in the chat, saying that in this case, there was no point in farming items. Purple moved closer and fired a shot at the Overlord's chest at point-blank range. The Overlord grabbed his chest, leaned forward, but remained standing. The viewers noted that this monster was too strong. The protagonist remarked that if the spectators watched his actions closely, they would understand why he wasn't going to farm items. Our hero ran to the side, dodging the monster's attack, but continued to fire aimed shots at the Overlord's body. The young man thought that the pistol was meant to buy time. His goal was higher. Jessica talked about the animals that were used in the experiments. It was strange that there were no processing devices here. If he was right, it was a liquid that washed away and restored the monster. It had to be used. Our hero asked his modified opponent, "Isn't it harder to wield a hook than a hand now? So we just have to hold on." Purple continued to shoot. After another bullet hit his chest, the Overlord couldn't stay on his feet and stumbled backward. Our hero approached the monster sitting on the ground and aimed his shotgun at him. Purple fired another shot. The battle was taking place in the very place where the pharmaceutical company disposed of the unfortunate consequences of its experiments. The reason there were no special devices here was that they were disposed of after dissolution. A solution dripped onto the Overlord, dissolving his body. Our hero acted wisely. Looking at the monster, the young man thought that it was still regenerating. I wonder how long it can hold out. The Overlord tried to get up with his last ounce of strength. This action was most likely instinctive. Purple fired another shot at point-blank range. The bullet hit a vulnerable spot. The hidden quest was completed, and the Overlord was defeated. As a result, the hidden ending was unlocked. The audience acknowledged that the biocrisis had been defeated. The player had surpassed himself. Purple said that it didn't matter now whether the experiment was illegal or not. Our hero decided to go through the closed passage and see the game's ending. The young man reached the top floor, where there was a research and development room. Did they really use the entire floor? Jessica rushed to the officer, wrapped her arms around him, and said she was very scared. Purple asked where Sandra was and what had happened to Jessica's appearance. Jessica said that Sandra had suddenly lost her mind, attacked her, and gone upstairs. Our hero had a bad feeling. This wasn't going to end well, just like in the control room. Purple asked what it all meant. Jessica said that Sandra had already turned into a zombie. The young man didn't believe her and said he had to see it with his own eyes. Jessica wondered why the officer didn't believe her. She herself had seen the transformation happen so suddenly for the first time. The virus had taken effect slowly, so there had been no certainty from the start. But that wound was definitely from a zombie bite. Our hero was surprised. Could Sandra really have been infected by a zombie rat bite? Jessica noticed that there was a way out. If the young man became part of the experiment, they would create an elixir and be able to save Sandra. Jessica asked the young man to think carefully. Our hero had to make a choice. Would he agree to the experiment? Purple didn't know if Jessica was telling the truth, so it was very difficult for them to make a decision. However, compared to last time, neither option seemed particularly sinister. In any case, a vaccine was needed to save Sandra. Our hero agreed to take part in the experiment. Jessica said that the young man had made the right decision. There was a hidden passage in the wall which Jessica unlocked. The chapter Elixir is complete. The game was paused. All actions and movements stopped. The young man thought that this chapter had ended very quickly. Our hero felt that he needed to do things his own way. He was simply confused, so he decided to put everything on hold. The audience was used to leaving at the end of the chapter, but today Purple wants to go all the way. He doesn't want to disappoint anyone who stayed with him at such a late hour. The protagonist wanted to share the fun and part on a happy note, wanting to experience that feeling again. Kyungbok said it would be even more fun that way. However, Byung-hoon is alone in his duties as editor and manager. Maybe they should do it as usual? Byung-hoon asked in the chat if Kyungbok could continue this time. He doesn't want to wait for the hidden ending. He wants everything to happen right now. Our hero laughed, surprised that this guy was his friend. Viewers noted that it was a killer's smile. Our hero understood that in any case, the next chapter would be the last. He said that instead of dragging it out, they could finish watching the ending and go rest. Purple said he was always grateful for the views and donations. The young man announced that the next chapter would be The Hidden Path. Jessica told the police officer to follow her. The young people arrived at a secret laboratory. Everything here was marked top secret. Large containers filled with liquids held secret samples that formed the basis of Reganry Farm. The antagonist looked tense and even frightened. Jessica said that these were the experiments that had partial genetic compatibility, leading to incomplete longevity. The girl added that the elixir was only effective for those with absolute genetic compatibility. For example, Logan and the Overlord were more advanced versions. Jessica noted that the young man was not the only test subject for the elixir. However, of all of them, The policeman was the only one with absolute genetic compatibility. At that moment, our hero was caught in the robot's embrace, and an electric shock struck him. After a while, Purple opened his eyes. Jessica said that he had woken up just in time. Everything was ready. Jessica thanked the young man for his assistance in improving humanity and his help in the future. Our hero was bound hand and foot and placed in an experimental device. Jessica said that once the elixir was created, Sandra would be saved. Now that they were doing this, she felt she had to explain everything. The elixir, which was supposed to be humanity's greatest vaccine, had only one side effect. It caused loss of mind and a desire for blood. This was an instinctive result of searching for the right genetic combination, which they did not have. To make the elixir safe for everyone, they needed a successful sample from which to extract the full compatibility factor. Taking advantage of the side effects, a large-scale clinical trial was conducted using a small amount of the elixir mixed with a placebo. In this case, only people with the ideal genetic factor would survive. Our hero understood how this happened. Didn't they care about the human sacrifices? Jessica said that in the end, they found the perfect specimen. The sacrifices were necessary for the good of humanity. The girl added that the young man's sacrifice would restore everything to the way it was, and humanity would make great progress. In that case, she would be welcomed. A shot rang out. Sandra appeared in the secret laboratory with a weapon in her hand. The next shot destroyed the chains that held our hero captive. After the first shot, Jessica, who had been wounded in the head, fell face down. The protagonist freed himself and asked what had happened. Sandra said she would explain everything on the way. Following his partner, our hero began to understand why everyone liked Sandra so much. Purple was back in his police uniform. The audience acknowledged that Sandra's help had been invaluable. However, our hero still had a bad feeling. He remembered Jessica lying on the floor. The young people approached the elevator, which went straight to the director's office. Sandra said that they would now go up to the roof of the building through the office. It was quite high, so it would take some time. Sandra explained that as soon as they reached the top floor, Jessica suddenly attacked her. Jessica thought she might prevent her from luring Purple. Sandra added that she stole the pass while fending off Jessica's attacks. The girl added that after that, she hid in the director's office. Sandra said that in the office she found this piece of newspaper clipping. The photo was of the director of Riganry Farm. Purple said that the woman reminded him of someone. Apparently Jessica was the director's daughter. Sandra grabbed her hand and turned away from the young man. Purple asked if she was okay. Sandra asked indignantly how Purple could agree to the experiment. They almost destroyed him. The young man replied that he had been told it was the only way to save Sandra. Purple suggested that regardless of his decision, it would have been impossible to obtain the vaccine. Sandra was glad that nothing bad had happened to the young man. The young people went up to the top floor and found themselves in the director's office. Purple said that the army had sent a helicopter to the roof. They needed to find other clues and get out of there. The girl said they needed evidence related to the elixir. The young man gathered a folder of documents and approached the main computer. It was interesting to see what information was stored there. There were documents on the table in front of the computer. What were they? These documents contained information about the main character of the game. Purple saw a photo of himself fighting monsters. Purple turned on the system. He had to enter a code to activate it. The login was password protected. The young man entered the secret word elixir, and access was granted. The audience was surprised that someone was able to activate this computer. However, all the folders on it were protected by a special password, except for one. The unprotected folder contained a video from a surveillance camera in the director's office. The video file even had sound. The subject matter was alarming, so the young man decided to send the USB file via a communication device. Preparations were made to transfer the data via the designated channel. The file transfer was complete. Our hero requested immediate assistance. The military responded that troops would soon be at the designated location. The young man sat down in a chair and said that it was all over. Sandra, Jessica, why so many victims? The young man noted that now everything would be as it was before. The audience noted that this was a standard ending to the game, but they had a bad feeling about it. The mercenaries entered the room and led the man's friends out in police uniforms. They reported that the sample had been saved. A woman's silhouette appeared from the smoke and said that the connection could now be switched back to the external channel. The woman approached and emerged from the smoke. She was wearing a mask. It was Jessica. She reported over the radio that the elixir was ready. With the flash drive in her hand, Jessica approached the computer and said that it annoyed her. It was an ancient machine. that automatically switched to the internal channel as soon as the device was connected, but she believed that this was what made the device secure. Jessica repeated that Reganry Farm's security measures were incredibly sophisticated. Jessica said that the police officer was to blame for trusting her. Purple understood what was happening in the original ending. He would have liked to experience it first. Our hero had no idea that the flash drive Jessica gave him was so dangerous. The protagonist stated that he needed to deliver the evidence himself. Purple suggested that they should be more careful with documents from now on. Our hero said that now they had everything they needed and could move forward. A helicopter appeared high in the sky. The audience noted that the military had arrived just in time. But what would happen to Sandra? After all, there was no vaccine. Our hero experienced strange feelings again. What was that? The feeling was stronger than when he met the Overlord. Could this be the final boss? A tall building nearby exploded. The epicenter was on the roof. A monster appeared next to our heroes. The young man felt even more uneasy. He knew it couldn't be that simple. As the monster approached, Purple realized it was Jessica. What had happened to her? Jessica, burning with rage, headed toward the young people. She was determined. Sandra didn't expect to see Jessica here. After all, she had shot her right in the head. How was that possible? Jessica declared that she couldn't stand stupid people. Bullets fell to the ground in front of Jessica. The audience noted that these were the same bullets. The monster said that the two had only made things more difficult for themselves. The audience speculated that Jessica had been experimenting on herself. It turned out that she wasn't a heroine, but the final boss. Jessica said that this young man's genes would belong to her. It was a very unexpected statement. Sandra told the monster to shut up and fired a magazine from her pistol at it. This had no effect on Jessica, who attacked the young people in a rage. Purple and Sandra barely managed to jump out of the way. Sandra said that Jessica was hiding behind the monster's appearance like a coward. Purple coughed and demanded that Sandra leave immediately. Our hero ran up to his partner and, protecting her, also fired a series of shots at the monster boss. The helicopter in the sky was not military but belonged to representatives of a pharmaceutical company. There were mercenaries on board. The helicopter was protecting the monster. Our hero took aim and fired several shots from his pistol at the helicopter. The shots were successful, and the helicopter began to circle chaotically over the city. After a while, it exploded. Spectators noted that it was spectacular. Jessica said that the young man had missed his chance to surrender. The audience noted that Jessica was the female version of the Overlord. She had evolved. Jessica said she wanted to get rid of this distraction and turned her attention to Sandra. However, our hero continued to shoot at the monster, constantly damaging her. Sandra thanked him and said that her pain was subsiding so they could fight together. Purple thought that Sandra would join the battle this time. Our hero realized that Jessica was more advanced and could transform her body better than any other Overlord. This monster could move her body unpredictably, defying the laws of physics. There was no point in aiming for her weak spot. Continuing to fire his shotgun, our hero thought that he needed something more powerful this time. However, there was nothing nearby that could be useful. Suddenly, he noticed barrels of aviation fuel and decided they could be used. Purple told Sandra to hold on for a while. He had an idea. The young man said that the golden gun had a fairly low recoil, so Sandra could fire it with one hand. Our hero handed the weapon to the girl. Sandra began firing at the Overlord at point-blank range and admitted that it was the best weapon. Purple grabbed the barrel of aviation fuel with both hands. He decided to burn the monster. He raised the barrel above his head. It seemed light to him. The young man held the barrel in front of him, hoping it wasn't empty. Our hero rolled the barrel to the edge of the roof, opened the lid, and began pouring the fuel down. The spectators were puzzled. What was he doing? How was he going to fry the Overlord? Below the building was a huge number of zombies. Purple said it would be hell on earth. Sandra stopped shooting and told Jessica to stop. Purple stood at the edge of the building, fired several shots into the air, and called to Jessica. The young man said that Jessica should hurry if she wanted to preserve his genes. The monster turned around and ran toward the young man. Purple staggered backward and began to fall. At that moment, a shot rang out near the barrel. The burning Overlord began to fall to the ground. As he fell, Purple stabbed his knife into the wall of the building and managed to hold on to it. Holding the knife with one hand, the young man fired a control shot from his pistol at the monster's head with the other. Jessica continued to fall downward. Our hero managed to climb back onto the roof of the building. He said that the Overlord had survived the fire. I wonder how he will survive the fall. The main mission was 80% complete. The hero defeated Jessica, the director of Reganry Farm. The protagonist said that everything went according to plan. Purple noted that, considering how much elixir Jessica had used, she must have genes that zombies would really like. Zombies surrounded the fallen monster. Overlord attracted their attention. Purple remembered Sandra's injury. The girl said she was fine and suggested they focus on escaping. The young people noticed that the monsters were climbing the wall to the roof of the building. There was no time left. Sandra said that they couldn't stand against all these zombies and needed to evacuate immediately. Zombies appeared on the roof from all sides. The young people pressed their backs against each other and opened continuous fire. Purple thought that when it seemed like it was all over, an even bigger wave of zombies appeared. Did they really have to defeat them all? What was their goal now? The pistol was out of bullets. It was impossible to defeat the zombies with just a shotgun. The game deliberately made them use up all their ammunition. Purple told Sandra that he had no more ammunition for his pistol, only the shotgun remained. Sandra gave the young man her last supplies and told him not to give up. He had to get out of there. Sandra put the pistol in Purple's hand to her forehead. The girl said that Jessica had offered her a deal. Jessica was surprised that the virus was slowly affecting Sandra. But since the infection wasn't stopping, Sandra didn't have enough genetic factors. Jessica said that Sandra should join them for her own good. Sandra replied that she would not allow Purple to be experimented on. Jessica stated that the child could be used for DNA exchange. Jessica added that Sandra was carrying his child and noted that she could tell him something interesting. Even with the vaccine, if Sandra ever lost her mind, she would never become fully human. Even if the child had the necessary genetic factor, as soon as she lost her mind, the child would never be born. Jessica suggested that this was why Sandra hadn't told the young man anything. Jessica suggested that Sandra join them. That way, her child would survive. Besides, this experiment wouldn't destroy the officer. Jessica said that Sandra had to make the right choice, then everyone would stay alive. Sandra told our hero that it seemed like a good idea, but she refused because she didn't trust Jessica very much. Sandra didn't regret her decision. Otherwise, Jessica would have kept them in those experimental rooms, like prisons, forever. The young people continued to destroy the zombies with a shotgun. Sandra said that she was making the right decision. She preferred that Purple live and remember her rather than become an experiment. Sandra said that this was her last wish. She didn't want Purple to see her turn into a monster. He moved his hand aside and fired a pistol at the head of the approaching zombie. Purple said that a glow appeared around Sandra. The audience assumed that the child's genes had saved Sandra. Sandra remained alive, and the young people continued to destroy the zombies with firearms. A helicopter with soldiers appeared above the building. A soldier with an automatic rifle jumped down to provide fire support. The shooting continued. Now the number of zombies on the roof began to decrease. The soldier asked our heroes if they had been bitten. Purple said that they were both fine. The soldier gave a signal, and a ladder was lowered from the helicopter. The soldier said he would cover them and told the young men to get into the helicopter. After the helicopter took off, the pilot noted that the two didn't look happy, even though they had survived. The soldier said that once she lost her mind, she would never be human again. They couldn't stop. Sandra was surprised. How did the soldier know that? She asked who he was. The girl pointed her gun and asked how the soldier even knew where to look for them. The soldier apologized and explained that he was just reminiscing about the old days. The young man took off his mask and introduced himself. His name was Leon Kim. Viewers noted that he looked like the hero of the console game Bark. Leon Kim said that he used to be a police officer but now serves in the army. The young man added that he was investigating the case. Our hero suggested that this guy was serving in some kind of special army unit. This would explain his equipment and the helicopter. Leon Kim stated that after they contacted the drone, a decision was made to monitor their movements. Therefore, the military managed to rescue the young people in time. Purple handed the documents to the soldier and said that they contained evidence of illegal activities by the pharmaceutical company. Leon Kim looked at the documents and noted that these young people had a lot to share, but for now they needed to rest. The soldier praised him for his brilliant work and offered to work together in the future. The main quest was completed. The hero exposed the illegal activities of the pharmaceutical company. The epilogue was unlocked. Viewers noted that the main building of the pharmaceutical company was partially destroyed. The military checked the perimeter and reported that everything was clear, and information gathering began. A man in civilian clothes said that in the end, they had failed. The man looked at the photo hanging on the wall and realized it was Jessica. The system connected and access was granted. Project Infinity, information transmitted. The man studied the folders with files on the screen. The man in plain clothes ordered the military to continue closing off Fox City as planned. He added that one failure was enough. Purple said that the sequel would be quite interesting. The audience began to discuss the continuation of the game. Purple asked viewers to continue supporting the game Biohazard. The streamer added that he had a good time and enjoyed playing the game with the viewers. The young man promised to meet again on the next broadcast. Viewers were interested in what game Purple would play next. Purple warned that it was a sponsored stream. Thus, Biohazard came to an end. Byung-hoon said that everyone was sincerely looking forward to Purple's next broadcast because the stories were so heartwarming. Kyungbok came out of the capsule and asked his friend if he was okay, as he looked tired. Byung-hoon replied that people's reactions were good, and there were many posts. Kyungbok thought his friend looked like a zombie. The young people were interested in the results of the vote. Byung-hoon noted that when the content ends, many people leave. Not everyone who voted will come to watch the stream, so there will be fewer viewers. Kyungbok agreed that everyone had originally come to watch Bark. It would be disappointing if the number of viewers decreased, even if he was mentally strong. Expectations need to be lowered before they crash due to impatience. Byung-hoon said that this is why it's time to decide on a concept. What game does Kyungbok want to play next? Our hero asked if he really had to decide that. Byung-hoon replied that it was important. If there is a specific concept, there will be regular viewers. There are those who only play one game and become experts at it. Some focus on one genre, such as horror. There are people who don't play full games at all, preferring only online games. The channel needs to have a clear identity to get into the algorithms. Kyungbok acknowledged that there was sense in those words. Kyungbok said that even though it was for a short period, he felt what it meant to stream. Like when he was preparing for pro gaming, he thought that everything would work out if he just played well. However, that was a misconception. What matters is how much fun you have. Kyungbok said that if he enjoys the game, the viewers will enjoy it too. If the viewers enjoy it, he gets better too. Our hero was grateful for the votes, but he wants to play what he chooses. Then the streams will be fun. Kyungbok said that even if Byung-hoon disagrees with him, he can't give in because setting restrictions would change their relationship. Kyungbok noted that he wants to play games that can be played with several people. Our hero asked his friend, "Is that really such a bad idea?" Byung-hoon said that Kyungbok is indeed a good person. With such a skill, he would naturally stand out among gamers. If he was lucky, he could meet other streamers and then lure their viewers away. Kyungbok suggested skipping streaming this weekend. Byung-hoon was surprised. The young man said that there are many more viewers on weekends. Kyungbok noted that Byung-hoon should rest. Our hero suggested hiring a manager for the duration of their break. Kyungbok added that his friend looked very tired. Byung-hoon thought that he was the one who was rushing so as not to lose their current good results. Byung-hoon added that Kyungbok should be grateful to have someone like him by his side. Kyungbok said that they now had too much information and needed a manager. Byung-hoon mentioned that he had someone in mind, a very reliable person. Kyungbok asked who it could be. His friend said that even if this guy didn't know anything about streaming, he would believe their data and join the team. The young man was told to come in early the next day. He understood that this was the nature of the job, and there was nothing he could do about it. The young man didn't understand why the team administrators had to go on business trips. Would he end up having to quit? The young man was tired of this work and needed a break. The young man returned home and took the elevator to his floor. At the end of the corridor, he saw two people standing near his apartment door for some reason. What were they doing there? The young man approached the strangers and asked what they were doing there. The young people were about to call the apartment. Byung-hoon turned around and saw the owner of the apartment. He smiled and said that meeting him was harder than finding mountain ginseng. Kyungbok said that they had come to see him. The young man noted that the house was just as scary inside. Nothing had changed. The owner of the apartment asked the guests to be careful and not to litter and to take their shoes off at the entrance. After greeting them, the landlord listened to their proposal and was surprised. Did these two really want to hire him as their manager? This was Park Joo-ho, 28, a friend of the young men and an assistant manager at a large company. Kyungbok said that they were very serious about their streams and that this was a serious undertaking. Park Joo replied that he had had enough of this advertising pitch and didn't know if the two were serious. Byung-hoon said that they would be good together. Park Joo thought that sounded nice, but in reality, management wasn't a permanent career, so it was better to decline right away. That's what Park Joo would have done if they weren't old friends. Park Ju said he wouldn't bring up the career issue yet, but asked what kind of salary they were talking about. They would discuss all the details later, of course. Byung-hoon reminded him that it wasn't a useless offer and that the salary wasn't bad. He showed the necessary information on his tablet screen. The guy noted that they had already received about 9 million from missions and donations on streams, 3 million in advertising fees, and about 1.5 million on YouTube. The number of views was steadily growing, and their capital was increasing. Kyungbok told his old friend that he was also surprised when he first saw these figures. Here, fun turns into money. Our hero added that it was intuitively clear that they had received sincere support, so he wanted to work even harder. Byung-hoon asked Park Ju if he was ready to make a decision, since he knows what a genius Kyungbok is. Kyungbok said that they needed Park Ju's help and wanted to take his old friend with him. Park Ju recalled the old days. Every time he was in trouble, these two changed his life. Byung-hoon said that Park Ju was smiling, which meant he agreed. Park Ju replied that he still needed to think it over carefully. Kyungbok pointed out that Park Ju was planning to go on vacation anyway, so maybe he should just make a decision now. Kyungbok added that if Park Ju gave it a try, he would enjoy it and realize how much fun it was. Purple told viewers on the stream that he wanted a game that had special meaning for him. He chose carefully after reviewing the survey and introductory video. Today's game would be called Mystic League. Viewers were surprised because this game was at the bottom of the poll. It would be better to choose a story-driven game. However, many viewers were eagerly awaiting the next broadcast. The previous game had a great ending. Of course, now everyone wants a different game. Viewers were surprised that there was no stream over the weekend. Purple noted that the number of viewers had decreased, which was to be expected. The protagonist said that he was also eager to start the next stream, but he didn't just rest over the weekend. A new member joined their team, a manager. Purple said that the main topic of today's stream was choosing the next game. The protagonist told viewers what he had planned for the weekend. The game will be called Mystic League. This game was released by the developers of the most popular iOS game for PC, League of Legends. It is a virtual reality sequel, so viewers can enjoy it by becoming characters themselves. 5 players on a team destroy the enemy's tower and weapons. The easiest way to win is to destroy the center of the camp and the temple in turn. If you don't make it in time, the winner is determined by personal records for destruction and assistance. The game takes place in different locations and on different maps. This game requires strategic teamwork and individual skills. Purple thought that there were many fans of story-driven games among the audience, so they might not like it. The young man said that there was a reason for choosing this game. Perhaps it was because he started with Barca. Many voted for a story-driven game. When he was in high school, he was offered to join a professional League of Legends team. The team included Tion, Jendi, and Kivondia, 3 well-known players, but he quit gaming and didn't join the team. Purple noted that at the time, he couldn't talk about his illness or family circumstances. Now everything is fine, and a lot of time has passed. The streamer said that his family would be happy to see how much love he receives now. That's why he definitely wants to play the sequel to Lola on his streams. Purple said that this is his first time playing Mystic and encouraged everyone to play energetically. The player chose the ranked game Valley of the Temples. The player must prove their skill in 7 battles. The player must freely support their team without sticking to a specific line during the game. The role of jungler was chosen. The main character agreed to the temple's call to become a warrior. This was a new version of the game, released 10 years later. Purple wished his teammates good luck and reminded them that he would be the jungler. The game began. Park Ju asked if it was okay to start with a ranked game right away. The controls here are different from the PC version. It's a completely different game. Byung-hoon admitted that in Mystic, you can directly become a character, and most of the previous heroes have been replaced. Byung-hoon noted that Kyungbok had changed during that time. If Kyungbok had been just a regular player, he wouldn't have been invited to the Pro League. He has a good sense of reading the map and knows how to control the game. Growth happens primarily after matches. That's the League of Legends method. The concept of growth in Mystic has been removed, so skills are what determine a player's level. Skills cannot be transferred through gameplay or the keyboard, so it is important to choose the right character. Our hero chose the character Yami, an ancient ninja who became a master of the art of vision. This character specializes in magical destruction. He has 5 different skills, so he seems like a good character. However, unlike on a PC where you can apply skills, here you have to implement reincarnation yourself. In fact, this is very difficult in combat. which requires immediate reactions. Bong-hoon said that he can't even perform a basic attack because he can't use his hands during reincarnation. Since he is a killer, he is weak and extremely vulnerable if approached. Pearl is Yami, who transfers the power of a hero. The selected hero is linked to the default account avatar. The player is invited to a mystical battlefield. His allies told the player that they were all newbies, but they should have at least watched the video beforehand. Yami isn't the best choice, especially for a jungler. One of the players said that the young man ruined everything with his terrible choice. Why is he so reckless right away? Purple was surprised. Is Yami really that weak? He seemed cool in the video presentation. Purple wondered why they weren't using killer magic. Other players suggested that they could manage without Yami. Our hero thought that in Lola's day, it was the best choice for a jungler. One of the viewers suggested a mission. Win 5 games in a row with Yami. Purple thanked the viewer for the mission after a long time. He couldn't refuse such a difficult task. It wasn't his style. The mission didn't seem impossible. Why not aim for 5 wins in a row in Mystic? All the fighters were invited to the battlefield. Our hero suggested doing everything perfectly. Don't waste time. Purple prepared to carry out the tasks at hand. The young man found himself at the bottom of a ravine, surrounded by many ferocious monsters. One of the spectators said that the player was using Yami as a jungler. Even if his hands and feet weren't tied, his attacks were mediocre. That's why junglers are criticized. The monsters surrounded our hero and approached him. Purple said that they would see who would win. The spectators wondered why there were so many mobs. Purple noted that training should be fun, so he would try to act in his own style. There are a total of 25 skills, 5 attributes corresponding to each of the 5 stages. Players may hate Yami, who has to memorize everything and act on his own. Our hero decided to focus. The audience tried to understand what he was hinting at. The young man had the impression that someone was painting a picture in his head, and his senses were perceiving the movements that were taking place. It was just like when a person learns to walk and gradually gets used to running. Purple believed that he would succeed. Our hero concentrated and used his magical abilities. Even his healing power would come in handy now. Yami raised his charged hands and activated the 3rd stage of his TO ability. The young man struck the ground with all his might, and the monsters were scattered in all directions by the shockwave. Our hero experienced indescribable feelings. The young man had also grown accustomed to his skills. Yami decided to immediately help his teammates destroy their opponents. However, the opponents were strong, and our hero's team members couldn't handle them. The player shouted that his health was at minimum, and they were in trouble. Yami appeared at the most opportune moment, as there was no help to be found. The 4th level throat attribute was activated, an endless attack. Yami told his comrade to hurry while there was still time. However, this time the opponents were fast and strong. It wasn't easy to dodge their attacks. Yami said he would deal with the opponents himself. Our hero used the 2nd level metal attribute, Iron Armor. The audience noted that Purple had seized the moment. The protagonist thought that in order to restore his chakra, he needed to activate the enemies and knights who were protecting each team's towers. The chakra restoration was successful. The confrontation could continue. Yami activated a 3rd level fire attribute, Fire Slash. Continuing the battle, our hero achieved a double kill. It was a perfect play. Yami told his colleagues that he would take care of the front and go to another line. His comrade thanked our hero for his invaluable help. The spectators noted that the main character was moving like a real ninja. Yami still hadn't become a champion. In the end, the enemy surrendered, and victory went to the protagonist's team. Purple was surprised because they didn't even retreat to their main base. After calculating the results of the battle, Purple was surprised. Had he really destroyed 33 enemies single-handedly? Our hero apologized for entertaining himself. He also wanted to give orders and participate in the team battle. Purple said they were going back to the lobby. Valley of the Temples is a ranked game one step closer to victory. Our hero suggested that the next match would be even more interesting. Players were being selected for the next match. The role of jungler was chosen. After a spectacular explosion, the enemy team surrendered. Victory. The white team's temple was destroyed. Victory. Purple became the leader again. The black team's temple was destroyed. Victory. Purple achieved this feat single-handedly. Our hero said that this was literally a no man's land, a vast intersection. The team continued to win, winning 4 times in a row. Byung-hoon asked what the manager had to say about this. Park Ju had heard that Kyung-bok was a good player, but he didn't think he was at this level. Byung-hoon added that this guy was like he was playing a different game. He was on a completely different level. At one point, our hero hesitated and the lead was lost. He didn't think the enemy mid would go for a gank right away. Purple realized that he was facing a serious opponent. He needed to be more careful in his actions. Our hero assumed that there was a streamer on the opposite side. Viewers noted that this was a mid versus jungler matchup. The opponent was Genome, a streamer with 700,000 subscribers, a guy who plays at the level of the gods. Genome said that he was 4th in platinum. Can't you see that? Viewers noted that this was a bronze versus platinum match. Could such a strong match be possible? Genome suggested that the jungler on the white team would have to come to support. How could he plan his route? Genome said that the jungler on the white side seemed to have deliberately wanted to face him in this match. Genome hesitated for a moment. Had he made the right choice? Genome was surprised to learn that his opponent was Yami. It seemed abnormal. Even if it was an entertainment stream, trolling in an important match was definitely going too far. Why create an aggregation with such heroes in an important game? As a streamer, Genome understood that there was a limit to aggregation. The viewers suggested a new mission, 10 kills of Yami. The viewers thought that Yami wanted another official match. Genome decided to turn this entertainment show into a documentary. The chat during the stream was temporarily blocked due to inappropriate language. Purple said he had just seen the black team's jungler. The young man noticed that as soon as the game level got higher, all the players became more serious. But if you try hard, you can get the block lifted. You have to deal with your opponent quickly. The protagonist saw a new mission appear: destroy Genome without items. The young man thanked him for the mission. Purple decided to go for the kill right away, before there was a difference in items. Our hero thought that his opponent would go for a gank, but he wasn't even on the line, and his position was not visible. Purple realized that he was up against a magic archer who couldn't have any hidden abilities. However, our hero was unexpectedly attacked. Now the cards were everywhere. While in the gorge, Purple saw the silhouette of his opponent in the distance. Genome silently approached his opponent, tense and ready to attack at any moment. Genome said that Yami was dodging well. Purple thought it would be best to hide behind a building so that his opponent couldn't see him, although Genome could predict his movements in advance. Genome said that there was nothing personal in his actions. He was only following orders. Purple said that the same applied to him and struck first. Genome predictably parried the attack and counterattacked. The audience noted that Yami's weak body had been hit. There was no way to dodge it. However, our hero stood his ground and used his first-level iron attribute, Iron Call. This was followed by a second-level wood attribute, Border Vines. Genome was deactivated and bound to a tree trunk by vines. The audience noted that Yami was a true master, as he had applied 2 seals at once. Genome broke free and said it was fun. The audience acknowledged that the level of combat between these rivals was really high. Both could dodge at the last moment. Our hero praised his opponent's skill in using skills and kiting. If this continues, he will be in trouble. Yami's skills required mana, which is restored by normal attacks or over time. On the other hand, Distorted Fate uses randomly drawn cards. These need to be replenished at the base when the deck runs out. However, shuffling can be used to replenish skills. Purple thought that his opponent was deliberately stalling for time, so he couldn't linger here. Our hero understood that, unlike him, Genome becomes stronger with each item used, so now was the most opportune moment. Yami decided that now was the time to use something else. Genome was surprised. He thought his opponent's mana was already depleted. However, he used a skill to distract him and immediately ran away. Genome thought that his opponent's skills were better than he had thought, but Yami was still useless. Genome decided that his body was warmed up, so it was time to finish off his opponent. Genome looked around and assumed that Yami was hiding in the nearby bushes. The young man prepared his cards. Genome thought that if his opponent was hiding in the bushes, his body and sound would disappear, but the sound of the bushes would give him away. Genome decided that by hiding, Yami was just recklessly wasting his restored mana. Genome was surprised that his opponent was acting so quickly and from almost all sides. But Yami didn't have the ability to split himself. Genome summoned a monster from the bushes. The spectators were surprised. Why did this monster leave its territory? The player thought that, in that brief moment, his opponent had restored his chakra, thanks to the monster, and used it as a distraction. Purple activated the 5th-level fire attribute. This was not a show, but a real battle. Flames of purification burned everywhere. The mission was accomplished. Our hero thanked the spectators for their donations. Purple said that the game wasn't over yet and that he was coming back. The young man said he would turn on the microphone and give orders. Purple said that now he didn't need to respond or report the situation, and not to be distracted by the chat. The player added that he would monitor the map and the situation, and that all members of the group should follow his orders. Our hero went on the attack and said he wanted to take down one line before Genome respawned. Purple noticed that the opponent was about to attack him from above. Gang's ability to hide his position was excellent. Our hero was also a true master of stealth, the elusive spirit. Genome noted that the white team's actions had changed dramatically, although this was to be expected. Genome decided to set a trap, but in such a way that his opponents would not notice it. Transparent stone, stone vision, the entire map. Genome warned his comrades if they did not destroy Yami from the white team, they would lose. If they destroyed the wanted person who had committed the most crimes in a row, they could transfer the crime to their side and instantly turn the game around. Purple wondered who had placed all these stones. There were no other objects in the thicket. The young man thought it was classic. Controlling objects, destruction, and escape. It was incredible. The player felt that he was facing a real trap. A sense of acute danger emanated from all sides. Purple behaved cautiously so as not to fall into the trap by mistake or carelessness. Our hero had no doubt that the entire enemy team was there to deal with him. The protagonist was confident that he could dodge, so it was necessary to combine attacks. Some of the spectators didn't believe in Purple and urged him to run away and admit defeat. Our hero decided to gather his strength and push his opponents out of there, leaving them no chance of victory. The fourth level water element, Wave, was activated. The water element washed the opponents away in different directions. Genome called on his comrades to provide support. Our hero, with knives in his hands, prepared to repel the next attack from the black team. Genome declared that he was ready to accept the movements and actions of the perfect player. The second level earth element, Basalt Columns, was activated. Purple was genuinely surprised. Had the Queen of Spades card been used against him again? Genome activated his ultimate ability, Distorted Fate. He had the Joker in his hand. Genome continued to use his unique skills and applied the ability Falseness. The Black Mage thought that air might be the perfect prison and told everyone to use their ultimate abilities. Our hero just laughed in response and activated his fifth level earth element, Immense Tremor. Genome was surprised. Were his opponents really using an offensive skill on themselves? He had no health left. One hit and he would be finished. Genome couldn't believe it. Did his opponent really have such a skill? Our hero activated Yami's ultimate skill, Black Knight. The audience was surprised. Was there a problem with the broadcast? Why was the screen dark? Purple absorbed the health of enemies within the dark sphere and converted it into his own health and chakra. The condition for activation was the use of techniques from all 5 elements at level 4 or higher. Could someone really have done this in virtual reality? The audience recognized Yami as the perfect player. Gino didn't understand what was happening. The audience realized that Yami had an ultimate ability. It looked terrifying. The members of the black team died simultaneously and now have a choice: respawn at the base or surrender. The map showed that an enemy team was approaching the black base. A decision had to be made. Genome thought that a dangerous situation had arisen. If he lost, he would be ashamed in front of the team. However, it would also be disappointing to refuse to face a strong opponent. Following orders, the player entered the enemy camp. Purple said to use the teleportation item on him. Our hero said that they should ignore the enemies and focus on capturing the temple. They should also defend the temple immediately after reviving. Positioning himself on a cliff and activating pressure on the ground, the protagonist said it was time to begin and used the first level earth element, Stone Trap. The return location was random, but it worked. One of the opponents ended up in the stone trap. A strong threat could be felt ahead along the route. Could Genome be hiding there? Genome did indeed appear before our hero and said that he needed to think positively, which is why he had arrived so quickly. Genome attacked the opponent, and everything around the protagonist was engulfed in flames. The black team players were still not at full strength. Some of them had been stopped by our hero. Genome said that it had been a high-risk tactic from the start. The black team's temple was destroyed, and our hero emerged victorious. The 5 victories with Yami mission was complete. Purple thanked his subscribers and said that he didn't know of any games he couldn't play. Purple corrected himself. He meant that there are many games he hasn't played yet. Our hero didn't know what his rank would be, so he rejected many friend requests. Genome also sent our hero a friend request. Purple was flattered when he saw that Genome had sent him a friend request first. The player apologized first and said that during the introductory tests, he mistakenly took Yami's choice as trolling and made inappropriate comments on the air. Genome added that he would still like to play with Purple. Purple accepted the friend request. He thought that Genome seemed like a really nice person. Our hero said that players of Genome's level are always welcome. Purple greeted all the viewers who had come from Genome's stream. Our hero thought that thanks to the people who came from Genome's stream, the number of viewers exceeded 3,000. Purple suggested ending the introductory trials. Streamer Genome, Namji Hwan, asked how everything went. His interlocutor replied that a friend request had come in. The interlocutor asked if Namji was really that concerned about Purple. The streamer replied that there were very few people like that. With such skills, he would definitely become popular. Namji was worried that he might be criticized for not being up to the level of the stream, but everything turned out fine. His friend advised him to approach this offer with caution. Namji was surprised. Were there really any problems? His colleague said that he had continued watching Purple's stream. The colleague added that Genome would not be the main character, but a secondary one. The trial rating was complete. Our hero became number 1. He really made it to Diamond. Purple thanked everyone for their congratulations. He suggested playing with Yami and added that it wasn't difficult. Purple said that there were now more than 2,000 of them and thanked everyone for their support. Byung-hoon, standing in front of the screen, said that now they would have to work at night. The bully swung to hit the young man. At that moment, a voice off screen shouted, "Cut!" Park Ju said that this would definitely go to the school board. Byung-hoon admitted that it would be a real masterpiece. Finally, his first portfolio was ready. The bully saw the young people and asked who they were. The young man who had dealt with the bully said not to give him such roles anymore. The bully recognized these young people and decided it was best not to mess with them. The bully and his friends decided to run away. Do these people really think that advice on school bullying is a trivial matter? Byung-hoon said that these fools must be at home or think they can win today. Byung-hoon said that he was a master at attracting attention on the internet and would impress viewers as if by magic. They needed to make a list of media outlets they liked. Park Ju thought that in any case, if he was with these guys, he definitely wouldn't be bored. After a while, Byung-hoon opened his laptop and showed them the reaction to his video on the internet. He added that it would be a sin not to work with such content. The duel with Gino became a topic of discussion on forums. New viewers also appeared. On the laptop screen was a video of Gino's defeat today. Almost 500,000 views. Park Ju admitted that thanks to this recording, the number of subscribers had skyrocketed and would soon reach 170,000. The young man noted that they had an important topic to discuss. They had received an official letter from Gino's team. They wanted to meet in person. Park Ju said that even an apology video had been uploaded. They not only wanted to apologize, but also to become friends, and they were planning to do a joint stream. Byung-hoon said that long-lasting streamers always have one good skill, a keen eye. They recognize Kyung-bok's genius. A joint stream means that they want to collaborate. Park Ju added that they want to invite Byung-hoon as a guest to discuss gaming content. Colleagues invite masters with good skills. It will be martial arts training from a sword master. The guest increases his popularity, and Genome demonstrates his physical skills. Both come out ahead. Park Ju noted that this time it will be the other way around. Genome has decided to become a master. He wants to train Kyung-bok at Gunner Ground. Kyung-bok asked, "Will Genome be streaming and he will be the student?" Byung-hoon suggested that Genome had realized something. He understood that he would not be able to reproduce the game. The young men decided that in any case, there was no reason to refuse a joint stream with someone like Genome. The streamer greeted his viewers again. The young man hadn't even started yet, and there were already almost 3,000 people watching. Purple said he wanted to try a new game. The hero happily informed his viewers that they had a joint stream planned with Genome and Gunner Ground. Purple said that, considering the fact that he knew nothing about the game, it would be inappropriate to hold a joint event, so he wanted to practice a little first. In Gunner Ground, you have to be the last survivor in your team among 100 players. It's a survival game. The game began with all participants falling from the sky. Some shouted that they had missed training and didn't know what to do next. Our hero looked around and saw that many players had opened their parachutes. He continued his free fall. Purple didn't waste any time and tried to get his bearings to determine where the warehouse was. Our hero found a landing spot and, gathering his group, said he was heading for the target. At the same time, the young man began to increase his speed of descent. The spectators were puzzled. Why hadn't this guy opened his parachute yet? At the last moment, Purple opened his parachute and was one of the first to prepare for landing. Our hero landed at the drop point. The audience noted that it was perfect. Timing is everything in this game. Purple thought that he didn't even have a basic weapon. Would he really have to fight with his bare hands? The young man said he was going to continue on his route. Our hero sensed the source of a sweet aroma. The warehouse behind him looked particularly attractive. Spectators noted that it was indeed a military warehouse. It was difficult to find, but Purple did not disappoint. After scanning the surrounding area, the young man determined that there might be about 3 people there. But why weren't they fighting each other? The protagonist found himself in the crosshairs. The viewers were surprised. Was this an ambush? They were using a military warehouse as bait. It was ridiculous. The opponent with the pistol jumped out of the container where he was hiding and couldn't understand where the man had gone. Purple was very close, literally at his feet. Our hero disarmed his opponent and took his weapon. However, another enemy appeared nearby. The villain took aim and fired, but our hero managed to dodge the shot. The bullet hit the unarmed enemy, who was killed. Purple managed to hide behind his body. Our hero returned fire. The enemy ambush was too small for a whale as large as Purple. The protagonist thought that his opponents had temporarily formed a team. The young man noticed that he was out of ammunition. With an axe in his hands, the enemy rushed at the protagonist and said that he would destroy him now. Purple dodged and counterattacked. He said that if this guy ran away, he could definitely stay alive. Our hero's blow knocked his opponent unconscious. The young man thought that he couldn't kill his opponent with his bare hands. In that case, he took the gun and decided to see if his opponent could withstand a blow from this weapon. His opponent felt a powerful blow to the head from the gun. Our hero now had a weapon with a sniper scope in his hands, an assault rifle with a quick-release magazine. Viewers noted that Purple now had a full set of equipment. Our hero assumed that everything was over in other places as well. The protagonist was offered a mission in which he would receive a donation for each opponent he destroyed. Purple noted that there were already 76 survivors, so they needed to collect money quickly. Kyungbok said that he receives prizes, so if you die by his hand, you can consider yourself lucky. A man with a shotgun watched his target from the window of a neighboring building. He said that sniping was his calling. Everything was going according to plan in this round, and he was also lucky with items. The man with the shotgun saw another victim through his sniper scope. His opponent was killed by someone else. The man with the shotgun thought that this assault rifle was meant for close combat. Perhaps there was someone else in the same building. Another enemy was shot in the head. The man with the shotgun was furious. Where was his rival shooting from? The sniper assumed that his opponent was shooting from the other side of the field. But how could anyone fire an assault rifle from such a long distance? The man with the shotgun tried to find the other sniper with his binoculars. He realized that his opponent must be in hiding. The man with the shotgun saw his opponent, who was aiming directly at him at that moment. It was Purple. The man with the shotgun was shot in the head and killed. Purple had no doubt that everything would be fine. Our hero thought that when you have to check every building one by one to find your opponent, you can end up in the most visible spot in the building. Our hero assumed that something was different in this game compared to Bark. Could it be because of the ballistics? The audience said that when shooting from a long distance, you need to aim a little higher because bullets fly in a parabolic trajectory. You also need to take the wind direction into account. The protagonist decided to try to seize the moment. Purple took aim and held his breath to fire. Due to the high speed of the car, the shot will be late. You have to shoot ahead of it. You need to be able to predict the moment of the bullet's approach and the position of the car. Our hero's shot knocked his opponent unconscious. Purple was satisfied. Our hero felt uncomfortable with the discrepancy between his expectations and reality. But he was not the only one with this feeling. Kyungbok thought that there really are people who boost their self-esteem at the expense of others. However, every game has its own rules and conditions. It would be strange not to notice this. One particularly annoying spectator kept asking provocative questions. Kyungbok even considered banning him. The manager removed the spectator. Kyungbok thought, finally Park Ju is doing his job. He's really good at his role. He approached the unconscious driver and said that this guy had apparently had too much to drink. At that moment, the survival rate was below 60%. Due to the electric field, the survival zone had shrunk. Once the number of survivors dropped to 10, each zone would shrink. Since the source of electricity is in the center of the city, this will be the final survival zone. Purple decided to set off before other people arrived. The car lurched forward and began to accelerate rapidly. At the checkpoint, the rivals opened fire with the intent to kill. However, the car flew through the air and passed the checkpoint. During the flight, the trunk lid of the car opened, and Purple appeared with a grenade in his hand. The grenade exploded inside the car after our heroes successfully jumped out of the flying vehicle. During the battle, Purple did not forget to thank the viewers for their donations. Our hero was sorry, but he could no longer retrieve what had burned in the car. The viewers agreed that it was perfect action. Purple, with an automatic weapon in his hand, decided to enter the city center. 47 people remained alive. The ring began to narrow. The ring narrowed, but there were few people left in the zone. The protagonist thought that to survive was to win. Such a strategy was entirely justified. Our hero was curious whether the destruction caused by the electric field would count. 36 people remained alive. The ring continued to narrow. Standing on the roof of the building, the young man thought that by destroying people, he could narrow the circle and thus trap the remaining survivors outside the zone. Using the electric field to his advantage, the protagonist destroyed a few more opponents, narrowing the field. Purple was surprised to see that the survivors were running outside the zone for some reason. What happened? One of the spectators said that these players were more afraid of Purple than the electric field. Purple told them not to run and started shooting them in the back. Why is he doing this, since they've already surrendered? The protagonist stated that no one is spared in battle. The rules of the game are, if a player does not destroy, they will be destroyed. The young man said that there was no one left in the city center. However, he was wrong. One opponent was hiding behind a cart. Purple took aim and shot at the man. The bullet flew past, and the masked opponent jumped out and ran in the opposite direction. The spectators assumed that this player was scared, but the electric field would not let him escape. While running, a grenade fell out of his bag and exploded. The ring continued to narrow. Purple hoped that the opponent, who had been killed by the grenade, would be counted as a kill. After assessing the situation, our hero was convinced that no one was left in the city center. Now he had to wait for those who were being driven by the electric field. The ring continued to narrow, and only 8 survivors remain. After another explosion caused by a collision between a motorcycle and a car, only 1 survivor remained. Watching the flames on the road, the young man said that it wasn't worth setting off fireworks in his honor. His personal mission was complete. Purple said that the sold game was complete and that today had been fun. The young man said goodbye to the viewers until the next stream. Genum thanked Purple for the raid. Thanks to this collaboration, the number of viewers increased by more than 2,000. The protagonist said he wanted to make an announcement. There would soon be a joint stream called Anatomy of a Master. Kyung-bok said that he didn't want to feel out of place on the stream, so he needed to practice a little. Janum was surprised. Is this really practice? Purple is crushing everyone there. Park Ju told Kyung-bok not to make excuses, as he had promised. He had originally suggested meeting at a cafe to discuss it. Byung-hoon said that this was the most difficult task he had faced in all his years of editing. Byung-hoon added that there was too much material, but he felt sorry to cut anything out. He spent the whole night thinking about it. Park Ju pointed out that because of this, Byung-hoon had once again broken his daily routine. Byung-hoon said that the timing of publication was key to success. Park Ju had to admit that the response had been excellent this time. They even made it to 4th place in the trends. Byung-hoon pointed at Kyung-bok and said that because of this genius, they had to work through the night. Park Ju remarked that being a genius isn't enough. Byung-hoon said that Kyung-bok becomes a legend in every game. Park Ju pointed out that admiration can easily turn into envy. We mustn't forget about the comments. Kyung-bok remembered those harsh comments and said he hadn't forgotten. Park Ju added that there would be even more comments like that. It was inevitable. The group's manager said that Kyung-bok should become a friendly genius. Park Ju agreed that the Purple channel is growing rapidly, but viewers are not yet attached to it. Now is the time to build a fan base and strengthen the sense of belonging to the community. The manager added that they plan to activate subscription and emoji features to achieve this. It is also necessary to connect an affiliate program. The requirements have been met. All that remains is to submit an application. Byung-hoon said that then they could start advertising and get a steady income. Park Ju agreed. Kyung-bok said that this could ruin the atmosphere of the stream. Byung-hoon noted that the benefits of subscription are much more important, and most people support connecting the partnership. For example, Subscribers see their subscription duration and exclusive emojis that set them apart from others. If a message stands out in the chat, it's easier to notice, so the viewer feels closer to the streamer. This will strengthen the community. Kyungbak said that in this case, viewers will want more attention from the streamer. If it brings you closer to your viewers, it's worth a try. Park Ju promised to find out how much it would cost to order emojis. The manager said that Kyungbak had not yet registered the business. Kyungbak wondered why this was necessary if he was just streaming. Park Ju told Kyungbak to look at the channel's growth and income. Even coffee for meetings needs to be recorded as an expense to optimize taxes. His friends agreed that Park Ju was very smart when it came to finances. Park Ju said that if Kyungbak wanted to hire him and Byung-hoon, registering the business was mandatory. They weren't going to work for an unregistered company. His colleagues were surprised. Had they really been working illegally all this time? Park Ju added that he was only willing to join as a manager under official conditions. Byung-hoon noted that in that case, they would need to get health insurance immediately. Park Ju said he would prepare the documents, and Kyungbak would choose a name for the company. Kyungbak said he would choose the name Team Perfect. Byung-hoon said that it sounded great, and the manager agreed. Kyungbak added that he was counting on the support of his friends. Byung-hoon said that the partnership should be celebrated with big content, a joint stream with Jenori. However, Jen has a strong fan base and many haters, which is a cause for concern. Byung-hoon also noted that stream snipers would not leave Kyungbak alone and would hunt him down. Kyungbak replied that in Battle Royale, you have to destroy everyone. Park Ju said that they are currently building their image, and he is worried that even the perfect image can be destroyed. Kyungbak noted that he wants to practice a little before the stream. He has an idea and wants to try something. In the next stream, Purple greeted the viewers and announced that in honor of the launch of the partnership, they would hold a mini event for Perfect Place subscribers with a prize pool. A legendary battle against the main character will be organized. You have to avoid Purple's wrath for as long as possible. The one who lasts the longest will receive a prize. But what if someone manages to defeat Purple? In that case, the player will receive a large prize and fame. Those who play against Purple will experience the perfect taste of defeat and won't miss the chance to earn $1 million. The streamer greeted the audience as usual. The young man read the comments and thanked everyone. He did not expect such a response. Even Jen signed up for a monthly subscription. Today, as promised, audience participation is planned. The roulette wheel is in the manager's hands. Purple prayed for luck. The main draw is complete. 49 participants have been selected. Purple said that codes can be used to enter the training room. The first event with viewers begins. As before, it all started with a free fall to the ground. Some participants immediately used their parachutes. Some decided to follow Purple, considering it an excellent choice. Someone shouted for him to fight him first. Our hero saw the appeal of audience participation. One of the players flew close enough to the main character. Purple was surprised. Was he really eager to die first? His opponent declared that his death was nothing compared to what he could take with him, including Purple. Our hero grabbed his opponent by the arms and twisted him. The protagonist said that hugs were too embarrassing for him, so he would just shake his opponent's hand. The opponent was surprised. Why was Purple so strong? Our hero punched him, and the opponent was knocked out. Purple wondered if this punch counted as a headshot, although in any case, the damage was to the head. Continuing to descend on his parachute, Purple told his opponent that it didn't count as a kill, but he was grateful for his participation anyway. Our hero landed first and, looking up, saw that there were a lot of opponents this time. Purple declared that he would not disappoint his guests and would greet them properly. The protagonist decided to raise the stakes. Even before the start, he had access to a rare weapon. The young man opened fire with his machine gun and said that those who were afraid and opened their parachutes too early would be the first to die today. They could only be pitied. Purple declared that the starting prize should go to the one who dies beautifully in this battle. After emptying his magazines, the player decided to go for more ammunition and moved away from the line of fire. However, the ammunition box did not contain any rounds of the required caliber. Purple went up one floor and found many more boxes of ammunition. However, our hero was not alone in this room. It was a complete surprise. The young man thought that his positive aura had prevented him from noticing his opponent. Purple caught up with his opponent in a few jumps, and using hand-to-hand combat techniques, disarmed him. Purple thanked this player for participating and took him out of the game. In the defeated player's bag, our hero found a magazine with ammunition and a flash drive, a generous gift. The young man also received a huge, heavy frying pan. Our hero declared that this battle would be legendary. One of the participants hid in the room and, looking through a spyglass, decided that it would be safer to stay in hiding. She had no intention of getting involved. The girl saw everything Purple was doing. He was destroying one participant after another, so no one could stand up to him. One of the players pulled the pin out of a grenade and threw the explosive device into the room where Purple was. The protagonist didn't lose his cool and immediately broke the window and jumped out. Once outside the building, Purple opened fire on the moving targets outside. Since our hero had obtained an additional supply of ammunition, he fired continuously in all directions. The girl watching the main character from her hiding place realized that he was coming straight for her. What should she do? After all, meeting Purple meant the end for her. Our hero entered the room and, pointing his machine gun at the girl, was surprised. Was she really unarmed? The girl was surprised. How did Purple find her, since she was hiding so well? Our hero greeted her and said that if he killed her, the audience would call him a war criminal. At that moment, the protagonist was caught in the crosshairs of a sniper who was positioned nearby. A shot rang out. He looked back and saw that he was in the crosshairs with bullets already flying toward his head. The young man didn't lose his cool and held up the frying pan he had received. The attack was repelled. The girl was surprised. Had this guy really protected her with a frying pan? Purple thanked her for participating in the tournament. Purple said that he had already taken the first skill in the corridor. Our hero repelled the attack of another candidate. It was another headshot. The sniper had no chance of winning the confrontation with him. Instead of a prize, Purple gave the sniper some kind words. He noted that a frying pan is a weapon for all occasions. The young man told the audience that this girl had helped him locate the sniper by drawing fire onto herself. Our hero said that the girl was the last survivor in the school, so he was ready to grant her one wish. The girl was not shy and asked Purple to give her a headshot with his fist. The protagonist replied that his conscience would not allow him to kill an unarmed girl. Instead, he promised to let her live so she could try to win the survival prize. The girl categorically refused. She didn't want the prize. Someone in the audience suggested that she was crazy. The girl with the nickname Perfect Archer lunged at the young man. The guy reacted lightning fast and delivered a headshot with his fist. The crazy woman was knocked out. Of the 100 people, 59 remained alive. The circle began to narrow. The protagonist decided to leave the rest at the mercy of the electric field and head for the safe zone. In the square in front of the school, our hero discovered school buses. Purple decided he was lucky, although this was not surprising since there was a school nearby. Our hero sat down behind the wheel and thought that the game was turning into Armageddon. The young man announced that the next stop would be Uptown Station. Byung-hoon, as always, was sitting at his computer monitor. He was extremely happy because he had accumulated a lot of video content. Park Ju noted that in that case, his colleague would have a lot of work to do and should take care of his physical condition, stick to his daily routine, and brush his teeth on time. The command Holy Cow appeared on the screen. They worked together seamlessly and were all armed with automatic weapons. This team was the winner of the Korean Gunner Ground League. Park Ju said that the student category would be very interesting. Byung-hoon acknowledged that they had excellent snipers and high teamwork. Manager Park Ju was curious about Purple's chances against such opponents. Byung-hoon thought again that he needed an assistant because the video content was growing like crazy. Purple understood that the circle was closing in on them. Purple slowed down the bus a little. He felt that something was wrong, that there was some kind of danger ahead. Could it be that someone had set up an ambush? The Holy Cow team laid spikes on the road to prevent the bus from moving forward. Our hero took this into account and said that the seat belts were their lifeline. The bus sped toward the spikes at high speed. The young man slammed on the brakes and turned the bus around 90 degrees. At the same time, he threw a grenade without the pin out of the window. The grenade fell onto the road near the spikes and exploded. The bus was thrown into the air by the acceleration, and the blast wave from the grenade flipped over and flew over the spikes. It looked like a scene from Tokyo Drift. The bus landed on four wheels on the road on the other side of the spikes. Our hero pressed the gas pedal, and the bus took off. His rivals immediately jumped into their SUVs and gave chase. Purple noted that his opponents had excellent movement and coordinated teamwork. They looked like experienced players. The Holy Cow SUVs overtook the bus and, turning 180 degrees, ended up in front of it. Purple fired continuously from his automatic weapon, preventing his opponents from doing anything. One of the opponent's incendiary mixture ignited, and all the liquid spilled onto the road. Spectators noted that it looked crazy in real life. One of the opponents shouted from the SUV that he was a die-hard fan of Mr. Purple. The young man took out a handheld grenade launcher and said he had a surprise for Mr. Purple. Our hero was surprised. Wasn't that too much love for one person? Purple understood that if the grenade hit its target, even a school bus wouldn't survive. Purple took everything into account: the position of the cars, the direction and speed of the wind, the position of his rival with the grenade launcher, and the direction of the site. Our hero declared that he had analyzed and taken everything into account, turned sharply, and opened fire on the front and rear windows of the bus. His opponent pulled the trigger, and the shell flew out of the weapon. Everything was calculated down to the smallest detail. The shell flew through the entire bus and exited through the rear, paralyzing the opponent's SUV. There was an explosion. The shooter couldn't see anything because of the smoke. The exploding SUV came to a sudden stop at the edge of the cliff, right on the side of the road. The driver was thrown out of the car and fell down. The injured rival screamed loudly, but his fate was sealed. Purple smiled and reminded everyone that seatbelts should be used for their intended purpose, as a lifeline. Getting out of the bus, he looked at his rival and was surprised that he had been thrown so far. Our hero thanked everyone for participating and said that it was unforgettable. Purple looked into the back of the SUV and found a backpack. He was curious to see what supplies were inside. There was also an extra bag on the seat of the car. Our hero decided that the game was getting much more interesting. Another sniper was hiding on the roof of the building, working with an assistant. All that was left to do was wait. Lego, with binoculars in his hands, was worried whether Purple would be able to handle those four opponents. None of them even thought that Purple would appear out of the sky. Our hero descended directly onto his opponents using a parachute. He had a grenade launcher in his hands, which he fired. This destroyed two more opponents. Our hero descended on his parachute to the already defeated sniper and his assistant. Purple said that sinister energy had gathered here, so it was not difficult to determine the location. The protagonist mentally thanked the Holy Cow group for the bag that was now in his hands. Our hero got the rifle and thanked the player for their help. At that moment, Purple came under fire and had to find cover. The young man hid behind a corner of the wall. How many snipers were there? As soon as the hero was spotted, he felt threatened from all sides. All the players present, of course, wanted to win $1 million. Constantly changing his position to avoid being hit by a sniper's bullet, the young man thought that the stream snipers were watching him. This was his first full-fledged sniper battle. He wanted to learn a few tricks. He understood that the main thing was to shoot first. Moving from place to place and firing his rifle continuously, he looked like he was shooting chaotically. Was he just scared of his opponents? However, the chaotic shooting was only at first glance. Purple destroyed every sniper with a single shot. Spectators noted that this player was breaking all the established rules of the game. Given the complex ballistic calculations, it seemed impossible. Our hero noticed that all the ominous sounds had disappeared from the roof. Had his opponents changed positions? The protagonist crouched down, held his breath, and listened. He heard the sound of a pin being pulled and realized that a grenade was about to fly in. Purple jumped out from around the corner with a frying pan in his hands. The grenade was indeed in flight. Purple deflected the grenade with the frying pan, and it flew back toward the enemy. They had no time to run or hide. The audience noted that it was like a tennis serve, a new test for the grenade smash challenge. Purple said that everything should work out. The main thing was to stay calm. After dealing with those nearby, our hero left the building. The streets were empty. Had they decided to play hide-and-seek with them? Purple declared that if no one wanted to come out and fight him, he would have to find them himself. The main character began searching for his hidden opponents and shooting them. In this game, it was inevitable. Purple suggested that there was one more player left in Uptown. The young man said that he had counted how many people were there when they landed and noted how many he had already destroyed. Purple chose the right location and started climbing the steps. His opponent didn't even stick his head out to reveal his location. He waited for the main character to climb up. The protagonist declared that he would not keep him waiting, gathered his strength, and ran up the steps. His opponent did not expect this from Purple, and our hero caught him off guard. The opponent opened fire with his pistol at point-blank range. However, our hero did not lose his composure and grabbed the frying pan. The game, almost like tennis, continued. The bullets changed trajectory by 180 degrees and hit the enemy. The enemy was destroyed, and Purple said it was just luck. The ring began to narrow again. The protagonist noted that there were no more opponents left. Our hero said that the ending was kind of boring. He wanted a worthy opponent, but he was unlucky. Purple pulled the pin out of the grenade and threw it forward. The young man said that such tournaments would be held in different games, and the prize fund would increase. This tournament was attended by 99 players and 5,000 spectators. Purple said goodbye to the audience until the next broadcast, standing on a frying pan, hovering in the air. The Holy Cow team, which lost to our hero, admitted that this guy was a genius. They were still reeling from the shock. Coach Mosh approached the players and praised them for watching demo videos even on the weekend. But who were they watching so closely? The coach was surprised to learn that they were watching a streamer named Perfect Play. How could professionals learn from a streamer? The coach became curious and asked to play the video again to show his students the difference between a professional and an amateur. However, what Coach Mosh saw really blew his mind. He asked what the guy's username was. One of the students said his name was Purple, and he'd only been playing in this mode for 2 days. Coach Mosh said that his blood was boiling. If the whole team was there, they would play a ranked game right then and there. The players were disappointed. It was their day off. The coach asked if they weren't inspired by watching such an excellent game. One of the players said that they had just given it their all. As he sent the players into the capsules, the coach said that their uniforms weren't just for show. They had to behave like true kings of esports. Instructor Mosh thought that only one person in his life had ever played at that level. Purple thought that today had been fun. Thanks to the fans, preparations for the joint stream were complete. Byung-hoon praised Mad Gunner's actions. Thanks to his teasers, they had gained 240,000 subscribers. It was no wonder he had been chosen as an assistant. Byung-hoon added that this man had once taught him how to edit games. Together, they celebrated reaching 200,000 subscribers. Kyungbok acknowledged that thanks to Byung-hoon's assistant, their channel had grown significantly. It was amazing. Byung-hoon said that they had quickly edited the video, and he even had time to sleep. Park-ju noted that this was also a good result. Kyungbok said that he felt great and was looking forward to the upcoming joint stream. The streamer Anatomy of a Master started the broadcast and greeted the viewers. He said that he hadn't worn a shirt in a long time. Usually the game gets messy, but when guests come, you have to make an impression. The streamer introduced a new god in the world of streaming, Perfect Play. Our hero greeted the viewers. Anatomy of a Master and Perfect Play thanked each other for meeting on the Genome Show. The streamer briefly told the audience about our hero. He is the first person in the world to complete the hidden true ending of Biohazard and become a representative of the game's developers. Purple saved a hero whom the community had already buried due to the game's complex mechanics. The host noted that guests are usually shy when introducing themselves, but Purple was calm because only facts were said about him, without exaggeration. The host asked what rating Purple received during training and when he first used the capsule. The young man replied that he had slowed down a little the first time, but came in a first place the second time. The host was surprised. First place in the country? Purple replied. First place in the world. The streamer Anatomy of a Master exclaimed that he had invited a Master of Masters and rejoiced. He said they were going to the operating room, where he would teach Purple his skills and perform an autopsy. The host added that he would now try out this player. Anatomy of a Master changed his image, donning a black suit and mask, explaining that since the game would be a duo, they had to dress alike. Purple also donned a black suit and mask. Anatomy of a Master said that today was a day when any crime was permitted. The streamers, along with other players, quickly began to descend to the ground. Just like last time, our hero felt that the air had become very stuffy. Was it because it was a ranked match? The young people landed safely on their parachutes. In front of them was a map of Kunis. Anatomy of a Master? Asked Purple, since he was only in Leonge. Anatomy of a Master was surprised that Purple went there right away as soon as they agreed to stream together. Our hero replied that he was worried he wouldn't be able to keep up with his partner. Purple noted that the map was half the size of Leonge, and all the loot spots were hidden, so they would have to walk around. The map was small, so the main focus was on combat. Anatomy of a Master stopped and said that he had received a report from his manager. The young man looked at the information in the chat. The host asked if Purple was bothered by the snipers following him. Purple thought that Genome's stream snipers were more malicious than he had thought, but he was more concerned about something else. If the snipers got them first, the game would end quickly, and he wouldn't have time to learn anything. Genome said that in that case, they would go into navigation mode. Purple asked him to show him where the best loot was. At the foot of the mountains, in the middle of the forest, there was a maze. The young people stopped at the walls of the maze and checked their weapons. Purple noted that the navigation was accurate and asked if they should start a conversation with their opponents. Purple peeked out from behind cover, and one opponent was immediately headshot with a single shot. The spectators noted that Purple had fired from a long distance with a pistol without even looking at his opponent. Genome asked why Purple had fired since he wanted to loot. Our hero replied that everything was going according to plan. Now they had 2 bags of loot. One of the strategic loot spots was the central temple. The heroes found themselves at its threshold. Genome got hold of an assault rifle and a double-barreled shotgun. One of the spectators suggested a new mission. For each kill with the shotgun, there would be a bonus. Purple told his colleague that this spectator always came up with missions and asked Genome if he could take the shotgun. Genome replied that the shotgun was difficult to use because of the recoil, which was why he had taken it. Purple noted that he had planned to use the double-barreled shotgun himself, but believed that it would be ineffective for Genome due to its small magazine and inability to anticipate threats. The protagonists believed that even without a mission, the shotgun would be useful for improving their skills. The main characters rushed forward, and Purple noticed that the enemy team was approaching. Genome was surprised and he couldn't hear anything. Purple said he would go first. Genome asked if they were making too much noise. 2 armed opponents appeared in front of Genome, one of whom immediately opened fire with a pistol. However, Purple was faster. His shot rang out first and his opponent was hit in the head. The hero had another headshot to his credit. Genome thought that Purple only had 2 shots, so he was perfect for hunting 2 people. Purple admitted that shooting a shotgun with one hand was difficult. Genome asked the viewers if he could just be a navigator, since Purple was doing a good job of taking out his opponents. Our hero replied that he still had a lot to learn. Genome decided to check the pockets of his defeated opponents and start hunting stream snipers. The host said that if they were done looting, it was time to start fighting, and now it was time to really fear the stream snipers. Genome was surprised to see that Purple had already shot the snipers and noted that they also needed to hurry up. Purple replied that he couldn't do otherwise. He didn't want to lose his winnings and donations. The 2 rivals moving through the maze decided to leave, but on the way they came across a bulletproof helmet. One of them said to get the car ready while he brought the gift. The gift turned out to be the bulletproof helmet. However, they couldn't take the helmet because Purple was nearby with a shotgun. It seemed that the helmet was a decoy. The rival placed the helmet and vest at the hero's feet and said that it was a great honor to meet Purple. These gifts were a token of respect. The player said that he was a huge fan of Purple and asked if he could be spared. The protagonist replied that in that case, of course, he would spare the man, because fans must be respected. The opponent jumped to his feet and ran away, contacting his colleague along the way and telling him to return as their target was here. Purple turned around and aimed his shotgun at his fleeing opponent. Our hero noted that in that case, he had also lied. A shot rang out and Purple scored another headshot. His opponent fell, and his colleague on the internal communication system realized that Purple had made another accurate shot. Our hero said that if this player was his fan, he could continue watching the broadcast. Genome informed his colleague via internal communication that they had gotten the car as a sign of respect. Genome showed off the pickup truck and noted that the vehicle could move silently, albeit slowly. Purple threw Genome a helmet and said it was also a reward. Genome noted that they had 5 kills in a row and cool armor. He said he wouldn't wear the armor. He wanted everyone to see his costume. Genome also refused to wear a helmet, as it would be better if the team members wore the same clothes. After thinking about it for a moment, Genome decided to put on the armor vest after all. The protagonist thought that playing alone was fun, but playing together was much cooler, so he agreed to the joint stream. The partners got into the car, and Purple said that he would drive the pickup truck, while Genome would act as navigator and give directions. Genome explained that the training center was not far from the looting zone, so he was worried about stream snipers. Purple agreed that it would be better to take care of this quickly. Our hero thought that even considering their ranks, about 8 players were particularly hostile, mainly near the training center. The young man thought that if they slowed down, they would have a better chance of surviving. So after looting, they would start to annoy them. Purple couldn't let such a fun stream be ruined. Our hero noticed that their car was being followed. Genome said it wasn't a player. They were being followed by a well-known item, Kunas, a truck with loot. This is a truck that stops when it takes a certain amount of damage and spits out boxes of supplies. Genome added that this truck is durable and fast, so you need to time your attack perfectly. However, if they mess up, they won't have enough grenades. Purple suggested that in that case, they should stop the truck first. However, there is a significant difference in speed between them. If the truck overtakes them, it will be difficult to catch up. When the vehicles were side by side, he told Genome to hold on tight and threw the grenade at the truck's wheels. The truck exploded and overturned. The young people stopped and got out of the pickup truck. Boxes of weapons lay near the truck. One of the spectators said he saw a gift box that made his heart flutter. The mission continued, and the protagonist appeared with a sawed-off shotgun as a backup weapon. Purple said they needed to take all the weapons they could carry. Genome said he would also take something for himself. After Genome checked all the boxes, he found a large-caliber machine gun. Armed to the teeth, the young people decided that they could now head to the training center. Our hero's pickup truck pulled up to the training center. Purple wondered if their opponents had finished looting. He assumed that those guys had just had a skirmish. Perhaps they decided to flee to avoid encountering the master. The protagonist felt a slight sense of foreboding, so they weren't stream snipers. He couldn't just let these opponents get away. Purple continued to drive the car. Genome positioned himself in the back and opened fire with his large-caliber machine gun. Genome destroyed everything he saw around him. No one got away alive. The enemy's equipment was also damaged. Genome didn't stop shooting, saying that he was congratulating everyone on the upcoming holidays. Genome was surprised by the accuracy of his shots, as he wasn't even aiming. The shooter admitted that the weapon was equipped with a self-guided sight. Genome told the audience that he would now deliberately try to miss. 2 more opponents came into Genome's field of vision, and he said that the next victims had appeared. The machine gun continued to fire. Purple drove closer, and Genome made 2 headshots. The opponents were destroyed. The machine gun fell silent. Genome said he was out of ammunition. However, why was the training center in such a mess? He asked for a stop. Our hero said it was excellent work. Genome asked his colleague if he had adjusted his aim. Purple asked in surprise, "Was it really noticeable?" Genome told the audience that the autopsy would not be easy. Out of 100 people, 59 survived. The circle is beginning to narrow. The area will shrink each time the number of survivors decreases by 10. The circle was narrowing, but our hero felt uneasy. Had the stream snipers in this arena simply fled? Suddenly, 3 cars carrying pursuers jumped onto the road. Genome asked in surprise what had happened. Genome looked back and thought that these were the stream snipers. Purple noticed that their pickup truck was too slow to escape the chase. Genome grabbed an automatic rifle and said he was going to turn up the heat. Purple told Genome to get behind the wheel since he had said he was an excellent driver. Purple jumped out of the pickup truck and landed on the hood of one of the pursuing cars. The players in that car were naturally frightened. Our hero fired 2 shots from a double-barreled shotgun. At that moment, Genome stopped, leaned out of the car, and fired shots at another of the pursuing cars. Genome said that 2 more had been destroyed. The audience acknowledged that Genome was a pretty good shot for a navigator. Purple shouted that there was danger on the left and to be careful. Genome looked back, but it was too late. He was shot in the upper body. One of the rivals took aim and hit the streamer. Genome was confused and felt wounded. Pearl took control of the car and said that the stream snipers would regret this. The protagonist said that if his opponents didn't stop, heaven would punish them. A double-barreled shotgun reappeared in our hero's hand. Genome became angry and started shooting at his opponents, calling them nasty names. Someone asked the jubilant Genome if he was okay. Genome replied that he had survived thanks to the armor he had received from Purple. One of the spectators increased the reward for the destroyed opponents and thanked the spectator, Agent Q. Genome said he was sorry to give his colleague the last hit. He asked for some advice on anatomy. Genome declared that the snipers were finished and all that was left was to enjoy the game. The next stop was the center of the electric field on Kuna's map. However, the snipers were still in the game. One of them was receiving commands from a spotter. They said that everything was clear around them, but they needed to wait. The opponent was glad that he had managed to hire Newton, someone who was ready to destroy anyone, whether it was Purple or Genome. Newton was the nickname the player had earned for his ability to destroy targets without missing a shot. He was a famous sniper mercenary who carefully hid his avatar and voice. Each time, he used a new ID that could only be used by celebrities and VIPs whose ratings reached 100 million points per year. He was a mysterious user whose identity was the subject of many rumors in the capsule game community. The shooter thought that this could be guessed just by looking at his skill. The hobby of a son from a wealthy family was sniper shooting. The sniper met the player and noted that this was their first meeting. He completely concealed himself, but if his skills were not enough, he could be used as a shield. The young man said that he had revealed that he was Newton, but he had conditions. First, they would not participate in group shootouts. Second, purple would belong to him. As soon as the sniper reported the location, he had to retreat immediately. The sniper thought purple was a tasty morsel, so if two people attacked him, honor would have nothing to do with it. Our heroes got out of the pickup truck. Purple assumed that no one was left here. Genome wasn't so sure. Two stream snipers could have passed by here. A shot rang out, and the bullet flew close to Purple, hitting the car. The viewers assumed that it was definitely a stream sniper who fired. Genome said that the rain must be making it harder for the sniper to aim. Purple decided it would be better to confuse the opponent even more. The protagonist suggested splitting up and organizing a diversion. Two players were deactivated or living nearby. Our hero said that the sniper with the automatic weapon was a master of his craft and must be found at all costs. Genome and Purple split up and ran in different directions. Genome came under fire and hid behind a huge rock. Genome told his colleague via internal communication that he had found the man who had fired the rifle. Our hero reported that he had found the second one. The young men decided to engage in combat. Genome's opponent came at him with an automatic weapon in one hand and a dagger in the other. Everyone was surprised when information came in that Genome had been hit in the head. Could Genome really have been hit? Purple decided to deal with the opponent who was nearby first. However, Newton disarmed our hero's opponent and grabbed him by the hair. The young man said that Purple belonged to him. Newton declared that today he would destroy Purple and take the laurels of genius. Newton told Purple to take out his main weapon and show what he was capable of. Our hero was surprised. Was his opponent really going to kill a teammate and then declare war? Newton was angry that Purple was ignoring him and opened automatic fire. Purple replied that he wasn't ignoring anyone. The main character could aim quite accurately in such weather. Purple jumped aside and dodged the bullets. The young man understood why this opponent was able to hit Genoma. Purple watched the bullet fly and thought that the aiming trajectory was distorted. An explosion sounded somewhere above his head, and Purple couldn't help but notice it. The spectators noted that his opponent had deliberately hit a tree branch. Purple decided to change his position and jumped onto a fence to escape. Newton began to chase him. Purple continued to run, but his sixth sense told him that something was not right. The impossible cannot become possible, but it helps reveal what was already hidden inside. If the right conditions are met, any obstacle can be overcome. Newton also jumped over the fence and pointed his machine gun forward. He looked around, but Purple was nowhere to be seen. The protagonist revealed his location and was subjected to targeted fire. The young man dodged the bullets and ran away. The spectators were surprised. Could Purple really dodge bullets? Maybe he was the chosen one. Our hero noticed that his opponent had changed his magazine when he approached him, so now he had 4 bullets left. The shooting continued. Purple noted that his opponent would definitely take a break to reload his weapon. That would be the end of it. Our hero deflected another bullet with the body of his shotgun. Was his opponent really going to keep shooting? Our hero approached his opponent and said that he had had a great time. Newton grabbed a knife and lunged at the protagonist. Purple held his shotgun forward and deflected the attacker's attack. He thought that his opponent's body was well-trained and powerful, but he didn't look like an adult man. Our hero decided to see what this opponent was capable of. Purple smiled and said that his gun wasn't actually broken. He was just testing his opponent's skills. His opponent turned around and decided to run away, but a bullet from the hero's shotgun caught up with him. Purple told his fallen opponent that his skills were simply amazing. He was the strongest person he had ever met here. Purple expressed his hope that Genome was happy in heaven. A message appeared saying that Newton was offering a new mission to the viewers. Purple said that Newton must be a celebrity, just like Agent Q. The protagonist thanked them both. Genome and Purple confidently won the remaining 4 ranking games. They achieved amazing results in the duo rankings. The audience acknowledged that they were a fantastic duo. Genome told the audience that even though Purple's bus had been driving him around all day, he had been the tour guide. Genome added that the main part and the continuation would be separated, so questions were unnecessary. Purple added that they had no choice. The Agorkis thanked the viewers for staying with them and promised to return with a more interesting sequel. Genome acknowledged that there would be a second part, but only he would see it. The second part would consist of a dinner between Genome and Purple. At the dinner, the young people thanked each other for their work. They had rented a restaurant. Kyungbok asked if it was too expensive. Genome said he was taking advantage of their hospitality, but would help if he could. The young people could relax and enjoy themselves. Park Ju told Byung-hun to control himself. Park Ju asked Gino if he happened to know an accountant. Gino suggested that these newcomers were probably unfamiliar with taxation. Genome told his manager Dong-min to introduce these people to an accountant. Park Ju immediately expressed his desire to chat. Byung-hun wanted to talk to the editing team. Genome thanked Kyungbok for agreeing to the joint stream. Our hero replied that he should be the one to thank him, as he had learned a lot. Kyungbok thought that there was indeed a lot to learn from Gino from a human perspective, as he was a good person. Genome noticed that Kyungbok looked different compared to the stream. The young man admitted that this was his personality in everyday life. Kyungbok added that his image on stream wasn't fake, but since it's important to stick to one concept in this industry, he sometimes has to conform to how others want him to look. Genome said that Kyungbok is a genius, so the world will probably adapt to him. In addition, Kyungbok quickly put together a good team, one that is even enviable. Kyungbok said that they have been friends for many years. He was lucky that his friend turned out to be an editor. If it weren't for his friends, it would definitely have been difficult for him. Kyungbok suggested that his conversation partner switch to using the informal you, noting that they might soon become friends. Genome said that he wasn't actually the type of person who easily got close to people. It took him 5 years to become friends with his team. Genome added that the industry was quite small, so he was careful with his words and actions. Kyungbok thought he had been too hasty. Genome remarked that he would like to become friends with Kyungbok sooner and was grateful for the first step. Genome pointed out that Kyungbok knows how old he is, but doesn't know his name. Genome said that his real name was Nam Ji-hwan and that he was pleased to meet him. Our hero also gave his name, Lee Kyungbok, and said he was also pleased to meet him. The young men continued drinking and talking. Ji-hwan said that he liked Kyungbok. It was all about his personality, a man with good skills who was not ignored. A rare find. In addition, Genome noticed that Kyungbok loves to stream. During joint streams, everyone usually looks out for themselves, but Purple took care of Gino. Ji-hwan said he was very surprised when Purple helped him with his aim. Kyungbok noted that it was much more interesting that way. Ji-hwan added that he meant that caring about others for the sake of enjoying the stream is extremely rare, even among beginners. Genome felt that Kyungbok was a true genius who knew nothing but streaming when they first met. Kyungbok said that it made him feel uncomfortable. Ji-hwan remarked that he only acts that way with good people. Genome's manager said that Purple was also participating in the event. Park Ju admitted that they had a meeting scheduled with GGG. Ji-hwan was delighted. Was Kyungbok also participating? Kyungbok said he was very surprised when he received the message as soon as they left a comment under the video. Genome noted that the event was organized by Squid and he was leading the team. Genome said that Kyungbok would be perfect for a wildcard. Kyungbok asked who else would be participating. Genome's manager said they didn't know because GGG was putting the team together. Presumably, the lineup would consist of professionals, 2 popular streamers, and 1 wildcard. Ji-hwan reminded him that Kyungbok had defeated Newton, so there was no need to worry. No one would hate him. Kyungbok asked who Newton was. It seemed like he was famous. Genome said that Newton is a crazy stream sniper who craves victory. He's the type who judges his skills based on donations after defeating his target. However, Purple dispelled the myth of his invincibility. Ji-hwan said he wasn't surprised when he received the second highest amount of 300,000 coins. But he was surprised when Purple was valued at $1 million. Kyungbok asked if Genome was second. Who was the best? Ji-hwan replied that Moonstrong received $500,000 but was then crushed. Now he's not even worth 1,000. He was caught using a VIP subscription booster, so he ran away. After that, Newton's fandom, Apples, was created. Genome also suffered from them. Genome noted that they were just losers, but at that time, the number of stream snipers increased and many people stopped streaming. Ji-hwan thought he could beat him, but it seems Newton's skills have improved. The manager noticed that reflexes deteriorate with age. Kyungbok was surprised. Why doesn't this manager start streaming himself with such skills? Ji-hwan said that a person who acts so recklessly alone is not suited to streaming. He appeals to people who are just as malicious. Genome noted that when they uploaded the video, the manager would get even more angry. Right now, he was feeling a little better. Bong-hoon had already spent quite a bit of time in front of the monitor. There was nothing to cut, so he had to adjust the speed. The original was legendary, so he put his heart into the editing. As expected, it would get over 1 million views. The news of Newton's defeat simply blew up the community. It was perfect for trends. Besides, Purple doesn't destroy his opponents right away. To emphasize the visual beauty, Madman made the full video longer and uploaded it to YouTube. The video easily made it to the top of many communities' popular posts. As a result of numerous views, the video climbed higher and higher in the trends. Kyungbuk and Park Ju saw Byung-hoon lying on the floor, exhausted. The manager was surprised. Was it worth hiring Madman as an assistant? The video editor said that the assistant hadn't slept either, but his efforts had paid off. Kyungbuk suggested that the manager thank the editor and his assistant. Park Ju checked and said that there were already over 2 million views. This was definitely a good result. Byung-hoon noted that the number of subscribers had exceeded 400,000. The video editor added that it was all thanks to them being trending. The number of views was growing with every page refresh. Park Ju said that he had received an offer from Muscle Gallery today. Kyungbuk was surprised. After all, they stream games. Why Muscle Gallery? Muscle Gallery wrote in the comments on the video that the player's muscle balance is perfect. Has he ever had professional training? Kyungbuk said that he often watched his videos when he was working out. He runs a health channel and was a Special Forces soldier. He got in touch after seeing Purple's physique. Park Ju said that Muscle Gallery is a live stream. Therefore, there is no privacy protection feature. In virtual reality, an avatar based on biometric information is used to ensure anonymity. Our hero's body type was the same as in real life, but the face can be adjusted. However, if you go too far with this, you'll have to spend a long time adapting to your appearance. Gamers don't like that. The protagonist thought, maybe someday, in order to expand the content, he would have to reveal himself. Park Ju added, Muscle Gallery says not to take it seriously if Purple isn't used to it. The manager suggested covering the face with something. Kyungbuk thought it was too early to reveal himself and thought that maybe it would be better to decline this time. Our hero said that he couldn't read people's intentions. It wasn't something he could control. It would be difficult if a fan who recognized him in real life thought something sinister. Park Ju pointed out that if something happened, Kyungbuk would know right away. Byung-hoon added that they might run into jerks, like those punks from high school. They acted pretty friendly. But after that incident, they immediately turned on him, calling him a shaman. They said that a ghost had possessed him. It was as if he had been shocked with a stun gun. They could even have filmed it. He was one of 7 shamans like his grandmother. Kyungbuk said that they no longer had anything to do with his life and that he shouldn't even think about them. The most important thing was to enjoy the streams. Park Ju agreed. There was no reason to stress. They could just refuse. Byung-hoon said that now they could discuss the emoji samples. Park Ju said he had chosen only 3 and asked for the main ones, but they would order more if they chose from these. Each of these emojis stands out in its own way. Byung-hoon and Kyungbuk couldn't decide. The choice was really difficult. Park Ju looked at the emojis and wondered if they made sense. Byung-hoon reminded him that viewers had been constantly asking for emojis in the comments. Kyungbuk admitted that making emojis wasn't easy. It seemed like whoever suggested them was a real fan. Our hero said he wanted to let those who love their streams decide. Park Ju said he would draw up a contract and register them for use. Byun-hong said, finally the meeting is over. The video editor asked everyone to do their best today, as this was already the 2nd advertising contract with the developer. Park Ju said that since it's advertising from developers, it will probably be average. Kyungbuk said that they should listen to them carefully. The manager told the car navigator to plot a route to the Gunner Ground Games headquarters. Park Ju remarked that it would be fun if they caught a big fish because the bait was good. But would they get confirmation on the first day? The offer came the day after the comment was posted. Park Ju suggested that they were already on the guest list or had been followed. Kyungbuk said that things were different now from Bark. The car stopped near the main office. Kyungbuk said that in any case, they would soon find out why they had been invited there. Park Ju looked at his friend and thought that whenever he was busy with something new, he showed interest and motivation instead of anxiety. That's how a versatile streamer should be. Our hero was immediately recognized at the GGG office. After all, he was the streamer Purple. Our hero greeted those present. The young people introduced themselves. The head of the planning team was there. The head of the development team was also present. There was also a marketing specialist. Kyung-bok said that his manager had come with him. Park Ju noted that 3 team leaders would be negotiating with them. The planning team leader said that they had to invite the young people to the main office and hope for their understanding. Kyung-bok remarked that it was a good excuse to get out of the office and touch the grass. He rarely goes anywhere as a streamer. The planning team leader decided to explain a few things before they moved on to the main topic. They periodically hold special events with special rules. The new event mode is called Time Warfare. A hologram of a humanoid appeared in front of those present at the table. Kyung-bok was surprised to see the robot. The team leader said that this machine of the future was a killer droid. The concept of the event is based on science fiction. They plan to change the existing PvP mode. It will involve a device that will become the third enemy. It will be PvPvE. Unique items, weapons, appeared on the hologram. The planning team leader said that these were floating items. Kyung-bok remarked that fighting against players and system enemies sounded cool and interesting. The team leader told her colleagues that Kyung-bok liked everything. It looks like they're going to pull it off. The development team leader said that they were planning to hold a preliminary broadcast with influencers and would like to invite Purple. Park Ju thought that there was no need to involve the leaders of several teams for something like this. These guys weren't telling him everything. The planning team leader said that they had a separate offer for Kyung-bok. It was technical data about their users. He pointed to the hologram and explained that the top bar showed the average score, while the bottom bar showed the abilities of the top 5% of players. The difference was quite significant. A new MMR system will be implemented in event mode. Therefore, they planned everything so that a third party capable of filtering out experienced players would be introduced into the game to prevent them from spoiling the gaming experience for average players. The team leader added that they tried to build a model of killer droid behavior based on data from the top 1% of players. The development team leader said that Purple impressed him with his streams and videos on his channel. His reactions, body control, and color perception are simply superhuman. The planning team leader urged her colleague to calm down. The girl noted that when she first collected the data, she thought it was a mistake. Her colleague said that he almost returned to work immediately after leaving the office. He decided that someone had hacked the virtual reality. GGG representatives said they would like to obtain Kyung-bok's data to transfer his behavior model to NPC bosses. Kyung-bok realized that his interlocutors wanted to collect behavioral data. Park Ju said that they understood their colleague's proposal. They wanted to discuss something among themselves. The girl suggested using the conference room next door. Kyung-bok told the manager that he didn't understand anything. The world was moving too fast, and he had only recently become familiar with the capsule. Park Ju replied that in virtual reality, experience is also converted into a material called data, which is why it becomes valuable. Just like when you buy the rights to use the movements of martial arts masters for capture, Park Ju added that Kyung-bok's experience and skills were becoming a commodity. Our hero was surprised. Could experience really be bought now? Park Ju explained the prices. 10 million coins for a 30-day period of use after completion, and 5 million for a preview broadcast based on the number of subscribers. That doesn't sound bad. Kyung-bok thought there was something elusive about it. Unlike the others, the marketing director gave off a slightly repulsive vibe. Kyung-bok and Park Ju returned to the meeting room, and our hero thanked his colleagues for the offer. However, he still needed time to think. GGG could find someone else and sign a contract with them. The GGG representatives were surprised. They hadn't expected such a response. Our hero thanked them for their time and said he would contact them later. His colleagues did not need to get in touch first. The team leaders said they would wait for Kyung-bok's response. He needed to think it over carefully. After the negotiations ended, the young people realized that this was, in essence, a rejection. What should they do? First, they had to report this to the development director. GGG's development director, Park Si-gon, was also disappointed. He didn't understand why. Did Kyung-bok not like the event, or was it too much of a burden? The department head said that the player's reaction was positive when he saw the presentation. The atmosphere of the meeting was also good. Park Si-gon replied that judging by Kyung-bok's streams, he concluded that this was just his personality. Why did he refuse? The director suggested that the contract price for the product, which the marketing side insisted on, was too low. The director added that he would also prefer to spend less. But if you don't listen to people and only look at the numbers, then it's better to look at the bigger numbers. Park Si-gon banged his fist on the table and asked how much damage would be done if the development schedule was disrupted. Without the necessary data, the killer robot is just a tin can with strong protection. In the end, they would have to use the Outlaw Project. Park Si-gon wanted to attract science fiction fans and secure an audience for his next work, but it looks like Outlaw Universe will be branded a failure. Director Park Si-gon asked if the department head was really satisfied with failing 2 projects at once. The department head said he would raise the price and contact Kyung-bak again. After the negotiations, Park Ju told our hero that he agreed because that was his opinion. But what didn't he like? Park Ju decided to contact Byung-hun first and tell him everything. The young men received information that the contract amount had been increased to 30 million. Now they could agree. Park Ju was surprised. How could this have happened? Could Kyung-bak have done this? Our hero wondered what he could have done. After all, Park Ju had been there the whole time. The protagonist said that he had simply taken a step back, away from the sinister energy. Park Ju asked, "So he took a step towards good energy?" Our hero confirmed this. The manager thought that Kyung-bak even knew how to draw up contracts perfectly. The protagonist thought, if they use his data, he will be able to fight himself. That's even interesting. On the stream, viewers saw Purple lying on a hospital bed, being transported at high speed down the corridor. The streamer said that the sequel to Anatomy of a Master is already here. Viewers were surprised to see Purple in a hospital gown, looking serious and trying to hold back laughter. What are those emoji-like badges on his chest? Jinam asked for everyone's attention and said that they were starting the diagnosis. Does everyone know that the capsule uses the brain? Jinam added that the brain inside the capsule usually works based on reality. If the brain's abilities are not superhuman, then the skills are practically no different from those in real life. Genome showed a photo on the screen and said that it was his brain. During the game, different areas are active, but they are constantly changing. The 5 senses are activated differently depending on the situation. The brain is constantly fully active, even when it is not required. Genome said that these are completely different types of people, a new species of humanity. The brain's ability to multitask is usually limited, so prioritization and focus are important. However, since Purple's entire brain is constantly engaged, there is no need to repeatedly select and change the area of focus, so even small movements are completely controlled. Genome said synesthesia. This is when one sense triggers another. Since all of Purple's senses are always activated, you can see that they are interconnected. Genome agreed that it sounded fantastic, but the audience would soon understand. The audience saw him run faster than his opponent could pull the trigger. Something can be heard from the opponent's side. Accelerating at speed and counterattacking with a headshot are based on prediction. Is he using the sound of footsteps, the noise of the trigger, and the flow of air to his advantage? Genome asked if the audience remembered the truck with the container. Then he took a grenade. The salty smell, the sea breeze, the humidity, the direction of the wind, the noise of the engine, the speed of the car. Genome said that geniuses wonder why ordinary people can't do this. Purple, looking at Genome, understood that he was not letting the guest completely take over the conversation. He had something to learn. During the stream, the young people noticed that Newton had sponsored a large sum of money. Purple thanked him and said that they were talking about that player. Our hero thought that Genome created such content himself. Genome added that his manager helped him a lot. The stream host informed the guest that the sponsorship settings had been finalized. Purple told the viewers not to be shy and to ask questions. In response to questions, our hero stated that he always fights with confidence in his victory. Purple couldn't explain where this confidence came from and assumed that no one would understand him. The protagonist said that experienced people always make the best choices. When the enemy is hiding behind a wall, sometimes you have to jump over the fence. However, this is not always the right choice because there is a risk of being shot. The best option would be to move to the entrance, where there is cover, and launch a surprise attack. Many people take this route, especially if they know the map well. Purple said that by the sound of the shots, he calculated how many bullets the enemy had left. When there were 3 bullets left, he decided to start shooting. The goal was to show his superiority. Purple added that, judging by the reaction speed, the player was trying to reduce the time spent thinking. It is much easier to deal with an optimal target. The protagonist said that it was obvious that his opponent would aim for the head. Our hero added that when playing, you have to think about everything. The young man was interested in how hard his opponent had trained. Newton asked if Purple reacted so quickly in close combat because of his optimality. Purple was surprised. Wasn't Newton being a little too confident? His close combat skills were inferior to his shooting skills. Purple added that this could be seen in his preliminary movements. Boxing could be used as an example. Since a player has to turn to put power into a punch, the shoulders and waist usually move first. However, even before that, the eyes move first. Before attacking, Newton looked around. It was so obvious that it was impossible not to notice. Genome acknowledged that this was absolutely true. Purple added that since it is an instinct, it is difficult to change. Therefore, you must first deceive yourself. Newton said that next time, victory would be his. Genome noted that after such training, Newton was preparing to take revenge. Purple remarked that if Newton's skills improved, it would be to his advantage. The protagonist admitted that the games he had played so far were easy. Difficult tasks are more fun. Genome thought that confidence was not just a concept. He truly strives for perfection and proves it. This was evident from the moment they first met. Genome said that for the first time in the history of Anatomy of a Master, he was giving up. Purple was beyond comprehension. A combination of physical and mental judgments that could be considered a sixth sense. The young man said he was sorry that this analysis was not entirely clear, but further analysis was impossible. At least he had discovered synesthesia. Purple couldn't explain it either, but it seemed to be what Genome was thinking. Genome was certain of one thing. Purple's genius was a gift from heaven. The streamer noted that there is something human in every master. Exclusive content is only for those who watch the stream live. It will be removed from replays. If the recording is distributed without permission, a court meeting with fans may be arranged. Genome suggested starting a section called Masters Are People Too. Genome added that they would be conducting a live interview right now. This would be exclusive content and all replays would be deleted. Purple thought, special privileges for live broadcasts are a great idea. There will be more viewers during the live broadcast. Genome said he had his first question for the man shrouded in mystery. Who was Purple in the past? The young man replied that he was an ordinary office worker. Genome asked what prompted his interlocutor to become a game streamer. Purple said that a friend who now edits streams advised him to do so. During his studies, he trained with a pro gamer. Genome noted that Purple had received an offer from one of the top 3. Purple said that he was very weak when he was younger. He gave up because he felt sick during tests. That's why he started exercising regularly. It was one of the side effects of using divine energy. Genome expressed his joy that Purple is now healthy. How does he feel about streaming? The young man replied that he is very lucky. Thanks to the people around him, his longtime friends, a video editor, and a manager, he has never had any serious difficulties. Purple added that viewers also help him with their support. This should not be underestimated. Genome now understood why viewers love Purple so much, and now he was ready to read one of the most popular questions, reflecting the audience's love. The question that took first place, what color are Purple's underwear? Genome reminded everyone not to forget their manners. Purple replied that he needed to check, then added that he was wearing dark blue underwear. Genome shouted that he didn't have to answer that question. The young man was asked other similar questions. Someone in the audience wanted Purple to show his real body. Purple replied that it was an important question. He had indeed planned to show his real body. The protagonist added that he wanted to stream on the street and meet his subscribers. However, appearance is the main reason for prejudice. So for now, he doesn't want to appear in front of viewers as Purple. Our hero added that if someone only likes him because of his appearance, the relationship won't last long. Purple noted that he doesn't have any ideas for content that he would like to show in real life yet. Therefore, he refused to do a joint stream with his uncle nicknamed Bald Mountain. Genome said he would ask one last question. What will the next game be? The game he will play next is the latest in the Elden series, Elden Soul. Purple said he would allow any intrusions. He is waiting for those who can teach him something. Genome suggested, as is tradition, to end Anatomy of a Master with a simple game. You can choose. Our hero said he would follow the navigator, so he chose the second lever. Genome pulled the lever first and said he was looking forward to seeing Purple's luck, which he always talks about. Our hero thought that for fun, it would be worth betting large sums of money. Purple pulled the lever and held it for a moment. The host said that Purple had lost $1 million to Genome. Was he already the winner? The young man decided to wait for the results of the last slot. but had already decided that he would decide in Purple's favor regardless of the outcome. The young man understood that his public defeat would cause a negative reaction. But why was he so calm? However, in the end, Purple still came out on top. Genome realized that he had lost $1 million he hadn't earned. The streamer said he wanted to be alone and asked everyone to leave. Purple thanked the viewers and told them to wait for the next broadcast. He also reminded them that they could visit his channel. In the evening, the young people celebrated our hero's channel reaching 500,000 subscribers. Park Ju acknowledged that everyone had worked hard to achieve this. Kyungbok regretted that Madman, the video editor's assistant, couldn't make it. Park Ju added that no one had seen him yet. Byung-hoon noted that not long ago they had reached 100,000 subscribers, and now they already had 500,000. At first, he was worried because most of them were foreigners, and the growth in subscribers was insignificant. Park Ju said that they weren't fake, but real fans, which was even better. In addition, thanks to the preview, there were many offers for collaboration. Everyone realized that the duo of Purple and Genome was very successful. Kyungbok said that there was nothing good about streaming with strangers. Byung-hoon agreed. Such streamers just want a piece of the pie. Kyungbok said that he doesn't even understand the game, so it's better to give up. It's too difficult. Byung-hoon asked Kyungbok if he really sees sounds. He became curious after watching the stream. Kyungbok replied that Genome explained it as synesthesia. However, the sensations are slightly different. Kyungbok added that it was difficult to explain. Byung-hoon asked if there was anything similar. Even Kyungbok's friends thought it was amazing. How shocked would the viewers be? Park Ju acknowledged that Kyungbok is a true genius. Byung-hoon was delighted by the recognition from such a person. Purple appeared on the stream and greeted the viewers. He noticed that there were more viewers than usual. The streamer thanked all his subscribers for their donations and added that Genome had quickly kept his promise. Purple announced that he was starting the game. The fortress walls were destroyed and broken. However, the soul cannot be broken. The hero said that if he got it, the era of humans would begin again. Eldon's soul is a piece of his soul that remained from the time when he was different. Purple decided that he needed to choose something special. Each of the fragments looks different. Thief. Depending on the choice, the starting equipment, abilities, and available spells change. Priest. Viewers noted that they are all cool, but it is best to choose the mage. Some were in favor of the assassin. In fact, our hero had already made his choice. The editor advised him to choose the one he felt drawn to. Our hero chose the Seeker of Origins, a sorcerer. The player lost everything but could clearly sense the origins. He must find the oldest soul. Eldon's soul. Kyungbok found himself in a dusty place that looked like an underground lair. There were broken boxes with weapons. Some of them could be useful. Purple pulled a broken long sword out of a box, a common weapon in all games in the series. One of the viewers suggested a mission: escape from the graveyard armed only with this sword. The protagonist thanked the viewer for the mission. He had a rough idea of what was required of him. However, this was practically no different from playing with his bare hands. Purple thought, if it's possible, then playing with his bare hands sounds fun. A long, dark corridor stretched out before our hero. All other paths were blocked. It seemed that whatever was there, he would have to go through this tunnel. Purple thought that the training map was completely littered with traps. Everything was designed to destroy the player. As he advanced deeper, the young man had to constantly dodge various attacks. Our hero felt his soul. The next moment, monsters appeared, swinging their swords. Nakapur didn't lose his cool and immediately attacked one of the monsters. The green head of the beast flew off its shoulders. The audience was amazed. How did these monsters even appear here? Even the coincidences seemed too neat. The young man saw smoldering coals in the hall. What could this mean? The blade in his hands glowed red hot. He uttered a spell and it worked. Now the hall was a little brighter. Purple thought that now he could see what would happen in the future and rushed at the monsters. The audience was puzzled. Where was he running? It was certain death. The player dodged the arrows flying at him. Purple attacked the archers with his red-hot blade. The protagonist decided to use only the broken sword, and it worked. The young man threw the red-hot blade at the huge monster and thought that the spell should work. The monster was destroyed. Our hero stood before the burning bodies of the defeated monsters. Purple told the audience that the game was very easy to play, perhaps because it was only the beginning. The protagonist found himself in that very room. The audience watched with interest. Purple felt a dark energy. Our hero determined that there were iron spears, arrows, fire, and even hidden undead creatures in the room. However, at the end of the room, he also sensed a light energy. The protagonist assumed that the battle here would be much more difficult. The no hints feature was activated during the mission. Purple thought, could this be revenge for the past? Our hero began to move forward, dodging all kinds of attacks. However, the closer he got, the stronger the light energy felt. What was hiding there ahead? Another monster appeared directly in front of him. Someone in the audience noticed that the production team was serious about screamers and destroying noobs. Purple grabbed the monster and used its body to shield himself from the approaching fire. After overcoming all the obstacles, the protagonist decided to see what was at the end of the room. The doors opened before him. Once outside, the young man stepped to the edge of a cliff. A precipice gaped beneath his feet. Suddenly, another monster appeared and lunged at the protagonist. Purple, as always, did not lose his composure and stabbed the monster in the chest with a red-hot blade. The monster collapsed into the abyss. Purple said that the undead burn well, thanks to his clothes. Our hero looked toward the illuminated area and wondered, what lies beyond the cliff? Could all of this be undead? The young man decided that now was the time to use his shield. Purple decided to return the way he came. The spectators were puzzled. Why did he set his shield on fire? Our hero gathered momentum and jumped off the cliff with the burning shield in his hand. Purple managed to hook his sword and dagger onto the wall, stopping his fall. In front of him was the entrance to a cave. He had noticed it earlier when he was setting the undead on fire. The spectators assumed that this was an unexplored hole. It seemed that no one had ever been here before. Purple went inside and found himself in a graveyard in an unknown space. Our hero felt that someone was definitely there. A knight in armor stood before the protagonist. The young man did not consider him an enemy. The knight emanated the same bright energy. Our hero decided to take him by the hand. Purple assumed that he should do as he was told. It looked like a cut scene. Purple asked the knight who he was. Our hero received an unknown soul. The soul feature was unlocked. Now the player can get them by defeating enemies and use this attribute to level up their character. Purple was surprised. Isn't enhancement the main function? Our hero said that there was still something undisclosed in Elden Soul. In the middle of the room was a stone tablet. The atmosphere was driving the hero crazy. The young man suggested that something needed to be done with the tablet. Purple decided to check if it would react to the soul. If he could restore his memories and collect souls, he might be able to read the stone tablet. With every passing minute, our hero became more and more interested. He decided to climb the stairs that had appeared. Purple climbed all the steps and found himself at the top. Judging by the light, he assumed he had made it to the surface. Our hero opened the door slightly. How long had it been since he had seen sunlight? Everything would have been wonderful if it weren't for the sudden urge to destroy everything that pierced him through and through. An opponent appeared before the protagonist. An old man nearby realized that he was not dealing with a dead man. He looked at the hero and thought that he was a split person who was still in his right mind. The old man with a shovel in his hand asked how much time had passed. He hoped that there would be no more graves in the cemetery today. This character was called the Gravedigger. He swung his shovel and said that he could no longer let people like this young man in. Purple dodged the Gravedigger's attack. This happened several times. Our hero thought, maybe to pass, he has to be hit at least once. Purple said that the Gravedigger's movements were too sweeping. They were easy to predict. Our hero thought that characters like this usually had unique abilities, but the Undertaker didn't seem to have any. Purple tricked his opponent and got close enough. He swung his red-hot blade. The protagonist plunged the blade into the Undertaker's body up to the hilt. Blood spurted in all directions. The bleeding Gravedigger, leaning on his shovel, dropped to his knees. Purple thought that his opponent's body was human, so it wouldn't be difficult to find his weak spots. However, something still bothered our hero, and he decided to check it out. The young man turned around and ran back to the temple. Our hero decided to change swords and took the one inside the temple. This sword was hanging on the wall and had caught our hero's attention even before he left. The protagonist thought that this sword would look great in the hands of the Gravedigger. Purple showed the sword to the Undertaker and asked if it belonged to him. The Undertaker asked how many times the young man had been broken. Why was he pretending to be a winner? Purple declared that he was the Seeker of Origins. He had simply guessed that his opponent must have this sword in his hand. The old man said that it was a disgrace to him, as he had long forgotten about it. The Undertaker apologized. He hadn't even noticed that there was honor in the young man's broken soul. The old man said that the name was forgotten, but the spirit of the knight remained. He challenges the young man to a fair fight. Purple said again that things were getting much more interesting. Our hero accepted the challenge. The old man swung his sword, but the young man managed to dodge the blow. The protagonist noticed that his opponent's speed had increased. The young man decided that this should work and thrust his red-hot broken blade forward to block the blow. Purple parried his opponent's attack and counterattacked. His blow was so powerful that the Undertaker dropped his sword. The old man acknowledged that this was commendable. The Undertaker picked up his sword again and swung it. Bleeding profusely, he prepared for his final attack. Purple thought that if he dodged now, he wouldn't have time to aim. In that case, he had to break through the blow. The Undertaker was again unable to do anything against his opponent. He said it was simply amazing. Purple told his opponent to be careful. If he wasn't in the center, the aura could escape. Our hero received the Undertaker's whole soul. The opponent was destroyed. The audience acknowledged that it was a worthy fight. The protagonist couldn't return to the cemetery, so he decided to go into the forest. The mission was accomplished. The young man decided that the cemetery was finished. The atmosphere in the forest changed dramatically. The fog was thick. No one knew what might emerge from it. After the fog cleared a little, our hero saw an altar in front of him. An image of a girl appeared in front of the altar. She called our hero a broken soul. He asked her name. The girl said that a name was just a fragment of existence. She was called the Fog Witch, who had given up her body for her mind. Purple said that she even looked like her. The Misty Witch replied that living without a body was inconvenient. She offered to make a deal. The girl said that if the young man brought her his soul, she would help him remember. Did he know about remembering souls? She also offered to repay him with magic. She has a special power. Purple offered the girl the soul he had left after his battle with the gravedigger. The girl said it was a very pure soul. Did he give it to her himself? The Misty Witch said that the foundation for the dragon's ascent would now be laid. The girl was ready to tell about the sorcery she used to create her form. If the young man could imagine the wind as a whip, he could give it shape. The witch began to destroy the trees around them. Could this be the whip of the magician's souls? Our hero said he saw something like a mist. Could this be the foundation of the dragon's ascent? If you imagine it as threads connecting your fingers, you can make several swings at once. Purple said that at the moment he could use a maximum of 3. The Misty Witch said that it was amazing. It was a great honor for her to meet a great sorcerer. Our hero said that he understood everything. He just wanted to explore the origins. But why doesn't the girl create a body for herself? The witch replied that even if she created a body, she would not be able to leave. This altar is a protective barrier. Beyond it, a giant takes the bodies of the dead and creates monsters. However, everything will change when he is gone. Then she will be able to regain her body. The Misty Witch told the Split One not to worry about her. She wished for his wishes to come true. Purple wondered whether he should fight the monster boss. He didn't expect the witch to teach him just one spell. Continuing on his way, our hero found himself in the domain of a bone centipede. The young man remembered that he was attracted to the idea of climbing a dragon. He called the monster a petty thing. He couldn't wait to see the boss. After destroying the bone centipede, our hero acquired 25 souls. Now the player could strengthen his character with the souls he had acquired. Purple realized that a certain amount was required for strengthening. The protagonist decided to invest all his points in intelligence for spells. Purple determined that magical threads were now coming out of 4 of his fingers. There was room for improvement. A huge skull was rapidly approaching our hero. The audience wondered, what kind of projectile was that? Purple guessed that it was scarier than the awakened gravedigger. A golem of evil spirits appeared before our hero. It was the forest giant. He said that no matter who the golem was, he could see right through it. Our hero moved swiftly to avoid the flying skull's attack. Purple decided that if he was going to play superhero, he would do it in a big way. He decided to face the golem with a weapon in his hands. The smoldering coals in the hall were activated. Everything around was engulfed in flames. The young man assumed that magic could only be combined with witchcraft. That meant he would get even more spells for destroying the boss. Using fire magic, our hero engaged in a confrontation with a huge forest golem. Spectators noted that the golem had excellent reflexes. He was afraid of hurting his opponent's soul, but it seemed that no help would be needed. The enemy used pairing to defend an attack, so he would have to deal with that first. There were many trees around, which the young man took as a sign that it was worth playing with fire. Everything around him was on fire again. The forest golem defended himself, but the flames were closing in on him from all sides. At one point, the monster's body began to burn. Its wooden legs could no longer withstand the high temperature. The protagonist assumed that the power of the soul remained only in his opponent's scythe. The Mist Witch appeared before the young man. She said that the true essence of the giant was the guardian of the kingdom's forests. The girl added that the golem's original power was to help plants grow. However, the indignation of the dead had defiled his soul, which was imprisoned in the auget. Our hero managed to get hold of the auget and the golem's soul. The Misty Witch in purple grabbed the huge green ball. The ball began to split in two. Each of them was left with half of the green ball. Moreover, each half contained a glowing yellow core. The girl said that this golem was connected to her soul. If the young man gave it to her, she would teach him another spell. The girl acquired a body and said that now she was a kingdom, a capital. Purple realized that the arc with the misty forest had come to an end. Now he found himself in a new location. Our hero admitted that this was indeed an interesting game. Now he understood why so many people had recommended it. Purple said goodbye to the viewers and said that was all for today. He would announce the time of the next stream. The next day arrived. Kyungbok decided to do some physical warm-ups and immediately chose a difficult exercise. After the warm-up, he felt very hungry. However, he had run out of chicken products. Kyungbok decided it was time to place a new order. Kyungbok opened the app on his smartphone. He knew that delivery would be fast this time. He wouldn't be hungry for long. After that, our hero launched a new app and received information about protein for building muscle. As a bonus, he was also given a program for upper body muscle growth. Kyungbok left the house and went to the store. It was a high-end grocery store that he would normally pass by faster than anyone else. The young man's gaze fell on a product called Protein Pro. In the past, he would never have considered such a purchase. However, money gives you a lot of freedom of choice. At that moment, the phone rang. It was his colleagues Park Ju and Byung-hun. They asked if Kyungbok had checked his email. Our hero replied that he wasn't home. What was going on? Byung-hun said that Purple had been challenged. The challenge came from a streamer representing Elden series. Ju-ho, under the nickname Eclipse, had sent the young man a letter. Kyungbok took a deep breath, calmed down, and sat down by the fountain to read the letter. The player Ju-ho was a die-hard fan of all the Elden series. He borrowed his nickname, Eclipse, from the image of an eclipse in the game. He had been practicing sword fighting in real life based on the game's movements since the console days. When the capsule version was released, he became the knight he had always dreamed of. An NPC was even created that moved like Eclipse. Kyungbok decided that Ju-ho definitely knew how to have fun. Our hero contacted Ji-hwan and told him he had a job for him. The young man had just woken up and asked what was going on. Upon receiving the information, Ji-hwan was delighted, as he had a joint stream with Mr. Eclipse. That was why Kyungbok wanted more information. Who was this man? Ji-hwan said that if word got out that Kyungbok was open to PvP, stream snipers and other leeches would be lying in wait for him everywhere. Our hero agreed that it was better not to give them a reason. Ji-hwan added that it could also affect his own streams. No one would join if they knew they would lose in advance. He had to take care of his reputation. Kyungbok agreed. You can't abandon your friends. Our hero looked at the promotional poster and thought that Nara's sister was a real beauty. There were fans of this girl nearby. Thinking about idols, the protagonist remembered Ju-ho. He had wondered why he needed so much makeup. The young man replied that the makeup came with the merchandise. Kyungbok thought that this was also a kind of collaboration. Everyone works hard in this way. Looking at the poster with Nara, our hero had a strange feeling again. Kyungbok thought, could this be Newton? He had the same feeling when he first met that player. The next moment, the young man thought he was mistaken. Everyone's trained bodies are the same. It just seemed that way to him. Purple started another stream, and as always, thanked everyone for their donations and support. The first emojis were added. To use them, you had to upgrade your subscription. The streamer said that he had opened his video channel and was counting on love and support. He then announced that the announcement was over and started playing. Purple moved around a location in an abandoned part of the city. Our hero told his companion that it was worth taking a look around while everything was quiet. Our hero concluded that this capital city was no different from ruins. The protagonist heard the words, "If he does not obey the call to service, he will be treated like a dead man." Purple looked at the knight who spoke these words to the man kneeling before him. The frightened man said he would do anything. The knight confirmed that the man had made the right decision. He no longer needed to fear becoming undead. The witch said that this is what happens when the decision-maker does not fulfill his duty. Purple asked who that was. The girl replied that he was the leader of the people. Because the ruler remained silent, the people lost their faith and became undead. The knights are trying to drive them away, while the church is trying to bring everyone back to humanity. Humanity was divided into two factions. The witch asked what the split would do next. Our hero thought he sensed the presence of the undead. Purple peeked out from behind the door. He did not feel that the undead intended to destroy him. He decided to observe for a while. The knight told the man to get up and follow him. The undead nearby suddenly attacked the knight and pierced his body with a sword. Another undead said it was excellent work. Now anyone who wanted to could come and get some food. He was ready to share. No more starving. Purple continued to watch the undead's actions from his hiding place. The young man was surprised. What kind of insatiable spirit was this? An undead creature that had touched the taboo out of hunger. Our hero decided to follow the bloody trail as he could openly pursue the undead. The undead dragged the knight's body to a neighboring building. Purple used his unique abilities and summoned fire to help. With the help of the flames, he destroyed the undead. The witch said that the soul of the knight recruiter was still intact. Our hero received the whole soul of the recruiter. He said that the Order of Knights was a new path. The young man approached the entrance to the royal castle. It was the kingdom's knightly order. The guards surrounded our hero and told him to state his name first. Purple replied that he was one of those seeking the origins and had no need to fight the guards. The young man released the soul of the recruiting knight. Someone was watching the protagonist from a window. The silhouette of the captain of the guards appeared in the window. The guards admitted that they had been rude to the broken man and decided to take him to their commander. Purple did not resist and followed the armed men. After a while, our hero stood before huge gates that swung open to let him pass. The captain said he was glad to meet him, that his name was Blondo, and that he was the commander of the knightly order. The captain was surprised. This young man had returned the soul of a recruiter to them, even though he was split. Blondo thanked our hero for the young man could have kept his soul for himself. The captain asked if this man was willing to help them in their cause. The young man replied that he had not thought of that. Blondo asked if the young man was here because of the ancient soul. Only the executioner knows where it is. Purple was surprised. How did the captain know that? The captain replied that he too had once been split. The protagonist asked Blondo if the captain was there because the decider had rejected him. The captain replied that he did not meet the requirements. Instead, the decider had chosen a name and a mission for him to protect the kingdom. He was supposed to get rid of the split ones, but it seemed he hadn't done enough since she had appeared here. Purple now understood why the Undertaker was standing there. The protagonist asked if Blondo was going to leave him. The captain replied that the situation had changed. Since the decision-maker had been silent for a long time, they began to doubt his existence. The witch said that those who lose their faith become undead. The captain acknowledged that maintaining the knight's faith was their highest mission, but without a leader, it was meaningless. Blondo admitted that the knights would become undead, but without telling people the truth, they would simply continue to do their job to prevent people from becoming undead. Blondo noted that they were not giving up yet, but that the mission was impossible to accomplish. The captain said that the young man who could confirm the truth must find the decision-maker on their behalf. Our hero said he had no reason to refuse. Blondo thanked his companion. The knight said that 2 keys were needed to meet the decider: the metal he possessed and the sacred jade kept in the church. Blondo said that if the young man brought the jade, he would give him the metal. Purple was surprised. Why did the captain set such a condition? The knight replied that he was a coward, although he was ashamed to admit it. If the church, which was capable of turning the undead back into humans, obtained the metal, the knights would have to defend it instead of the kingdom. Purple said he understood, even though it contradicted their mission. Blondo added that the young man could use anything he found. Viewers noticed that PvP mode had been activated. Purple informed the viewers that the stream would have to end there. The streamer said that he had agreed with Mr. Eclipse to have a duel. He waited for the PvP feature to open. Purple acknowledged that both of them needed to be in top form for the duel. The protagonist suggested that viewers meet the next day after the usual break. An announcement about the duel with Sir Purple appeared on Eclipse's channel. Eclipse expressed his gratitude to Purple for accepting the challenge. Eclipse also addressed the wandering knight Newton, offering to test his bravery, but received no response. Nevertheless, he is still waiting for Newton. The video editor said he had been expecting something like this. Hyung-bak stated that he had no reason to refuse. He had said from the beginning that he was not opposed to PvP. Park Ju reported that Metagamer had contacted them. They want to buy the rights to broadcast the duel. Metagamer's website headquarters. The young people were happy to hear back, but they needed to pull themselves together. The influencer team is under pressure because they have no news to report. They need to behave calmly and with dignity. It wasn't such a difficult offer, was it? The streaming community is so harsh that it's extremely difficult for a newcomer to get noticed. Did they go too far by asking someone as big as Purple to sell the rights? Young people prayed for help. They hoped that Purple would accept their offer. On the stream, a girl greeted all of Purple's fans. The viewers were surprised. Who was she? The girl introduced herself as reporter Shin from Metagamer. They also invited a prominent commentator. The knight took off his helmet and declared that he was a man who understood games at a genetic level. His name was Genome. Shin asked Mr. Genome if he was familiar with the duelists. Genome confirmed that he had invited them to Anatomy of a Master and had played Elden Soul a lot himself. Genome noted that he had no reason to miss the show. He asked Shin if she knew what duel mode was. She replied that it was a competition between two players. Genome confirmed this, adding that a PvP duel was a fair fight. The first duelist was a hardworking and romantic knight who was honing his skills and dreaming of becoming the perfect warrior. A modern-day Don Quixote, Sir Eclipse. The second was the perfect new champion, perfect player, who responded to the request and accepted the challenge. Our hero also appeared in all his glory. The audience recognized that Eclipse's experience could be equated to 12 years. What is Purple thinking? Eclipse said that carelessness is a disgrace to a knight. He added that he would fight with all his might because of this. Purple replied that he was glad to hear it, but then Eclipse would have to surpass himself. Genome declared that after Sir Eclipse's announcement, Purple's statement shattered everything to smithereens. Which of them will win? Genome announced that the duel would begin the moment both sides entered the golden circle. However, other users suddenly appeared. It was surprising. Did the reporter forget to turn off the raid function? The very fact that the duel was taking place was now in question. What would happen next? One of the users asked, did they really hope that it would just be the two of them? Genome was even more surprised. Was all this staged in advance? If someone interfered in the duel, the duelists would deal with them themselves. The new arrivals were surprised. Why were the duelists so calm? They couldn't have known about this. Were they really waiting for them? Purple and Eclipse wondered how the uninvited guests dared to interfere in an honest duel. Although this was an excellent opportunity to warm up. Our hero thought, even though it had been announced in advance that this was a joint stream, the guests still showed up. That's bad form. That's why a trap was set up to stop such attempts right away. The guests ignored the warning and attacked anyway, believing that their numerical superiority would give them victory. Genome noted that the attackers would not receive any ability adjustments. How would they cope with this? Genome and Shin, watching the confrontation, came to the conclusion that Purple and Eclipse were demonstrating perfect control. Do stream snipers not train at all? They're like a herd. Purple said that he would ban such stream snipers from his stream forever. Genome noticed that Fire Whirlwind had turned into Dragon's Ascent. It was drawing in more and more uninvited guests. Shin noted that Purple has pulled ahead, but Eclipse is not going to give up. His sword skills are beyond imagination. Genome noticed that the attackers were forcibly logged out. The invasion ended in desertion. Shin said that the uninvited guests probably thought they could get away with anything. Genome asked her what she had done. Shin replied that since their team was responsible for enforcing the PvP ban, and these guys had clearly come here with malicious intent, their legal department would help bring them to justice for obstruction of business. Even if they had come to the wrong door, that did not absolve them of guilt. Genome said that if they had dealt with the stream snipers, it was time to move on to the main event. However, first, the content that could not be missed under any circumstances was announced. It was necessary to count the points and place bets. After the bets were closed, the host decided to look at the results. The ratio was 6-4. 38% voted for Eclipse. Genome said he was more interested in the outcome of the match. Would both sides be able to continue the duel? Did they need time to rest? Purple noted that the stream snipers were too weak. Eclipse agreed, saying that he had never needed a break. Genome suggested starting the duel in that case. As soon as the signal was given, the fastest Wrath of Heaven flew through the air. It was a priest spell, Wrath of Heaven hidden in the sleeve. However, this spell was quickly neutralized by Purple's sorcery. As expected, both sides were magnificent. The attacks continued without pause, but they did not reach their target as the opponents were evenly matched. Purple told his opponent that he had good reflexes. He aimed his strikes at the expected dodging points, but his opponent still managed to dodge them. The audience acknowledged that Eclipse was simply magnificent. Purple suggested that it wasn't just about good reactions. How could his opponent see his attacks? Eclipse stated that he had learned to control the whip of his soul so that it became invisible. The protagonist decided that in that case, he saw no reason to hold back. The audience acknowledged that it was amazing pressure. Each whip strikes separately. However, Eclipse manages to deflect each whip. In addition, he maintains his distance. The audience was thrilled. Purple had managed to instill a false sense of security in his opponent, thereby blocking Eclipse's path to retreat. Genum said that what was happening was a baptism of glory. Shin added that the player had revealed his second spell to block the magic. Purple thought, if Eclipse blocks his spells with spells, the effectiveness of his attack and defense will increase. However, he still wanted to check something. Eclipse was surprised. Why did Purple suddenly cancel the attack? What happened? Our hero said he would like to apologize. The young man added that he had considered it a simple event and had been too careless about Sir Eclipse's efforts. The protagonist added that, in a fair fight, both sides show their best moves. He would like to see the knight's famous fencing skills. Shin and Genome were surprised. Did Purple really want to continue the sword duel? Eclipse acknowledged that knighthood meant self-improvement, and he highly valued Sir Purple's passion. The knight added that he would gladly take the opportunity to demonstrate true honor and courage. The protagonist asked the knight to teach him a lesson. Our hero needed this, just as he had learned sword fighting in battles with the gravedigger. Silence fell, and a fierce battle of endurance unfolded. It was a contest of strength and skill. The knight struck our hero first. Purple parried the attack by simply thrusting his sword forward. Eclipse instantly changed his tactics from slashing to stabbing. Purple thought that if he didn't concentrate, he would miss the blow. Eclipse found the battle very exciting. Our hero decided that it was too fast. Dozens of blows were being delivered in an instant. Genome watched the duel closely and assumed that Purple was adapting in real time. Our hero thought, as soon as he parries his opponent's attack and finds time to counterattack, his opponent drives him into a corner again. As this virtuous circle continues, our hero's sword skills become increasingly refined. The chances of victory increase thanks to his honed skills. Genome noticed that Purple began to pull ahead. At one point, the knight found himself on his knees before Purple and admitted defeat. Perfect play broke Eclipse's sword, the multiple winner of the From Studio tournament. Genome said that the audience was witnessing a historic moment. The first Elden sword had been replaced. Purple said it was fun. Eclipse reacted calmly. He acknowledged that the title of best sword would eventually pass to someone else. Our hero said it was an excellent match. Eclipse admitted that he was disappointed. 12 years of experience had gone to waste. However, he had put all his strength into the match, so he couldn't be upset. Eclipse could feel his opponent's skills improving with every strike. Purple was a true genius. Our hero was experiencing the pain of defeat for the first time. Eclipse said he could be proud of himself for making Purple nervous. Shin told the viewers that it would be a shame to end the broadcast like this. Genome noted that they needed strength to continue and attract the viewers' attention. The streamer said that Newton had come to fight the winner. Newton said that Perfect Play's victory was amusing. Eclipse said that Purple wasn't in the best shape after fighting him. Since Newton had invited him, he should fight him first. Newton said that he had just returned from work. However, if Purple was tired, he would give him a chance to rest. He thought he had no business with Newton. He was just one of the participants in this game. Shin suggested starting the match. Newton immediately launched a lightning attack and declared that this time he would win. Purple said he wasn't standing still. Our hero was curious to see if Newton had learned his lesson. Just in case, he was ready to give him a head start. Genome noticed that Purple was slowly dodging the attacks and even provoking his opponent for no reason. Newton began to lose his temper and get nervous. Purple was completely calm and cool-headed. He confidently parried the knight's attacks. Purple said that his opponent was pretending to attack head-on, delivering a vertical blow, followed by a horizontal one. His aim improved. However, if that was all Newton was capable of, there was no point in continuing the duel. With a sharp movement of his sword, our hero knocked his opponent's weapon aside. The audience was surprised. In such a short time, Purple had mastered the Eclipse sword technique. Our hero suddenly decided to end the duel. But why? Genome was surprised. Purple decided that the difference in the skill was too great and that it was a waste of time. Newton said that he shouldn't joke with him. It was only the first round. Purple said that Newton had a penalty because of his heavy armor. Purple added that a lighter sword would be more suitable for his opponent. Our hero asked Newton if he hadn't decided to give it his all in this fight. Newton didn't understand how his opponent had figured that out, but heavy armor helps hide your identity. Purple said that light armor also covers the face. Newton's identity would not be revealed. He had a broadcast coming up soon, and there wasn't much time left. After removing his heavy armor, the audience realized that Newton was a woman. Newton said, "Isn't it funny when your opponent does everything they can? There are a lot of pathetic guys who let their guard down when they're up against a woman." Newton added that she had only dealt with weaklings until now, so the penalty didn't bother her. However, things weren't so simple with Purple. Our hero suggested crossing swords properly. Newton responded accordingly. Shin said that now is not the time to freeze up. Genome acknowledged that her range of motion and speed had increased significantly. Newton uses Sir Purple's sword as an axis. Such a move is unimaginable. However, even such a fast attack was blocked by Purple. He was beginning to get used to Newton's lighter pace. The opponents began the battle with renewed strength. This was a new experience for our hero. Newton was able to use techniques that were impossible in heavy armor. Genome said that the opponents were dancing cheerfully and luxuriously. Suddenly, Newton's blade broke. Now it was clear why this place was called the Sword Graveyard. Newton was cornered. There were many swords stuck in the ground around the arena. Newton showed her wits and used a visual object that, as it turned out, could be used in combat. However, Purple easily dodged the dangerous blows and counterattacked his opponent. After several counterattacks, Newton barely managed to dodge. In this duel, Purple proved to be stronger and pierced her body through and through. Our hero said it was a good fight. Newton declared that next time, victory would be hers. The fight was over. Genome said that it was a short but very intense duel. Purple had won 2 victories in a row. Newton already had 2 defeats. The protagonist told his current opponent that next time they would have more fun. Idol and the famous stream sniper are truly colorful personalities. Early morning, SNN Entertainment Training Hall. The girl group Sweeties with Yoon Nara, aka Newton, in the center. Yoon Nara thought, no matter how many times she reviewed the recording, she couldn't find a single mistake. Her opponent was simply too strong. Newton, demonstrating his talent, tracks down those who belittle the efforts of others. Achieving this goal and revealing the truth also helps relieve stress. After all, they all use boosters or cheats. Yoon Nara realized that Purple was a completely different player. The girl was confused when she saw the number of views on the video, but she was more popular than Newton. Yoon Nara thought she would get even with Purple. After all, talent is fleeting, but hard work never fails. She would see who would have the last laugh. Host Shin asked Mr. Purple to share his emotions after the victory. Our hero replied that he hadn't felt such excitement in a long time. During the battle, he realized the value of Sir Eclipse's efforts. The young man promised to work even harder in the future. The video showed the stream hosts and players. This video had almost 1 million views. The metagamer influencer team was waiting for the meeting to begin. Was Purple really called in because of problems with stream snipers? A meeting participant said that the puzzle had been solved, but the overall picture was not very good. The department head entered the room. In a stern voice, he said that he was late because he had been called by the CEO. He had read the article himself. The head of the influencer group said that everything had gone well. They now had an extra day of paid leave. The employee was surprised. In that case, what was the tone at the beginning of the conversation? The department head said that they still had things to think about. Have the plans with V-Star been finalized yet? The young man admitted that it was the biggest gaming show. Everyone was eagerly awaiting it. There would be interviews with streamers, which they had planned. The department head reported that the CEO had issued a decree. Mr. Purple must be invited to an interview for V-Star. Purple greeted his subscribers and thanked them for their congratulations. He agreed that the duel was incredible. Today, he is ready to continue the story. Purple recounted how he unlocked the soul function, defeated the awakened Undertaker, met the witch, and learned witchcraft. He then defeated the vengeful golem, recruited the witch as a companion, and formed an alliance with the knights. Then the young man said he was going to go to church. Viewers noted that it all sounded very simple in words, but in reality, it was quite different. Foreigners began to appear in the chat. Purple expressed hope that these people were already studying Korean because he was not very good at English. The streamer said that he was now going to look for the sacred jade. The royal castle, the capital, the outskirts of the city are in ruins. The protagonist said that this place, surrounded by a blue curtain, was a sanctuary for church knights. Passing by the fortress wall, our hero saw a bloody massacre. The knights claimed that only death awaited the traitors and were killing the priests. They demanded that the way to the sanctuary be opened. The knights committed this madness, claiming that they were acting to protect the kingdom. They must become stronger. The witch said, the death of their comrades, the uncertainty of the future. They clung to their mission to keep their spirits up, but their obsession with it corrupted them. Purple confronted these knights. He couldn't let them take the souls like that. The knights wondered why the sword was floating in the air. The spectators assumed it was a glitch. Purple declared that it was witchcraft, though there was a limit to how much power could be put into it. Our hero used a sword control technique. The young man realized that he needed to improve his abilities. The Mad Knights were destroyed. The townspeople and surviving priests applauded the protagonist. The spectators noted that it was true martial art. This man must be allowed into the city. The hero arrived. The town elder bowed to our hero and thanked him for saving the townspeople. He said that the saint also wanted to express her gratitude and would take the young man to her in the cathedral. There he would be able to rest his battle-weary body and mind. Our hero was escorted to the cathedral, a majestic building on the outskirts of the city. However, the witch was forbidden from entering. The priest said that the exile could not enter the cathedral. The protagonist felt no discomfort. He thought they were allies. The witch declared that the rune of the outcast was imprinted on her soul. She had already forgotten about it. That was probably why she said she would wait for Purple outside. The priest said that this place holds the history of the knightly church, that is, of all humanity. The original knight, Eldon Knight, defeated the monsters and ushered in the era of humanity. The Knight of Eldon sacrificed his soul, endowed with the power of immortality, to create saviors of humanity who would banish monsters through repeated deaths. Thanks to their efforts, the golden age of humanity dawned, and the kingdom of Eldon was founded. Purple thought that this was already the story of the second part of the game. The elder said that the Holy One was in the chapel. The young man went alone to meet with the saint. The girl was praying fervently at the time. The saint said she was counting on the young man's generosity. She had not met him before because she had been devoting herself to the memory of the victims. The girl introduced herself as Sophia. Although she did not deserve it, she continued to serve the knights as a saint. The protagonist felt nothing. Everything was calm in terms of the game, the characters, and the objects. It seemed strange. Sophia said that she had learned about the situation during the battle. Thanks to the young man, many lives had been saved. She asked how she could repay him. Purple said he had business with the saint. Sophia understood. In order to sort out the situation in the royal castle, the young man was asking for the sacred jade. The saint would gladly agree, but it was difficult at the moment. The protective dome of the sanctuary was created with the power of the sacred jade. If it was given away, the people could be in danger. However, if one of the greatest threats, the Snow Mountain Dragon, is defeated, they could give up the sacred jade. Our hero thought that he felt nothing because of the sacred jade. Sophia wished that the protection of the Knight Eldon would support this young man. Purple thought that he must destroy him in any case. It was very creepy here, and he wanted to get past as quickly as possible. Purple approached the bucket containing the divination sticks. This way, he could see the answer through Kao Tsim. Our hero took one of the sticks and tried to immerse himself completely in the game. The protagonist thought, destruction is a small evil, but if he defeats it, he can avoid disaster and find a benefit that will become a great good. Sacrificing himself for the sacred jade is the destiny of the snow dragon. Purple found himself in snow-covered mountains. He liked the atmosphere around him. The low temperature made everything seem realistic. Moving through the snow-covered terrain, our hero was careful, avoiding gusts of wind and snow-covered ravines. Eventually, the young man reached the final destination of his journey through the snowy terrain. He saw a huge white monster lying in the snow, bleeding profusely. It was the Yeti. Suddenly, a huge dragon with flaming eyes flew into the snowy terrain. The dragon flapped its wings and prepared to attack the protagonist. Purple grabbed his sword with both hands and also prepared for battle. Our hero assumed that, judging by the fortune-telling, this was the little evil, and that its attacks in close combat were simple. Moving around the dragon, Purple looked for vulnerable spots to strike. A suitable spot was found below the neck. However, after this attack, the dragon survived and the young man's sword broke. He thought he could pierce the thick skin if he struck from a height and cast a spell, but he underestimated his opponent. The sword was broken, so he would have to use more force to strike in the right place. Purple asked the spectators if they had heard anything about reverse scales. After many hours of battle, the dragon was destroyed. The hero gained the soul of the Snow Mountain Dragon. The protagonist obtained a special material, dragon scales. It was a valuable material for crafting. Purple thought something didn't add up. The prophecy had spoken of great fortune, but there was nothing special in the dragon's nest. The witch saw the armor on the destroyed knights and said that they were dragon knights. They were a small elite group of knights who had been trained with dragons since childhood. After completing their training, they took up arms to defend the kingdom. The witch had heard that their unit had been disbanded after an accident in which the dragons attacked their masters. Inside the dragon's nest, the witch sensed the small soul of a knight. She offered to talk to it using her magic. Thanks to the witch's magic, the knight's soul made contact. The soul asked in surprise what was happening. Purple asked what had happened to the other knights. The soul replied that they had come to the snowy mountain at the request of the church to defeat the monsters. The saint had given them sacred jade, saying that the knight Eldon would protect them. However, it was a trap. When the sacred jade glowed, the dragons went mad. They couldn't even be wounded. Purple said that this was the same sacred jade worn by the saint. Could there have been several of them? The witch declared that it was not sacred jade, it was golden in color. The divine power did not react because it was a fake. The knight's soul asked what had happened to the dragons. Who had protected his soul and remains? Purple replied that he had merely taken the life of the last remaining dragon on Snow Mountain. The young man added that this dragon had protected its master. The knight's soul saw the dragon's soul and wept bitterly. The audience assumed that this dragon was like a pet to the knight. The knight's soul said that the young man had given peace to his brother, who was now alone. The soul added that it was time for her to reunite with everyone else. One of the spectators remarked that the evil and powerful dragon that had attacked the sacred lands turned out to be a pet that loved its master. The witch said that they called the dragons and members of the order they had grown up with brothers. Now they would be together again. The witch remarked that Saint Grandmother Sophia had never been that kind of person. Purple was surprised. Wasn't the saint an elderly woman? The witch replied that it was obvious. In that case, the woman Purple had met was not the saint. The witch couldn't give a reason because of the ban on exiles, but asked him to take her word for it. Our hero declared that he only believed what he saw. The saint he had met had bewitched the dragon knights with a fake sacred jade. The witch explained that if Purple told Blondo everything, he would help the deceived inhabitants of the Holy Land. The protagonist stood at the entrance to the cave. Not far from him lay the destroyed dragon. Purple went to the knightly order. Blondo listened to the young man's story and said that if this report was true, then the church had been captured. The knight declared that they had lost their precious comrades who had succumbed to the words of the false saint. He would station troops at the Holy Land and give the young man authority. The protagonist noted that an alliance with the knights had been formed. Now it was time to start making weapons. The sword made from dragon scales could be entrusted to a blacksmith or made by hand. Our hero chose the second option and armed himself with the necessary equipment. Great luck awaited the protagonist. The young man thought that probability did not matter. All he had to do was catch the target's movement and hit it accurately. Our hero hit the target 4 times in a row. Each time it was a stroke of luck. As a result, the weapon was almost ready. The target's speed increased significantly. It was necessary to concentrate. Our hero finished making the sword, but it looked ordinary. The next moment, the sword flashed in the young man's hands and took on a unique appearance. It was the sword of dragon scales. He thanked all the viewers for their congratulations. He thought that his video editor, Byung-hun, always had a knack for making money. Sir Eclipse sponsored 1,000,000 coins. He said that a powerful weapon is a knight's hope. Purple thanked Sir Eclipse. Our hero stated that he struck when the sword trembled slightly, and it just so happened that he hit the target. The tremor depends on rank. There is nothing special about it. One of the players asked if Purple wanted to try out his wonderful sword. The protagonist received a training dummy in armor. Our hero agreed and struck the dummy. The cut was very clean. Purple was pleased with the result of the training and said that he had already made the weapon. Now it was time to report to the temple that he had destroyed the dragon. At the temple, Saint Sophia was surprised to see that the hero had already returned. The woman said that now she could relax and thanked him for his help. The promised sacred jade appeared in the saint's hands. However, Purple felt nothing, neither from the jade nor from the saint. The young man opened his fist and the jade fell to the floor. As it fell, it shattered into tiny pieces. Purple still felt nothing. Saint was surprised. What was the hero doing? The young man said that he was still curious. Why was the protective dome still intact? Another jade appeared in the young man's hands. He asked, "Did the saint really have 2 sacred jades?" The girl turned pale and fell to the floor. The saint's face changed and she turned into a zombie. Purple left the temple and saw the locals beating each other. The priest shouted for the survivors to flee. The injured were no longer their family. The priest recited a prayer, but the attacks did not stop. He shouted again for everyone to flee the sanctuary. However, this was impossible. The protective dome would not open. Knight Blondo arrived at the temple with his army and told everyone to retreat. He said that they should strike the shield at the same time when he gave the signal. The mission must be completed and the people must be protected. Many people with bloodshot eyes rushed toward our hero, saying, "Let the split one lend us his strength." A timer appeared. The young man realized that this was a timed task. He had to clear a path and protect the people standing in front of the shield. Purple saw no problems with the task and set about completing it. He decided to call it a perfect save. The road was cleared. The residents shouted that they had survived and began to thank their savior. Blondo thanked the hero and said that the young man was a true master. The knightly order would not have had enough strength to break the shield. Purple noticed that even the fallen knights had managed to make cracks. The witch suggested that the shield had been deliberately weakened. Since they had created monsters using the bodies of the inhabitants of the Holy Land, if they checked the crematorium in the basement of the cathedral, they might find a way to remove the shield. Cathedral, crematorium. Purple thought that this was the secret passage, so the monsters had appeared from here. In the middle of the large hall, on the altar, there was something that looked like a huge egg. The woman standing nearby said that they hadn't seen Her Royal Highness in a long time. The witch looked back and saw Sophia standing in front of her. The old woman took the witch in her arms. Purple was surprised. Was the witch really a princess? Apparently, she said that the ban on revealing her identity had been lifted, and now she could tell everyone who she really was. The girl said she wanted to introduce herself again. She was the daughter and heir of Aiden, the ruler of destinies, Alyssa. Sophia said she was concerned about the news of the princess's exile. Could it be that the ruler did not want to pass on the crown? Had he taken the crown and left them? Alicia replied that she did not know, so she had to return her body as soon as possible to go to the palace. The mark could be hidden by a new soul. The old woman asked the princess if she had found her body. Alicia confirmed this. Alyssa said she wanted to ask about the fake sacred jade. Sophia replied, "The ancient knight, the eternal soul, the holy knight Eldon, those who were consumed by greed became undead." The old woman laughed and said that the revelation about the knight Eldon had appeared again. Sophia raised her hands and said that greed comes from the flesh. The Holy Land is a vessel that holds the pitiful soul and the key to salvation. The old woman declared that it was necessary to gather the dead, kill their greed, and give them new bodies. The egg behaved unnaturally and aggressively. Purple shouted for Alicia to hide immediately. Various voices could be heard calling out their names. They became one on the Holy Land, the noble people he had tried to protect. A voice said, "Salvation will come." The egg began to summon the undead from all sides. Skeletons approached and attacked Purple. Our hero decided to follow the divine spirit and, using his abilities, counterattack the undead. The undead were destroyed, leaving only wet spots behind. However, our hero suspected that this creature could transform and even regenerate endlessly. The spectators agreed that this thing was indestructible. What should be done now? Purple said that in that case, he had to get serious too. Our hero activated an ancient spell. The protagonist demonstrated the power of the sword he held in his hands. The egg opened and revealed its internal structure. The young man wondered at what temperature it would fry. The shell shrank, and now the contents were clearly visible. The weak spot was in the center of the egg. He moved close enough to strike with his sword. The audience noticed that the yolk of this egg was very large. Our hero knew that he had to hit the target precisely, and he would only have one chance. After the blow, Purple assumed he had hit the weak spot. The egg began to leak from the inside. This incredible being said that it would save them all. A glowing knight appeared. Our hero determined that the knight had a sacred jade in his chest. The opponents crossed swords and a physical confrontation began. The knight proved invincible and easily absorbed Purple's magic. Purple saw no weaknesses except for the sacred jade, so he decided to target it. To fend off the knight's attack, he had to concentrate. The protagonist dodged and the knight flew forward. The young man decided to use teleportation and began to instantly change his location. He was out of reach for his opponent. At one point, Purple was attacked and dropped his sword. Now our hero stood unarmed before his opponent. The protagonist turned around and rushed after his sword. The knight tried to stop him. However, the young man, having reached the sword, did not touch it and slipped past. His opponent was puzzled. The spectators were also confused. Our hero had a plan. Purple stopped and turned sharply to face his opponent. Our hero assumed a fighting stance, as if preparing for a fist fight. Purple decided to use magic, but his opponent realized this too late. Under the influence of the spell, our hero's sword flew into the air and pierced the knight's back, who, of course, had no idea what was happening. Purple said he had acted according to plan and everything had worked out. Our hero explained that the sacred jade had tried to absorb the dragon's ascent, so he couldn't miss using it. The knight said that was foolish. After all, he was the savior who would correct the universe. Purple and Alicia heard the sound of footsteps receding. Was the fake knight running away? However, our hero realized that the third phase was beginning. Now the knight was trying to return the souls that had escaped from the sacred jade. The people of the Holy Lands were in danger. A huge, multi-faced monster appeared before our hero. The monster said that it would save everyone. Purple decided to call Blondo the knight for help. He declared that the sacred jade had been destroyed and should have weakened. It was time for the knight to attack. The soul in the monster's palms was destroyed. He said that this couldn't be. How dare this man destroy the savior of the universe? The remains of the soul turned into golden dust, and our hero scattered it in the wind. People couldn't believe it. Was the monster really destroyed? The shield was indeed destroyed, which meant that everyone was saved. The knight held out the medal and reminded him of his promise to our hero. Blondo said that the young man had saved everyone, so he should accept his sincere gratitude. In this battle, our hero finally understood. It's not about completing missions, but about the knights behind them. Blondo said that the young man did not have to return the sacred jade and the medal. Now their beliefs were not tied to factions or missions. Purple approached the huge gates leading to the castle. The young man thought he just needed to insert the keys into the lock, but the sacred jade was broken, so he wasn't sure it would work. Our hero noticed that the sacred jade had been restored. Purple realized that since the sacred jade contained an immortal soul, it could regenerate thanks to its influence. Alyssa stood there, unsure of what to do. Was it because of who Sophia really was? Maybe it was all her father's fault, since she didn't get along with him? The gates were open and our hero entered. Purple waved to the audience and said they had a great time, and that time had flown by. The young man wished everyone a good night and said they would see each other tomorrow. Byung-hun has always said that Kyung-bak was a world-class genius. The young people had dinner together and talked. Byung-hun asked what the raid on the final boss was all about. Kyung-bak was in the capsule, so he didn't want to interrupt him. But they said that if you go through it solo, you can get a bad ending, even with the witch's support. You won't survive anyway. Kyung-bak admitted that he almost got himself into trouble. Byung-hun added that there might be stream snipers among the viewers who could join, so he thought they could invite Eclipse or Genome, or even take both of them. Park Ju doubted whether their teams would agree. If it meant suddenly rearranging their schedules, they might refuse. Kyung-bak reminded him that stream snipers also need to prepare. Purple went live and greeted the viewers. The young man said that Madman sometimes helps him. The streamer said that he had to get down to business. Otherwise, editing this video would be too difficult. The young man warned that he intended to go all the way today. Purple found himself at the entrance to the castle again. As he traveled through the castle, our hero was surprised to see so many mirrors. Alicia suggested they look at themselves after they entered the royal hall. Such is the policy of the arbiter of fate. Purple said that it was impossible not to look in the mirror here. The protagonist sensed something was wrong and grabbed his sword. He suggested that someone was there. Alicia said she could sense souls. Perhaps they were wandering in the mirror. It was barely perceptible. The girl said she could guide them. They definitely needed help. What would the split one say to that? Our hero was asked to invite the Holy Spirit, i.e., another player. Up to 10 people could be invited. Purple realized that this was the beginning of a cooperative game. The main character said that he would invite 10 people within a minute. The Holy Spirit could be a player who had seen the ending at least once. 10 Holy Spirits were invited. The number above each player showed how many times they had completed the game. The protagonist wondered why these people were stream snipers. Purple saw that their intentions were not evil, but he was sure that they were stream snipers. He assumed that without preparation, they would not have time to enter, but he realized that he was wrong. The passage to the audience hall was blocked by royal guards whose souls had exhausted their power. However, this was for the best, as the Holy Spirits needed bodies. Alicia said she would guide the Holy Spirits. Each of the Holy Spirits received an energy connection with the witch. This was evident from the rays connecting them. The audience noted that they were ideal allies. One of the knights asked Purple if he knew what the phrase "hide up your sleeve" meant. The knight added that they enjoyed helping newcomers. At first, the knight was happy that there were so many newcomers, but they weren't ordinary noobs. Watching Purple play, they immediately moved up to the intermediate level. They treated him carelessly because he was bad with a sword. Even when he tried his best, they kept comparing him to Purple and then abandoned him. He lost his joy for life. Recently, a group of old-timers got together because of this problem, and they decided that they should neutralize Purple and attack the boss on their own to dispel the newbie's illusions. The protagonist acknowledged that this knight was in a difficult situation. The knight thanked our hero for his understanding. Purple asked if he would solve the knight's problem by showing a game that no one would dare to imitate. The audience noted that Purple had decided to play the game solo. The knights rushed after Purple to stop him. Our hero said that this wasn't just a solo run. He would deal with the final boss and the stream snipers at the same time. Our hero entered the audience hall. The title of the stream changed. It was assumed that it was impossible to defeat the final boss and the stream snipers alone. After all, it was reckless. In the audience hall, Purple told the executioner that his daughter Alicia was there. Alicia approached the ruler. Viewers noted that Aiden was a giant, as befits a final boss. Alicia told her father that the royal castle's barrier had not reacted to her outcast mark. What had happened? The old man heard the princess's voice and called her by name. The ruler did not expect his daughter to be here. Alyssa told the executioner that it was time to break the silence for the sake of those who were suffering. It had to be done right now. The judge said that it was wrong. He was silent for the sake of humanity. The arbiter told the broken one that he had brought an ancient soul here. That was very rude. The final boss struck with his fist, and the mirrors around them shattered from the shock. Purple looked at his reflection in one of the mirror shards. The ruler said he would not allow it. Our hero's reflection was half sticking out of the mirror. The player requested help. The Holy Spirit was summoned. Knights also appeared in the room. One of the knights said that the first phase must be cleared first. Viewers noted that the Holy Spirits were also fighting their mirrors. It was practically a three-way battle. Eldon's two best swords fight each other. The decider said that the one who can be replaced at any moment should look at himself from the outside. The first phase was cleared. Everyone made it through. The executioner said that this was a pointless fight, that this person shouldn't try to prove that he was the only one. The knights decided that Purple must be defeated before the second phase began. One of the knights attacking the protagonist said that he liked him. He liked watching these streams. Purple found himself surrounded by approaching knights who were stream snipers. The executioner said he was making a decision. The knights acknowledged that the second phase meant instant death, so they had to keep dodging. Our hero fought his reflection from the mirror. He said that this battle could lead to mutual destruction. Purple switched his attention to the knight and said that he must not die. They must avoid fighting themselves. The protagonist told the knights that they were not doing well with their preemptive shots. At this rate, they would not succeed. One of the knights noted that there were only 3 of them left. Should they continue as planned? Another knight replied that they had conveyed their message to Purple. The knights raised their weapons, told the protagonist that they were surrendering, and apologized for interrupting the stream. Our hero was surprised, because now the most interesting part was about to begin. The knights were supposed to show everyone their skills, which no one would want to repeat. The executioner said that was foolish. If the young man had rejected a peaceful death, he would be given a new one. The audience noted that the 10 Holy Spirits who had died appeared from the mirrors. The executioner said that even the last piece of his soul would be shattered into pieces. Purple did not understand what was happening. The young man began to fear. Could he really lose? The executioner rose from his seat and grabbed a nearby stone column with fury. The old man destroyed the column and pulled out a huge shining sword. Purple saw the sword in front of him and thought it was very large. It would be difficult to dodge. After all, neither parrying nor defense were possible against Aiden. However, our hero said that this made it even more fun. In the end, the executioner was surprised. Had his sword missed? Our hero said that if it weren't for Eclipse's training and the sword made of dragon scales, he would have lost. Aiden flew into a rage and continued to attack our hero. Purple decided to retreat and ran to the side. He needed a little rest. The next moment, our hero tried to strike the executioner, but the dragon's ascent had no effect on him. Purple decided that it was all because of the princess's witchcraft. In that case, the executioner should be worried about his assistance. The executioner was attacked by his opponent from all sides and couldn't react to our hero's lightning-fast strikes. Purple decided that things were about to get much more interesting. He realized that Aiden could only be defeated with constant blows. The stream could drag on. There is always a weak spot, especially in games. There are no weak spots that a player cannot reach. Purple understood that he just needed to focus, and it was very important not to get distracted. If all the conditions were met, it would be easier than ever to find the optimal path to achieving the goal. The protagonist easily dealt with the knights and approached Aiden, his vulnerable spot. Purple set himself the goal of defeating him in an instant. It was dangerous, but also fun. Our hero was determined and moved forward with every step. He made a crazy evasive maneuver and found himself on the executioner's throne. The audience was surprised. What kind of place was this to stop? Aiden was furious. He declared that no human had the right to sit on that throne. Purple said that what seems difficult at first is not difficult at all. The protagonist found himself on the executioner's body and moved his hand toward his opponent's head. The young man noted that the distance was now right. As a result of his successful advance, Purple found himself above his opponent's head and prepared to deliver the decisive blow to the most vulnerable spot. The protagonist swung and plunged his sword into the neck of the executioner, the final boss. Everything around them began to crumble. Aiden staggered, losing his balance. Aiden's body turned to stone and cracked. Someone in the audience suggested that he was a golem. That meant someone had been controlling him all this time. It turned out that Alicia was his adopted daughter. The audience assumed that the third phase was beginning. The executioner shouted for the man to disappear. A bright light burst from the final boss's body and shot upward. The executioner shouted loudly. Aiden pulled the sword out of the wound. He simply broke it. Purple realized that this attack wasn't enough. The executioner said that fate was unchangeable. His body was covered with strange inscriptions. The audience thought that this was the end. Purple held in his hands a fragment of a long sword with the highest durability. The protagonist said that he had previously destroyed the golem with this broken sword. The stone body of the executioner continued to crumble, and the final boss broke into pieces. Purple told the audience that the final boss had indeed been strong. After the game ended, Kyung-bak left the capsule. Park-ju asked our hero if he was okay. Byung-hun was barely coping with the chaos. Kyung-bak noted that he had written many times in the group chat that he was fine. Park-ju said that he had reread the instructions and was ready to show what was wrong. Kyung-bak was surprised. Had the manager already figured out the cause? Park-ju activated the system and said that this was the raw data measured by the capsule. It is distributed across games, and you can look at the part where the overload occurred. The situation changed every time Purple said he was concentrating. Our hero realized that using divine power caused a computational overload, and there had been many such situations. Kyung-bak realized that the problem was that he was using divine power for too long. The protagonist shared his version with the manager, adding that he sees the problem precisely in this. Park-ju replied that he was not sure. There had not yet been any cases where the capsules themselves warned of danger. The same applies to products from other companies. Park-ju decided to contact capsule support first and check the documents more carefully. The manager said he had come to check on his friend's health and tell him what had happened. Now it was time for him to leave. A break was announced so Kyung-bak could rest. Park-ju ironically remarked that if Kyung-bak behaved as irresponsibly as Byung-hun, repressive measures would have to be taken against him. Kyung-bak thought that at first he had used his divine power somewhat uncertainly. However, as soon as he got used to it, a warning appeared. He didn't feel anything sinister, so the support service was unlikely to say anything. Kyungbuk wondered if he should hold back. If even in his free time he thought only about streaming, then he had become a real streamer. The main office of Reality, the capsule manufacturer. The development manager reported that they were producing capsules with increased brain safety requirements. Therefore, he thought that a warning about computational overload would actually be useless. The amount of calculations performed by the client with the problem was more than 5 times higher than usual. This time, a warning was sent because the set limit was exceeded. It was more than 10 times the average value. Marketing and customer service managers were surprised by this figure. The development manager believes that this is a defect, but no problems have been found. The customer service manager was surprised. Why did the warning pop up only now? The interviewee replied that in other cases, the volume of calculations increases and then immediately decreases. So it seems that this was automatically identified as an error. However, this time the volume remained too high for too long. The specialist noted that if this was not a one-off case, then it was definitely not an error. But it was difficult to believe. The only explanation was that the customer had selected the information for processing themselves. Since this was not a device defect, it could not be repaired or replaced. Even high-quality products would not be able to fix this. The development manager said that the customer in question is a novice streamer, but already quite well known. He has even collaborated with the web magazine Metagamer. The specialist noted that due to the nature of the product, it is difficult to contact influencers. They need a quick response from customer support. What should be done? The customer service manager suggested a custom capsule that increases the computing limit. A colleague admitted that one line at the factory was idle due to the production of other devices. The employee added that they now have the opportunity to manufacture a custom-made high-end model because Reality values every customer. The manager added that such custom advertising is only available to Purple. So this is their chance to emphasize how responsible a company they are. It was decided to sign a contract for a special custom model and sponsorship of the broadcast with the first use. It all turned into an unexpected advertising project from the support service. At a meeting with representatives of Perfect Play, the manager of the development company reminded them that the young people had received an offer, but he wanted to clarify it once more. The offer was made with recognition, so the contract price was $15 million. The high-quality custom model would be provided free of charge. Kyungbak immediately thought that he was currently using a capsule worth $8 million, and 600,000 subscribers brought in about $13 million. The manager added that the custom model exceeds the average user's computing power by 50 times. Since the simulation increased the load more than actual use, it would be covered in this volume. If any problems arose, they would immediately update and replace the capsule. Kyungbok paid attention to the manager's word load. In the virtual world, our hero did not experience any recoil from using divine energy. Since the return always falls on the head, could it be that the capsule is receiving it? Kyungbok thought, if the limit is increased, he will be able to freely use divine power. Then it will be possible to expand the limits of perception or gather more specific information. The manager of the development company announced that the custom model would be released the next day. The man added that they highly valued the contribution of the player Purple's streams. The longer Purple delays his streams, the more he loses. They had planned to provide the capsule separately from the contract, so production began immediately after the request from customer support. The manager added that what the player requested separately would also be made free of charge. Our hero now understands why Reality has the highest market share for capsules. Purple held his first offline stream. The streamer greeted the viewers. Purple said that Reality had made a new capsule especially for him. Purple reiterated on camera that this elite capsule was created exclusively for Perfect Play by Reality. Our hero decided to tell viewers why this capsule was created. He reminded them about the overload. After checking, it turned out that his capsule's calculations were slightly above average. Therefore, the new capsule was configured so that it could withstand approximately 50 times the average value. He told viewers that the technician had already installed the capsule. He had simply covered it with a box in preparation for the presentation. Purple said that even without its unique design, this capsule has many useful features: a water filter, massage, and even an automatic device for removing excrement. Comfort is guaranteed for up to half a day. The streamer promised that viewers would enjoy the game to the fullest. At least that's what the instructions say. Purple said that he personally really appreciates Reality. He was so afraid of going offline that his vision even darkened. Purple said on camera that 12 hours of continuous streaming is 30 times longer than usual. Viewers won't get bored. Purple admitted that there will be a second part of the stream, and now it's time to test the capsule. The streamer warned that he had prepared 2 masks. Purple settled into the capsule and said that they would see each other soon in Elden's soul. The protagonist returned to the moment of the boss's destruction. Before him lay the destroyed stone executioner. Alicia approached the old man's head. Aiden asked Alicia if she thought it was his fault. The hero obtained the soul of Aiden the executioner. Alicia expressed her joy that the broken one was safe. The girl said she would be able to find the location of Elden's soul once she became the executioner. During the metamorphosis, the image of the executioner transferred into Alicia. The girl thanked our hero for helping her create a new body. She also thanked him for protecting the golem to which her soul is bound. Alia told Purple to go to where Elden's soul was. Purple found himself enveloped in additional energy emanating from the princess. The young people found themselves in an unknown place, a cemetery in front of a stone slab. This was the very place where our hero had fallen through a hole in the rock. At that time, it was believed that all the souls had to be gathered. The soul of Aiden the executioner and the soul of the unknown responded. Our hero found himself in a different place. Bright light poured down from the sky. A knight appeared before the young man. The audience assumed that it was Elden. The knight approached the protagonist and said, "I am you." The knight added that the power of his soul, the soul of Elden, had been passed on to those who became saviors. The knight continued, "Those who had fragments of the savior's souls became the broken." The fact that the young man had come here meant that Elden had failed. It was time to relive everything. The system reported that there was no data for Elden Kingdom. Basic data was being used. The knight said that the savior must protect this kingdom and the land of the people. An endless war. The city is destroyed and lies in ruins, not a soul in sight. Life is full of repeated deaths. Comrades, he loses one after another. The end of the human era was approaching. He had to do something. The knight tried to change the situation somehow. People don't need victory, they want to survive. The audience understood. There was a reason why the walls were so high. The knight looked tiny in front of these walls and gates. The knight thought that his task as the last savior was to protect his comrades. The wounded young man raised his head and saw the savior before him. The knight said that the young man would guard the cemetery. As he left, the knight declared that he had his own mission. Following his destiny, the knight thrust his sword into the ground in front of him. A bright light spread in all directions. The knight said that he had not been created for gain, but to fulfill the Creator's command. To fulfill his mission, he must preserve humanity. Decades passed. Some were still alive, some had perished. The knight thought, if you cut out everything that death had ruined from the soul and put it back into the body, could this creature still be called human? Even if its soul was torn to pieces beyond repair. The knight thought he had a solution. He needed a pure person capable of fulfilling the mission entrusted to him by the Creator. A small, crying child appeared in the knight's arms. Now he had someone dear to him whom he must protect at all costs. This was his daughter. However, in this place where every day there are more and more unstable souls, he could no longer guarantee her safety. The audience understood why the executioner had banished her. Wasn't that a bit too extreme? In the end, the executioner decided to remain silent. The executioner believed he was doing everything for the sake of humanity. He covered his ears and remained silent. The executioner did not hear the people's pleas. The audience noted that the knights and priests left, taking the remaining people with them. Alicia was left alone. In the end, the girl abandoned her flesh. The audience felt sorry for this witch. Aiden's mission to save humanity had failed. The knight said to the protagonist, "Elden's soul is pristine, the beginning of everything." Because of the change that the young man underwent, she was able to reunite with the world. He is his descendant, the spark, a part of him. Now that everything necessary has come together, man can recreate the world. A new era of new humanity will dawn once again. Someone once said to our hero, "A name is just a fragment of existence." Whatever name they are given, however they live, if their essence remains human, if they themselves want to remain human, then they can be called that. The protagonist declared that the era of humanity had never ended. The knight said that if a person decides to continue this world, he will follow him. Purple added that if this power could be used differently, people might notice the first signs of destruction. The knight understood what the man meant. A dark rune appeared on the knight's hand. The audience wondered, is the entire Elden series a prequel to Dark Rune? Now it's clear where the Dark Rune comes from. Purple thought that Dark Rune was a console game that Eclipse was playing. The knight said that even if everything was destroyed, one soul would remain unshaken. Alyssa told Broken that many years had passed since his disappearance. Life in the city went on as usual. The world was still unstable, but each of them did everything in their power. Alyssa added that the Dark Rune had appeared, a sign of the dead. It must be connected to Purple somehow. The Dark Rune now helps protect humanity. Alyssa noted that although her father had said he had kept silent for the good of humanity, she had realized while she was with Purple that as long as they spoke and acted, their souls would remain divided and humanity would continue to evolve. They would continue to repeat this, creating a new era. The girl sent a carrier pigeon with a message. The young man could return at any time. She would gladly show him what kind of era humans could create with their own hands. This was the age of humanity. The protagonist thought it was a very touching ending to the game. During his next stream, Purple thought that the developers had mentioned him. A company representative said that the decision to develop Dark Rune Remaster was only made after Elden Soul was completed. They thought long and hard about how to announce it. They decided that if players figured out on their own that Elden Soul was a prequel to Dark Rune, they would announce it officially. To do this, they left a hint in Elden Soul in each ending. The host added, finally, a streamer from Korea, Perfect Play, us did it. Perfect Play took the most difficult route and was the first to figure it out. They had to record this video. The host thanked him for the opportunity to announce the remaster. They had something special prepared for Perfect Play. The stream host noted that just as Eclipse had the Eclipse Knight in Elden Kingdom, in Elden Soul, there will be an NPC inspired by Perfect Play. It will be the Knight of Perfection. The host added that if viewers try to talk to him, they will hear something interesting. Purple listened to this speech with interest and was pleased with these innovations. The host expressed special gratitude to those who implemented this NPC. For our hero, all of this was unexpected. He never thought that a character would be created based on him. Purple, leaving the hall, thanked the entire Elden Soul team for such an unforgettable historical experience. He added that he would also continue to improve his streams. Kyung Bak noted that an article about these innovations had already been published. Immediately after that, our hero received a huge number of messages. A date for the event was also set. Ji-hwan called our hero and said that the young man was simply incredible. He was shocked when he heard the news at dawn. Kyung-bak replied that he was confused. Ji-hwan decided that since the young man was calm, he must have nerves of steel. Kyung-bak replied that he just didn't fully understand what had happened. He added that he had seen a letter from GGG. It seemed that the schedule had been changed. They said that it would take more time to set up the NPC. However, they also changed the content. Kyung-bak thought that this was somehow related to the data he had sent them. Kyung-bak contacted Byung-hoon and said that the video editor's content was explosive. This guy was like an open book. However, he didn't want to associate with him just for profit. The protagonist, with a sports bag on his shoulder, stopped in front of the entrance to the boxing club. Our hero changed his clothes and got ready for his workout. He needed to improve his hand-to-hand combat skills. During a break between fights, the young man looked at his smartphone screen and was surprised to see that he already had 3 million views. He also gained 70,000 subscribers. Previously, our hero used to relieve stress on a punching bag, but now it's just a refreshing workout. He needs to do one more round while he's still in the mood. Kyung-bak took a boxing stance and began punching the heavy bag. Kyung-bak remembered how his grandmother and parents used to tell him that he should take up sports because he had a divine illness. His grandmother had said that in order to survive, he had to learn to control his strength. If a vessel cracks, its contents will inevitably spill out. Remembering his grandmother's words, Kyung-bak hit the punching bag with all his might and at great speed. His grandmother said that Kyung-bak needed a strong and large vessel, otherwise the child would not survive. He had to learn to concentrate completely on himself during training. Usually after such training sessions, the punching bags were ruined. The protagonist thought, when he learned to focus on himself during training, the symptoms became less severe, and the divine power ceased to rage. As a child, the young man was told that he had a power that not everybody could withstand. It is not so easy to get rid of this illness. Kyung-bak thought that there would be no setbacks in virtual reality, but it was not omnipotent. For now, the problem was solved, but there was no guarantee that everything would continue to be fine. If his grandmother were around, he could ask her for advice. The protagonist noticed his smartphone. There were many messages from early this morning. Our hero's aunt called and said she wanted to meet him right away. In a dream, her mentor told her to see Kyung-bok urgently. The protagonist arrived at the appointed place on time. His aunt was already waiting for him. She was his grandmother's successor, Yang Yuri, a Yanghwa on the path to enlightenment. His aunt noted that this was their first meeting since the departure of the spirit mother. Kyung-bok agreed and added that his aunt still looked young. But could she really eat Western food? His grandmother had never even touched it before, afraid of offending the guardian spirit. Young Yuri noticed that she wasn't eating everything. But the young man's divine energy was suppressing even the guardian spirit. His aunt asked what Kyung-bok was doing now. The young man replied that he was making good money streaming. Young Yuri said that in that case, he should stick with it. His mother said that Kyung-bok was worried about a lot of things. The young man agreed. A few days ago, he had to stop streaming. His aunt reminded him that in life, it is more important to learn to recognize trouble and avoid it than to chase after luck and wealth. Had Kyung-bok still not understood this? Young Yuri reminded him that the spirit mother had saved her. Before that, she was a shaman with a false spirit. An evil entity attached itself to her, pretending to be her protector and feeding on her desires. Young Yuri continued, when she received her true spirit, she realized that a guardian spirit does not bring suffering. It helps one learn exactly as much as one can bear. Since Kyung-bok did not accept it, he does not know his limits. That is why he suffers, unable to handle divine power properly. This is divine illness. Kyung-bok must not become a shaman, his grandmother said. Otherwise, he will be controlled by his power and lose his own eye. Young Yuri said that the young man's divine power is too strong, so a guardian spirit will soon come and lead him on the right path. A false spirit will not even be able to approach him. A shaman corrects problems. Kyung-bok asked, the right path is good, isn't it? His aunt replied, the false spirit is enslavement. The guardian spirit is acceptance. Whether the young man follows his desire or the right path, in both cases, if he loses his free will, it is the same thing. Young Yuri said, if Kyung-bok is interested in free will, if that is really what he wants, she will help him. His life is not yet over, so he can return, but not to his ordinary life, for that is the right path. According to divine decree, one must follow the will of heaven. Kyung-bok thought, what if he had simply followed his parents and crossed the border between life and death? Wouldn't that mean complete fusion? His aunt said that fate does not always bring good things. One should not look for the right answer in it. Following only what heaven approves is not always good. Young Yuri remarked that the most important thing was for Kyung-bok to be happy. My aunt said that the young man had grown up a lot. In the old days, she would have started questioning him, but now she can see that he truly loves what he does. You can see it in his eyes. It is important to strengthen your vessel, but it is even more important to know how much strength it can hold. Then Kyung-bok will be able to use his abilities even better. She believed that the young man would succeed. If he loved his work so much, he shouldn't give it up. Her aunt reminded her that it was important to know one's limits. It was scary not to know where the line was. But if you knew your limits, there was nothing to fear. Young Yuri added that he would have to discover his limits on his own. However, she could give him a hint. His aunt said that his grandmother could see not only into the future, but also into people's souls. Kyung-bok asked if it was something like foresight or mind reading. Kyung-bok said that his aunt had calmed him down a lot and thanked her for that. Young Yuri noted that even though they were not related by blood, his grandmother had taken her in during a difficult time and replaced her mother. Kyung-bok became her nephew. What aunt would remain indifferent when her nephew is lost on the path of life? His aunt noted that others couldn't get close to Kyung-bok because of his strength. However, his grandmother always watched over him. Kyung-bok once again thanked his aunt for her kind words and unconditional support. Young Yuri got behind the wheel of her personal car and offered to give the young man a ride. Kyung-bok thanked her and added that he lived very close by. He also promised to call her more often. Kyung-bok remembered his aunt's words. A guardian spirit does not bring suffering. He also remembered how Yang Yuri had promised to help him if that was what he really wanted. The more he concentrated, the more his strength obeyed his will. The setbacks and illnesses were just warnings. However, the pain he felt was like a stop signal. It was like a capsule. When the limit was exceeded, overload began. Kyung-bok thought that if he didn't go beyond what was allowed, everything would be fine. Kyungbok remembered how he had offered to help his grandmother because she needed to rest. His grandmother replied that he shouldn't rush into it. This was something that required faith and prayer so that the spirit could remain at peace. If you treat something with care, it becomes a conduit for faith. You have to imagine that you are sharing your soul with it. You can get to know people through such objects. It's like foresight or mind reading. However, Kyungbok is capable of more. Our hero thought that he should use the knowledge he had gained from his grandmother. Until now, he had only run away from threats and fought his enemies. But now he could direct his will in a different way and test his limits. Kyungbok thought he could find new ways to use his power. On Gino's stream, there were Night Gino and Night Eclipse. Gino said that he was a genetically enhanced being, a handsome gamer. Genome repeated for those who were late. He and Eclipse were analyzing Purple's battle with the final boss. Everything was by the rules, no cheats. Genome said he wouldn't miss this chance. Purple had invited him to his first joint stream. On his stream, Purple said that the moment of truth had arrived, the battle with Aiden. If it weren't for Eclipse's training and the dragon scale sword, he would have lost. Genome asked Sir Eclipse how he felt as a mentor. The knight replied that it was a great honor for him. The art of the true strike lies in the balance at the moment of contact. However, even in his dreams, he could not go against this sword, which resembled a disaster. Defeating it twice was proof of mastery. Genome noted that this was the pure anatomy of a master. Genome noted that not everyone could recognize Elden's first sword. An ordinary person would not understand it. After the battle, Eclipse said he was a little embarrassed. The audience had seen his modest performance. Genome asked why Purple wasn't resting. After all, it was his day off. Purple replied that he was resting. He enjoyed listening to the analysis from the professionals. He added that he hadn't started streaming today, so he was really resting. Genome greeted Purple and said that it was an unexpected outcome. Welcome to the discussion corner. Could Purple leave a sincere review? Eclipse said that he was also curious to hear it. Purple said that he particularly remembered the sound of weapons in battle and was looking forward to the continuation. The monster designs, cutscenes, and story were very moving. Eclipse asked if Purple wanted to continue. The others were also interested. Purple replied that he wanted to try different games for now. Genome asked if Purple had chosen his next game. Our hero replied that he wanted to do that on tomorrow's stream by asking the viewers. Genome joked that fans love to see streamers suffer. He decided to help and suggested something that would be perfect for Purple. Why not try The Escapers, a game about escape? Purple noted that it sounded fun. Genome said it was just a light recommendation. Eclipse wholeheartedly recommended Dark Rune. Genome thanked Eclipse, Purple, and all the viewers for their attention today. In the evening, the young people relaxed at a bar and drank cola to celebrate their global success. Genome said he was very surprised when Kyungbok took his joke about escapers seriously. Had the young man not heard of this infamous game? Kyungbok realized that Genome was joking. However, the training didn't seem that difficult to him. Our hero explained that the developers had seen his stream and sent him a gift. He had been wanting to try different games to train his divine power. Park Ju noted that they had also seen a letter about the event and wanted to discuss it today. Genome said that postponing the date because of the NPC was only half the problem. The real problem was the team, the captain and the wildcard. They can't wait for GGG's decision. They need to find the two remaining team members themselves. Kyungbok asked why the format had changed. Genome replied that it was all quite complicated. GGG invited streamers from Serengeti TV, but they are very different from Try. They have a wild show atmosphere. They say that some of the invited streamers really messed things up, so the casting was completely canceled, which threw the whole schedule off. Genome added that this is why they switched to the recommendations from the captain format. Kyungbok noted that with Genome's connections, it won't be difficult to find people. Kyungbok added that there are 2 vacancies and the format is an entertainment show. The main thing is to meet the deadline. The rest doesn't matter. Our hero remarked that the first thing to do was to make the show interesting. The next day arrived. At the Tongmyo market, the young people noticed that nothing had changed here at all. Kyungbok saw a clay pot for 1,000 coins. He thought for a moment that it was an antique. The protagonist remembered his grandmother's words. If you treat something with care, it becomes a conduit for faith. Genome said that they had come to the right place. However, it was not a residential building, but a shop. The young people went inside and greeted the owner. The owner was not there, so they decided to look around. Kyungbok noted that, unlike a normal shop, this place had a completely different feel to it. Good and evil manifest themselves in different forms in people. His grandmother said that the time would come when Kyungbok would understand. Our hero thought that his grandmother felt the same way. The feeling of energy became sharper, like a sharpened blade. Even with the same strength, everything looked more voluminous because there was no recoil. Maybe it was because of a change in the approach to using strength? The shop owner appeared and asked what the young people were interested in. Jinam apologized and said that they were looking for someone, the person who was broadcasting. The shop owner asked if the young people were from television. Did they know Sun Nyan? Jinam said they weren't from television. They must have gotten the wrong address. Kyungbok said that was the right house. A young man peeked out from the next room and greeted the guests. Kyungbok said that they were meeting in person for the first time. He asked the young man, "Eclipse?" The young man apologized and said he was supposed to meet the guests but didn't have time to come down. They must have been looking for a long time. Kyungbok replied that it was no problem since they hadn't warned him they were coming. Jinam said that he had always been curious about where Eclipse's armor came from. It turned out that he lived in Tongmyo. Jinam immediately apologized. He thought they had become close during the streams, so he had taken the liberty. Kyungbok remarked that Eclipse had the figure and gait of a knight. Eclipse said that he lived with his grandfather, who owned a shop. His parents lived in another city. The young man added that he was 27 years old but looked older. The young people noted that Eclipse was younger than them. Eclipse said that he had started YouTube and fencing at the age of 15. 12 years of training may have accelerated his aging. Kyungbok, who was also into training, thought that the world was unfair. He suggested getting straight to the point. Jinam said he understood. Eclipse had a concept of deep immersion in one game, and the decision would not be easy. However, they offered good conditions and hoped that the young man would participate. Eclipse said that money didn't matter to him. Besides, he himself had been thinking about broadening his horizons. Eclipse said that after his defeat in the duel with Purple, he had thought long and hard. He had always wanted to be the best in one field, but then he suddenly realized that he had become a frog in a well. The owner of the house said that he had excellent partners for the new challenge. So in any case, he wants to participate. However, he has one condition. Eclipse noticed that he was a man with a fighting spirit, so he wanted to fight Kyungbok offline. Our hero agreed and said that Eclipse understands what fun is. Eclipse suggested doing it right away. Kyungbok thought it was a great chance to test his abilities. If the divine power had grown stronger, then he had also changed, and maybe he would understand new possibilities and limits. The young men shook hands and headed to the arena. The rivals entered the mental training club. Eclipse said that there were official European fencing schools nearby, but this was where ordinary enthusiasts gathered. The participants were not aware of the streams, so there was no need to worry. The young people in the hall greeted Eclipse and called him a master. The guests were surprised to learn that Eclipse had students. That was to be expected from the mentor of the best swordsman. Eclipse said he was just helping them. A sign reading Arsenal hung outside one of the rooms. The guests were amazed by what they saw. There were weapons and knight's armor. Eclipse said that only connoisseurs gathered here. He sets aside a little of his income from streaming for everything. They send the armor to be professionally cleaned, so there's no need to worry. Jinam was surprised. Do they really fight in armor in this club? Isn't it just for streaming? Eclipse replied that to show real skills, you have to be fully prepared. Safety is a given. The students noted that the master was wearing heavy armor. But who was next to him? Maybe one of the association's strongest fighters. The students asked the master if they were new members of the club. Eclipse replied that they were his acquaintances. He wanted to show them around and practice a little. The students were delighted and said that this was a good opportunity to broaden their horizons. The master himself would participate in the sparring. Eclipse's students asked Kyungbok about his experience. Our hero replied that he had about 5 days of training. Eclipse suggested they warm up first. Kyungbok picked up a sword and said that the balance was different from the game. Eclipse explained that it was a replica with a blunt blade. Kyungbok decided that he would get used to it during the fight and said he was ready. Eclipse noted that any technique could be used with a sword. The students hoped that everything would be fine. After all, if he was a beginner, he probably didn't even know how to hold a sword. The young men noted that their master had struck first. Did he really consider his opponent more experienced? Kyungbok successfully parried Eclipse's attack. Our hero thought that the difference from the game was not only in the balance of the sword. In reality, access to divine power is limited, so perception is dulled. Fatigue from the heavy equipment also plays a role. However, the body gradually remembers, and even with limited abilities, it is still possible to use divine power. By mastering what was limited, and with enough of it, the young man gradually understood how to use it effectively. The disciples noted that their master was the first to increase the distance. Was it really only 5 days since the novice had first held a sword in his hands? Eclipse thought that the blitz had not worked. He had tried to play on the difference between virtuality and reality, but Purple's adaptation was simply phenomenal. The more aggressive the style, the more fatigue from heavy armor takes its toll. However, there was no time to think about that. Before Purple could fully adapt, he had to attack again. Kyungbok grabbed the sword by the blade and struck his opponent with the hilt. Eclipse lost his balance and fell. Our hero grabbed the sword correctly and pressed it against the chest of his armored opponent lying on the ground. Eclipse looked at his sword lying nearby and admitted defeat. The disciples were surprised. After all, a novice had defeated a master with the murder stroke technique. It was incredible. Eclipse asked our hero if he had learned this technique on his own. Kyungbok was surprised. Was that even a technique? His opponent had said that anything could be used. Eclipse thought that Purple had simply chosen the most effective move. He was a true genius. Kyungbok said he understood that feeling. When it came to something like that, you couldn't even get angry. Eclipse asked if there were any night costumes in GGG. Ginam confirmed this and promised to give him one as a gift. Kyungbok welcomed Eclipse to the new team. He said it was an honor for him. Ginam noted that he was good at reading people. Our hero thought that Eclipse would be suitable for entertainment shows. The protagonist introduced Eclipse's participation in the stream and thought it would be really spectacular. At GGG headquarters, the head of the marketing team said that BJ from Serengeti had been found guilty. The manager told the employee to pass on to the team leader that the list needed to be handed over as soon as possible. The employee said that Genome had already invited participants to join his team. Manager Min Hyuk replied that they should just trust Genome. After all, he had been in this business for a long time. The employee informed the manager that Eclipse had come to see them. Min Hyuk remembered, wasn't that the guy who only played from games? Not an imposter or someone with the same last name? The employee said that Purple had also been invited on recommendation. The department head was flooded with fond memories. Could it really be that man again? Min Hyuk grabbed his head. He had to pull himself together. The department head thought, what matters now is that a streamer who has been playing in the same style for 15 years has chosen a new game. Gunner Ground. This is a real sensation. Min Hyuk said he needed participants and a schedule. Reveal them one by one, not all at once. The employee was surprised. The casting wasn't even finished yet. Min Hyuk said that if they revealed them one by one, they would be more careful in selecting the players. The department head said that this way, they would speed up the schedule and maintain hype in the community before the event. He would report everything to his superiors himself. Min Hyuk went to his boss's office with his report and thought that he had to ride the wave. He couldn't miss this chance. Purple greeted the viewers and expressed his delight that they enjoyed his surprise appearance on someone else's stream. The young man added that he was feeling great. He announced that today he would be playing the game recommended by Genome to escapers. The streamer thanked the developers for giving him the game as part of a seasonal pass. After studying all the information, the young man said that it would take a lot of time to complete the game. The viewers agreed. It's not just the scale, the details are simply terrifying. The game is set in a space colony. Purple thought the space setting was cool. The game mode is competitive. The protagonist said that he had completed the tutorial, so he would be able to handle it. According to the plot, the player is an explorer of a space colony looking for a new home for humanity. However, an unexpected collision with an asteroid destroys the ship, and the capsule in which the hero was frozen is emergency defrosted. After the explosion, only one rescue capsule remains. It must be found as soon as possible. The hero must know that he is not the only one who woke up. The protagonist looked around and noticed that the floor was in complete disarray. Viewers noticed that there were 10 players participating. Purple noticed a panel with a keyboard at the entrance. This means that a key card must be found. One of the viewers suggested a mission: complete the game with the sensory distortion debuff. Purple asked what sensory distortion meant and thanked them for another interesting quest. He understood that the goal of this stream was to use divine power to the maximum. If this was a competition, he needed to find useful loot quickly. Purple saw a book on the floor, and it looked suspicious to him. Our hero opened the book and realized that he was holding a safe in the shape of a book. The book contained a logic puzzle that needed to be solved. For our hero, it was not difficult. Purple threw the book back, realizing that he needed to choose the right wire in the ventilation system. The hero climbed into the ventilation shaft and said he had chosen the correct answer. He had a pair of pliers in his hands. Using a process of elimination, the protagonist figured out that he needed to cut the yellow wire. Purple felt his head spin. The sensory distortion effect lasted for 1 minute. All his senses and balance were disrupted. Ringing in his ears, blurred vision, dizziness. It was as if the hero had been anesthetized and then dropped into an earthquake zone. Purple said he could still walk. The hero suggested that he had adapted quickly because he was used to it. Purple thought he had accidentally revealed something personal. The young man attracted the attention of the audience by pointing to the door. In front of him was a door with a combination lock. The lock was a 6-digit panel. The protagonist noted that a minute had passed, but he still couldn't see clearly. It seemed like physical weakness or a side effect of the divine illness. Our hero was deciding which password to choose. If it was too difficult, his interest would quickly fade. At that moment, his mind became clearer than ever. The young man felt more alive than ever before. Purple sensed the developer's residual thought. They wanted it to be interesting. This was the new form of divine power our hero had been searching for. The protagonist decided he had found the answer and entered the necessary symbols. The audience was amazed. How did he figure it out? The second key was obtained. Purple understood that everyone was interested in how he had done it. The young man said that he had replaced the letters with their numerical equivalents in the alphabet. He thought that this was completely opposite to how he usually used divine power. Now he had to get used to it. He had to make the most of it. The audience noted that Purple was quick on his feet. Our hero picked up the necessary vessel with the required contents. In the process of solving the task, the hero already had 10 cards. They came faster than he thought. The protagonist approached the capsule zone. He needed to occupy it in time. Only 1 card could be counted. Another player entered the room. Our hero greeted him. The player ignored Purple and headed for the capsule. The protagonist thought that this guy was panicking. Purple said that they needed to find which of the 10 cards was the right one. Our hero silently watched his opponent's actions. Someone in the audience noted that the collective mind had kicked in. The sensory distortion effect was activated for 1 minute. All senses and balance were disrupted. Purple thought that he wouldn't even need divine power for this. His opponent was surprised. Had this guy really figured it out so quickly? Purple found himself in the capsule and wished his unlucky colleague good luck. Purple told the audience that it had been a rather interesting game. Puzzles require a different way of thinking. The young man said he had completed the mission and was waiting for his reward from the agent. The protagonist suggested changing the assignment. The mission was accomplished and the viewer made a sponsorship contribution. He said goodbye to the audience and said that was all for today. It had been quite fun. Genome told the viewers that there would be a team of 4 people. Purple would be present. What the game was, the viewers would have to figure out for themselves. Genome did not answer the questions and said that there was a very delicious cake in front of him. Byung-hoon, sitting in front of the computer, said that Genome's marketing ploy was working perfectly. Looking around, the video editor decided to tidy up and remove the accumulated trash. Byung-hoon remembered that he had a gift from Escape. The young man picked up the Idol album. It was a promotional model. The album contained a coupon for a fan meeting. He thought about doing something nice, since Joo-ho was a fan of theirs. The young man asked Kyung-bok to let him know about it. 3 tickets should be enough. Our hero replied that divine power doesn't work that way. Kyung-bok remembered that Park Joo had once received a bad concert ticket from them. He didn't want that to happen again. Byung-hoon said it would be better to do a good deed in advance. Then he wouldn't be tempted to do something bad. Maybe. Kyung-bok took 1 ticket and said that if it didn't work out, it wasn't his fault. Divine power helped, and the protagonist thanked him for it. Kyung-bok considered it a victory. Joo-ho thanked him from the bottom of his heart as he had previously submitted 40 applications, and none of them had worked out. Park Joo said that Kyung-bok should go with him, as the tickets were in his name. Park Joo pointed out that the tickets couldn't be transferred. The accompanying person had to be with the ticket holder. Park Joo said that he used to be an admin on Fanka. They would prepare well. Kyung-bok replied that he was too lazy. Park Joo said that this meeting happened to fall on a day when there was no live stream. Byung-hoon pointed out that Park Joo had done a good job designing the fan club page. Our hero agreed. Park Ju handed him a mask and a cap and said that Kyung-bok should not show his face. Our hero agreed, as there would be many cameras. Ji-hwan contacted our hero and said that all the streamers had refused him. They were afraid of being a burden. They'd better get together and discuss who to take last. Kyung-bok told his friend that he needed to find a suitable streamer urgently. Kyung-bok asked Ji-hwan, "Is the main thing recognizability among viewers? Do they need an influencer?" Kyung-bok said he would try to find someone himself and call back later. The young men drew numbers. Park Ju said he was last. Kyung-bok said he was somewhere in the middle and could switch. Kyung-bok thought it would be better to be last. It wouldn't be so awkward. The girls wished the fans sweet money and said goodbye. They were the sweeties. Our hero felt a mixture of excitement, sympathy, nervousness, and joy. Everything was filled with energy and life. The girls shared their happiness with the fans. Kyung-bok understood what it meant to be an idol. Finally, the attendant told the last person to come to the table. The young man had to get his ID out in advance. Kyung-bok decided to cover the note with his ID, as they might even check inside. The man in the mask and cap greeted the girls. They thanked him and invited him to sit down. The girl picked up a toy bear figure skater and said it was cute. The young man noticed that Nara was a professional figure skater. He had a hard time getting this limited edition toy. Nara smiled and thanked him. The girl said that the young man seemed to be at a fan meeting for the first time. "What's his name?" she asked. The young man replied that his name was Kyung-bok, but asked that he sign his autograph for Park Ju. Nara thanked him for coming to the meeting. In the notebook was a card with a picture of Nara and the words Newton. It was fun. Kyung-bok turned the card over and asked her to sign the back. Nara was very surprised to see this card in the young man's hands. Kyung-bok took off his mask and said that now she knew him too. Everything was honest. Our hero said goodbye until the next day. Nara signed the photo book out of habit. Kyung-bok stood up from the table and wished her a good evening. The young man in the mask and cap expressed his hope that they would definitely see each other again. Nara smiled after the departing young man and thanked him for his support. After the meeting, Park Ju thanked his friend and added that he was indebted to him. Kyung-bok suggested that Park Ju had also felt the powerful energy. His friend confirmed this. Kyung-bok thought that Newton had shown herself from an unexpected side. Our hero assumed that due to the dissonance between her virtual and real personalities, the girl might turn out to be fake. However, as it turned out, she did not emit any negative energy. It turns out that both sides of this girl are real. Nara, left alone, was furious. How did this guy really find out who she was? After the duel in Dun Eldon Seoul, he didn't do anything, and she thought it was just a fling. How did he find out? And how did he get to the fan meeting? Nara thought that this guy was nothing like their cute bricks. The girl tried to calm down. If he wanted to, he would have started with threats. They both know each other in real life. In that sense, they are truly equals. Nara remembered that Kyung-bok had asked her to send him a message through the capsule. Nara walked over to her capsule. If this guy managed to get into the fan meeting, she would listen to him. Kyung-bok read the message. The girl replied faster than he expected. Nara suggested they go to the waiting room. Kyung-bok thought that his old acquaintance Newton had appeared. Nara was dressed as Newton in the virtual space. Purple appeared and said that she had replied very quickly. The girl said she had been busy in the morning. Nara asked what kind of proposal it was. After listening to the young man, Nara said, "So he wants to invite her to join the team?" Kyung-bok was surprised in his mind. Was that really impossible? Nara said that Newton was a famous stream sniper. Would GGG or other team members accept her? Purple replied that GGG would be delighted to have some news to report. He could convince the others. However, he was most interested in her opinion. Did Nara really not want to? The girl admitted that it would be fun. But wasn't the audience's reaction more important to him? If she joined, the team's image could be ruined. Purple said that Nara must realize she did the wrong thing. The girl replied that she knew, but her goals were worth it. Pure evil, everywhere and nowhere. The girl understood that she wouldn't last long on the stage with her colleagues. After a performance, a friend told her that she couldn't go on like this. Nara reminded her not to read the bad comments. There is no cure for baseless hatred, only more stress. The haters insulted and hurt the girls. They told them to know their place and not ruin the game. Nara said that anyone who insults others for their efforts is trash. The girl added that there are things that cannot be changed, no matter how hard you try. Hiding behind anonymity, the scoundrel hides his face, riddled with boastfulness and lies. Nara said that she achieved everything through blood and tears. She just wanted to show that those who only talk and look down on others are nothing. The girl added that there are also donors who depend on skill. Her goal is to put everyone on an equal footing for evaluation. Kyungbok thought that this was a typical story for someone who had been through show business. Kyungbok was surprised. Did she really include him and Nara in that group? The girl replied that it was like that at first. Genome, in particular, was very conceited. Kyungbok said that was just the guy's concept. Nara admitted she was wrong. Even though Kyungbok had a sharp tongue, he wasn't the type to humiliate others. Nara noted that after their meeting, her goal had changed. Nara said that she recognized Kyungbok's strength. However, by defeating him in a fair fight, she would personally prove that skill acquired through hard work rather than talent never fails and is valued in any endeavor. The girl added that through her efforts, she could even surpass Kyungbok's talent and prove that the fight was not in vain. Kyungbok said that with that goal in mind, they should definitely play together. It would be an excellent opportunity to observe her in action. Nara asked what would happen if the apples started causing trouble again. She was referring to those who called themselves her fans. Because of them, her reputation had become even worse. Kyungbok suggested using their team to draw a line. The young man asked if Nara wouldn't miss such an interesting program. The girl sternly asked how he recognized her and how he ended up at the fan meeting. The protagonist thought he needed to get out of this. He said that his manager was Bricks. He also runs a fan page. He knew everything about their schedule. All he had to do was put it all together and figure it out. Kyungbok said that only he knew her real identity, so she didn't need to worry. Nara replied that in return, Kyungbok had to keep quiet. She also wanted the right to call and give feedback. Kyungbok said that went without saying. However, calling each other sounded fun. The young people shook hands and said they had an agreement. Nara warned that this was only for one time. Kyungbok made a proposal to the girl about the call. Nara replied that she didn't care. But was he serious? The young man added that it was in case they won. Nara replied that the more she got to know him, the more surprised she was. Did he really only think about streaming? Genome thanked our hero and welcomed the new player to the team. Genome said that before he received the message, he was in a terrible panic. Eclipse said that Purple's taste was impeccable. Genome added that Purple wouldn't take just anyone. Our hero added that Newton would be joining soon. Genome was surprised. Is this really the Newton he's thinking of? Purple mentioned this when he asked if an influencer would be suitable. Eclipse said that a true knight doesn't throw words to the wind. Purple's choice can be trusted. Genome thought that the infamous stream sniper Newton had softened after her defeat and started learning, which improved her image. She stopped stream sniping. Genome thought that he was in for a crazy rating. Everyone had to see this performance. It was unmissable. 100 people were participating in the event. Such a lineup was bound to attract attention. Even GGG will be thrilled. The situation is unprecedented and players from other games will also be interested. Newton's skills are unmatched. Genome wondered if Kyungbok had really thought this through. Genome told his colleagues that he wanted to do it. He said that in that case, he would invite Newton. Newton appeared and thanked him for inviting her to the team. She said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Genome suggested doing everything in the best possible way. The young people shook hands and said they were ready to trust such allies with their lives. Their goal was victory. Newton said that anyone who became a burden to the team would die by her hand before they died at the hands of the enemy. Eclipse was surprised because attacking an ally was an unworthy act. Newton said that she respected Eclipse as a knight, but that he was wrong now. To win in a team game, you have to think not about yourself, but about the team. Eclipse said that as a knight, he would protect his comrades in any situation. Newton added that the victory of the team was the victory of each of its members. Genome said, "Who starts a real battle when all you have to do is shout fight? It's time to call Kyungbok for help." Purple said he made a good choice. He can already see how it will look on TV. Genome said resentfully that Purple really only thinks about the show. The stream began. The hidden participants were about to be revealed. The host greeted everyone. It was commentator John So-yoon, and this was her second video. John So-yoon said that before starting, we need to remember how the teams are divided. There are 100 people participating in the event, 25 teams. The commentator added that they had previously shown the captains and the first participants. Now, based on the results of the vote, the top 3 most anticipated teams and their hidden participants would be revealed. The names of the teams appeared on the screen. Jeon So-yeon said that they were all awesome. The girls started with third place, Veteran Genome and Rising Star Purple, Team Purge Day and their hidden member. Everyone saw a knight standing on the edge of a cliff. It was the streamer eclipse. Jeon So-yeon said that she also couldn't believe it for a long time, but it was true. And that's not all. Now the audience will find out about another member of this team. This person does not have their own YouTube channel, so they will just show a video. Genome appeared on the screen with an apple in his hand and greeted the viewers. The streamer asked if red apples suited him. Genome added that he had to live up to the viewers' expectations and introduced the fourth member, Newton. Genome showed the 4 team members on the screen and said that Purge Day would be victorious. A few days after this team announced itself on GGG, a special event dedicated to the Time Warfare update began.